Prescription Murder first aired February 20th, 1968. This particular story already existed 8 years earlier, originally called Enough Rope, and the role of Columbo was played by Bert Freed, who is known for playing Sergeant Boulanger in the 1957 film Paths of Glory, and he also played the role of Schmidt in the 1968 film Hang 'em High. Enough Rope was an episode of the Chevy Mystery Show, which was a TV anthology series. In 1962, that episode became a stage play titled Prescription Murder, starring Thomas Mitchell as Columbo. You may recognize him as Uncle Billy from It's a Wonderful Life, or maybe as Gerald O'Hara from Gone with the Wind. This story and the character Columbo was created by Richard Levinson and William Link. The play was adapted as a made-for-TV movie in 1968, with Peter Falk debuting in the role. Falk is mainly known for being Lieutenant Columbo, but he acted in several movies, some of which include Murder by Death, Wings of Desire, The Princess Bride, The Cheap Detective, and of course let's not forget his roles in Pocketful of Miracles, The Great Race, Mikey and Nicky, or The In-Laws. And he also made an appearance in the 1963 film It's a Mad, 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 Mad World as a cab driver.
In the evening, I would stand in front of my hut and watch in horror as these giant flies would pick children off the ground and carry them away.
You sure these are flies you're talking about?
Flies.
Even though this episode, along with the next episode, is referred to as the pilot episode, it wasn't intended to be such. Prescription Murder was only meant to be what it was, a TV movie. The episode was directed by Richard Irving, known also for directing The Name of the Game and The $6 Million Man. Columbo popularized the inverted mystery technique by showing the crime first and then having Columbo solve it. Instead of whodunit, Columbo is said to be a how catch 'em. In other words, how's he gonna catch 'em? So we've been watching here a very unique and interesting opening credits with a backdrop of Rorschach tests, also known as ink blot tests, which is very fitting since one of our main characters is a psychiatrist. The movie opens with a party. There's a group of people playing what they call Botticelli. The basic gist of this game is that one person thinks of a famous person and reveals the first letter of their name. The game takes its name from the principle that the famous person must be at least as famous as Sandro Botticelli.
I pass. You know, every time we play Botticelli with you, I feel like a dropout.
This dropout is Cynthia Gordon, played by Andrea King, born 1919 in Paris, France. She was in Hotel Berlin, The Beast with Five Fingers, The Man I Love, Ride the Pink Horse, and some episodes of Fireside Theater.
Hillary, listen, listen. Can you hear it? The piano. It's the hand playing. It's the hand. You were right all the time. It was Ingram's hand that committed murder.
Go ahead. Tell us who it is.
It's very simple. Joseph Brewer.
Oh yes, of course. Joseph Brewer. The explanation he gives of Brewer is that he and Freud co-authored studies on hysteria.
That's unfair, Dr. Fleming. You're a psychiatrist. You should have picked someone everyone knew.
This low-cut young tart hanging on his arm right in front of his wife is played by Suzanne Benton, born 1948 in Canada. You'll find her in That Cold Day in the Park, A Boy and His Dog, and On a Chair in Catch-22, driving the men wild.
715 hours minus 50, 49, 42, 21.
All right, at ease.
11.
So after she suggested he should have chosen somebody that everyone would know, these two decided to laugh at her intelligence.
Last time we played the game, you were stumped by Alexander Graham Bell.
Anyway, let's meet one of our main characters, Dr. Ray Fleming, played by Gene Barry, born 1919 in New York. Gene Barry is known for playing in the 1953 film The War of the Worlds, also the 2005 film War of the Worlds. He is also in the Burke's Law TV series and the Name of the Game TV series. And of course, we can't leave out the 108 episodes of Bat Masterson.
This English toffee is delicious.
So you took him to the merry-go-round, which was closed for the time, and removed all of his identification.
Watching from the sidelines is Dr. Fleming's wife, Carol, played by Nina Foch, born 1924 in the Netherlands, who is known for her 1951 film American in Paris, Ten Commandments, Spartacus, in the 1945 film My Name is Julia Ross, where she plays Julia Ross.
Please stay in bed, Mrs. Hughes, or you'll make yourself worse. Oh, I'd better get your husband. He's been that worried about you.
My husband? Mrs. Hughes?
We learn that it is their 10-year wedding anniversary as this really smoky cake rolls into the main room. After their friend gives a toast to their anniversary, you'll hear applause from the guests, but if you look, nobody is clapping.
Here's to 10 more years of happiness.
The phone rings, and it is supposedly a patient of Dr. Fleming's. It seems urgent enough that he insists he must leave his wife alone on their anniversary, with a home full of guests. And as she watches him walk away, she's got a very good idea of what he's really up to. Then the scene cuts to some little philodendron prancing out of the pool into Dr. Fleming's arms. Now our story is really unfolding. This girl's having second thoughts about some alternative to talking to his wife about her. We learn she really was originally just a patient of his, who seemed to be having anxiety problems.
I won't disappoint you tomorrow.
I never thought you would.
So, something is going on tomorrow that seems to have been planned for a while. And as the scene cuts back to his wife, Carol, waiting up for him and pacing, with worry and anger on her face, as well as sunglasses for some reason, he shows up at 1 a.m. She informs him he is sleeping in the guest room, and she is calling her lawyers in the morning.
6 months ago, I gave you a choice between me and your extracurricular activity.
So likely he has been planning something for 6 months. He's been fooling around for quite some time, and his wife has given him chances to straighten up, but he refuses. Now he's got a new lie ready, that he was planning a trip to Acapulco for their anniversary, and that's why he's been out so long. She wants to believe him so desperately that she buries her anger in hopes of the chance that he could be telling the truth. So the girlfriend's name is Joan Hudson, played by Katherine Justice, born 1942 in Ohio. You'll find her in the film Five Card Stud and a few episodes of Gunsmoke, The FBI, and every episode of Dangerous Women.
You know what you are? The most foolish thing in the world. The good woman.
What's foolish about it?
Well, a good woman has a way of pushing herself up against a man till he forgets she's a good woman. Then she expects to end up married.
Well, how else would she end up?
Well, with me, she could end up picking hay from the back of her dress.
She comes to visit Dr. Fleming's office for her appointment, where they run down the plan for that night. The scene cuts to Ray and Carol talking about getting prepared to leave for their trip. She specifically mentions not being able to find her blue wool dress because she wants to take it for the trip. Seems like it'd be a bit warm and tropical for a wool dress, but fashion is fashion. This blue wool dress happens to be the one Dr. Fleming takes for Joan to wear to carry out their plan this evening. Carol acts oblivious to his coldness towards her and her excitement. He really should be also behaving very excited for the trip. He begins to sneak up behind her while she's talking, and about to do the deed, when she suddenly turns to him and talks about wanting to redecorate. He suggests she should close the blinds, and once she turns to do so, he grabs her around the neck. The phone begins to ring while he's strangling her, which certainly increases the suspense here. Once he believes he has killed her, he casually answers the phone and carries on a simple, pleasant small talk. After hanging up, he needs to make this look like a crime scene, so he takes a huge candle holder, and if you look behind him, you can clearly see his shadow in the night sky, and just look at the intense force he needs to break this sliding door. Also, it is notable that the glass likely fell onto the body, which should be a sign to investigators that she was dead before the door is broken. And another thing, they're in the penthouse, which is practically almost the top of the building. I guess the burglar was supposed to scale his way down from the roof onto their balcony. I really like the music that plays during this scene though. The music was composed by Dave Grusin. He has composed many scores for feature films and television. So he starts taking off her jewelry, gathering up the silver in the house and the rest of the jewelry from the other room. Then Joan shows up and rushes into the room. Seeing dead Carol on the floor makes her recoil in fear. Ray has her call the cleaners about picking up laundry that will be outside the door. Oh, looks like a nice piece of evidence left behind. This will surely be an open and shut case. Oh, never mind. We learn his luggage is 13 pounds overweight, which we all know why that is, because he seems to think dumping the stolen goods in Acapulco is the best plan. Now, Ray and Joan, who's playing as Carol, stage an argument in order for her to storm off the plane. This entire group of passengers were just busy staring at them, and the lady in the back seems very amused by this. Oh, and now he's got a little alibi in Acapulco.
Miguel, why don't you fix us some lunch? I'm starving.
Go make some lunch 3 feet behind me while I toss all this overboard. Ray gets back from his vacation in Acapulco. I keep seeing this little statue figurine thing here. What is it? A Ming llama? So he walks into his apartment and sees the sliding door has some interesting repair work, and there's an outline of Carol on the floor. And here strolls in Columbo. Peter Falk was 40 years old here, born September 16th, 1927 in New York City, New York. The only thing really different between this outfit and his outfit for the rest of the series is his shoes. Rather than his high-top brown shoes, he's got on some Hush Puppies. Hush Puppy shoes got their name from the actual food, because dogs were quieted with the cornbread snack. Knowing that aching feet were sometimes referred to as barking dogs, the shoe innovator thought Hush Puppies would be a good name for the shoe. Interestingly, the Hush Puppy shoe mascot is a basset hound, which some of us may already know that Columbo will get a dog in later episodes that is a basset hound. Anyway, back to Columbo, whose first words are,
Dr. Fleming?
Columbo informs Dr. Fleming that someone tried to kill his wife. Yes, she is still alive, but in a coma. Which makes me question why they took the time to outline her body before rushing her to the hospital. He does a decent job pretending to be concerned for his wife, but we know he is much more concerned about himself. Now here they are at the hospital, and Dr. Fleming is demanding to see his wife, which is understandable. We see that Columbo is holding his raincoat rather than wearing it for now. Columbo's iconic wardrobe was all Peter Falk's clothes, the raincoat, the suit, the brown shoes, and the rest of the episodes, excluding this one. I read that Falk bought the raincoat when he was caught in a rainstorm in New York in 1967. It cost him $15. Here is his first act of being unable to find a pencil, and mentioning his wife. And look at that pocket full of cigars.
Oh, one more thing before I forget.
And there was Columbo's first one more thing. According to Richard Levinson, the catchphrase "one more thing" was conceived when he and William Link were writing a play. He says, "We had a scene that was too short, and we had already had Columbo make his exit. We were too lazy to retype the scene, so we had him come back in and say, 'Oh, just one more thing.' It was never planned." And here comes Bert Gordon, who we met at the anniversary party. Bert is played by William Windom, born 1924 in New York. He was in every episode of both The Farmer's Daughter and My World and Welcome to It, and several episodes of Sonic the Hedgehog and Murder, She Wrote.
You and I both know that simply is not true. That very mild case of food poisoning had nothing to do with my cooking. Those chickens were probably just sitting in the market for a week.
Bert decides he needs to have a little talk with Columbo about speeding up the case. Columbo mentions that Dr. Fleming didn't call out to his wife when he first came in the door. Bert gives a reasonable explanation for that.
You heard the man admit that he had an argument with his wife. He probably still had a chip on his shoulder this morning.
They head up to the room that Carol Fleming is in, but nobody is allowed in because we learn that she's conscious. But then, the next thing we learn, she died. The doctor's played by Clark Howitt, born 1918 in California, and he was in several episodes of Dragnet 1967 and Harbor Command. Changing scenes to Dr. Fleming's office. Maybe take note of that painting back there for a future episode. Dr. Fleming wants to know why he is here, and Columbo uses the excuse of just returning his pen he borrowed. And check out the size of that lighter. Columbo questions about the missing weight of 9 pounds. Which we know was a bunch of silver and jewelry, but Fleming says he had some journals he had brought for reading, but he had no reason to bring them back. Then Columbo wants to know what happened to the dress his wife was wearing, and Dr. Fleming suggests it was probably stolen.
Still, it's puzzling when you think about it. I mean, why would a guy steal a dress and a pair of gloves? What are they worth?
Not quite as puzzling nowadays. A scene that I had to cut out of my original video in order to please the copyright police was one of my favorites, and I'm gonna see if I can sneak it back into this one. So when Columbo first enters Fleming's office, he compliments it, of course, saying it's such a nice office, and he bets it puts people in the mood to talk. And then he begins talking about his sister and her living room and how it's so modern it's difficult to even speak.
She's got this big kidney-shaped coffee table. It upsets me just to look at it. My husband, he doesn't say anything, and I figure the coffee table got to him years ago.
As Columbo leaves, he crosses paths with Joan, who's waiting in line to see Dr. Fleming, and he asks her her name. Then she heads into Dr. Fleming's office. He asks her if she put the dress and the gloves back in the laundry bag. Joan realizes she forgot the gloves. Then Fleming suggests she bring the gloves to his place for him to plant so Columbo can find them. This is kind of a silly thing to do since Columbo is coming over later. He could have instead picked them up at her place or anywhere else. So now here we are back at Fleming's apartment. Joan shows up with the gloves. He offers her a drink as if they have all the time in the world. He should instead be getting rid of her immediately. Joan asks why Columbo is still bothering him. Fleming says it's because Carol's death has been too perfect, and it irritates Columbo.
Why, he'd even look for flaws in the Old Testament.
Speaking of the Old Testament, Fleming needs to brush up on Exodus, specifically Exodus chapter 20, verse 13. Actually, Fleming, you might as well check out all 10 commandments. Then there are odd noises coming from the door. Joan runs and hides in a closet. Oh look, it's Columbo! Showing up early. So Fleming hands over the gloves, stating they were in the bureau. Columbo is puzzled by this because the cops covered every inch of that bureau. Then the doorbell rings, and it's the rodeo cleaner's boy. He's played by Tom Williams, and he only has 2 acting credits, Prescription Murder, and he's a patient in Marcus Welby, MD. Well, here is the dress. Suddenly the phone rings. Somebody is confessing to Carol's murder. How odd. This fella here confessing to the murder, Tommy, is played by Anthony James, born 1942 in California. He was in The Heat of the Night and Naked Gun 2.5. Columbo asks some questions to Dr. Fleming that make him sound pretty suspicious of him. This causes Fleming to talk to his DA buddy, Bert, to see if he can get Columbo off of his case. Columbo lets Dr. Fleming know he was taken off the case and he just doesn't understand why. By the way, this is the first time we see Columbo wearing his raincoat. Anyway, while in his office, Dr. Fleming says the strangest thing to Columbo.
You're a sly little elf and you should be sitting under your own private little toadstool.
Dr. Fleming gives a perfect outline of Columbo here.
You're an intelligent man, Columbo, but you hide it. You pretend you're something you're not. You take people by surprise. They underestimate you. And that's where you trip them up.
When Columbo and Fleming sit down and talk, their dialogue is very sharp and very interesting things are said. The conversation is so deep that Dr. Fleming can't help but spill his drink while he's talking. Here's Columbo innocently opening a popsicle and casually dropping the wrapper on the ground. He's got a briefcase with him today, likely because he doesn't have his raincoat to hold things in his pockets. This is a very good scene with very good acting from each of them. This is the scene that gets commonly mentioned about Columbo being much more intense than his character typically would act throughout the series. In general, Columbo is a very calm man. But even as the series continues, there are moments here and there where Columbo has to lay down the law. Joan really slips up here when she mentions he has no right to order her around because he isn't even on the case anymore. She shouldn't have known that. We learn that he has not been taken off the case because his superior believes if someone is asking him to be taken off the case, then he must be on the right track. Columbo really nails Joan down with some heavy evidence and some forceful volume here. Then Columbo lets Joan know that he is going to get to Dr. Fleming through her, by hounding her until she breaks. There are police watching her house, and she calls up Fleming and asks him to please come over, which is really dumb. Ray gives her a real good response, though.
With men watching your house, Joan, use your head.
The next morning, when Joan doesn't show up for her appointment, Fleming tells his secretary to call her, and a coroner answers. That's not good. The secretary's name is Miss Petrie, played by Virginia Gregg, born 1916 in Illinois. She was one of the 3 voice actors for Norma Bates in Psycho, Psycho 2, and Psycho 3. She She was also in every episode of Calvin and the Colonel and Yogi's Space Race.
Oh, they know I can't even move a finger, and I won't. I'll just sit here and be quiet, just in case they do suspect me.
Dr. Fleming arrives at Joan's house in his 1967 Imperial Crown convertible, finding police cars and an ambulance. He gets to the pool and we see a limp redhead getting picked up and put on a stretcher. Columbo tells him she stuffed herself with barbiturates. Barbiturates are a class of depressant drugs, and for this story, they were likely prescribed to Joan for her anxiety. By the way, this house is called the Stall House, located on Woods Drive in West Hollywood, California. Built on the side of a mountain, looks practically the same on the outside as it does here in Columbo. Looks like the neighbors got wild with the solar panels, though. It's a modernist-styled house designed by architect Pierre Koenig in the Hollywood Hills of Los Angeles, California, which is known as a frequent set location in American films. Columbo lets Fleming know he has no way to nail him for murdering his wife, even though he knows he did it. But now it seems he has gone through all this trouble of murdering his wife and everything for nothing, since the love of his life is dead now. Dr. Fleming claims she was just a dime-a-dozen little actress. Nothing special. And then, surprise, Joan is totally alive, and now, after hearing Fleming's little speech about not needing her and never loving her, she is ready to confess. And Columbo still doesn't have a pencil. I think this is an outstanding TV movie. The acting is great, the sets are great, the story and the directing is great. I rate it 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. So, just like Prescription Murder is considered one of the pilots for the Columbo series, even though it wasn't intended to be a pilot, this video is my pilot episode for a potential series of observation, trivia, and facts for all the Columbo episodes. So let's move on to the true Columbo pilot episode, coming up next.
There's something I don't understand.
And what's that?
I've been reading about one of the astronauts on his trip through space. How does he get enough air to breathe?
He breathes the same air over and over. That's why they use charcoal granules to purify the air so it'll be fit to breathe again.
Charcoal granules to purify the air. Where have I seen that before? Oh, I know.
Have you read the back of New Lark's pack?
Ransom for a Dead Man. Here we have our official pilot episode for Columbo. It first aired on March 1st, 1971, almost exactly 3 years after the TV movie Prescription Murder. This episode was written and produced by Dean Hargrove, who wrote 4 Columbo episodes and produced 20 of them, and it was directed by Richard Irving, who we already know about because he directed Prescription Murder. And here we have our opening scene of a woman constructing a ransom letter. No need for gloves, of course. This woman happens to be our villain, named Leslie Williams. She is played by Lee Grant, born 1925 in New York, who is known for her role in The Heat of the Night, as well as Damien, Omen 2, and also playing Felicia in 1975's film Shampoo, in which she won an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress.
What kind of people are you? What kind of a place is this? My husband is dead. Somebody in this town killed him. I want you to find out who.
We quickly learn here that she is educated in the tape splicing world, and this episode enjoys its stylized headlights, which I do too. Plants and statues. This will be a common sight throughout the Columbo series. This unsuspecting man's name is Paul Williams. He is played by Harlan Ward, born 1917 in California. He was in a few episodes of You Are There, The Rifleman, and The Big Valley. Man, that's gotta be so much more satisfying to burn your junk mail. Well, as Mr. Paul stands up, he sees Leslie.
Well, Leslie, I thought...
And she just shoots the poor fella. Maybe it's just me, but I think this guy could be Nick Cave's uncle or something. Anyway, he's dead now. It's not common in later Columbo episodes for a murder to happen without some sort of build-up or motive given for the crime. Take note of this interior, because we just might see it again in the future. I don't think this ever happens again in Columbo, but we are given the perspective of the victim here. So, now that we saw the trunk shut and she's slightly out of breath, we suppose she must have drugged Paul from the house, lifted him into the trunk. Adrenaline must be giving her that super strength she needed to get this job done. We are sure to notice her moving the seat forward in her husband's 1971 Lincoln Continental. The fantastic music is composed by Billy Goldenberg. He is responsible for the music in 7 Columbo episodes. Now we get to see Leslie show off her lack of having any kind of heart, besides the part where she shoots her husband, kicks his bagged body off a cliff, and now she's shooting us her dagger eyes. Now to deliver the ransom letter. At least she's got gloves on.
Hello, Pat.
So now Leslie calls up somebody named Pat, asking them to call her at the office tomorrow at 12:15 to remind her of their tennis date. Here she is multitasking or something.
Objection. Irrelevant and immaterial.
I wish I could say that on a daily basis. The judge here is played by Judson Morgan, born 1914 in Quebec, Canada, whom we will see again in another small part in a future Columbo episode. Judson also played the judge in an episode of The Bold Ones, The Lawyers TV series. And he even played a judge in the Hawkins TV series. Judson has a thing for being the judge. The plaintiff, Mr. Crowley, is played by Bill Walker, born 1896 in Indiana. If you've already watched all of my reviews individually, you'll remember I first said Ronald Adam from Dagger of the Mind is the oldest actor we've come across so far in Columbo. Then I realized during Requiem for a Falling Star while talking about Edith Head that I made a mistake and Jessie Royce Landis from Lady in Waiting is the oldest actor so far. But now I'm wrong again, and that's because I wasn't even looking at birthdays in my earlier reviews. Bill Walker was born in July of 1896, Jessie Royce Landis November 1896, and Ronald Adam December 1896. So, I think I can safely say that so far, Bill Walker is the oldest actor so far in Columbo. He was just busy acting from 1946 up to the 1980s. You'll find him in the movie Big Jake and several episodes of Yancey Derringer and The Amos and Andy Show.
For years, we thought you was dead and buried. We heard you got killed in the war. And here you are, alive. Well.
The attorney is played by Hank Brandt, who played in Escape from Alcatraz, also several episodes of Barnaby Jones, The $6 Million Man, Dynasty, and Santa Barbara, as well as playing Carl Swanson in the 1994 film Dumb and Dumber.
And God willing, with your help and that of the societies, these wonderful creatures will flourish once more. Thank you again, and enjoy your evening.
While Leslie cracks jokes about the plaintiff being lit, the man beside her is named Bert Green. I mention him because he also is uncredited in a couple of future Columbo episodes. He has been in a large collection of roles in movies and TV shows, and all of them are uncredited. So I'll credit him now. Secretary Nancy here is played by Lisa Moore, who is in several TV shows, but mostly acted in the Medical Center TV series. Leslie's getting set up here in her office with 2 witnesses for her 12:15 phone call from Pat, who is just supposed to say tennis and hang up. Oh, did we forget to talk about Michael here? He's played by John Fink, born 1940 in Michigan, who is most known for playing Dr. Adam in the Nancy TV series and playing Brian Adams in the Mary Hartman TV series.
Yes. Les?
Now let's hope Pat doesn't have any gossip or news she needs to get out so we can act startled.
One word. Tennis. Don't forget. What? Who is this?
So you see in movies all the time people hitting the switch hook when they lose connection. I read that when we still had operators ruling the phone lines, hitting the hook multiple times would alert the operator with a flashing light on the switchboard panel. I also read that hitting the hook would sometimes work to restore a disconnected line. But I don't totally understand it all, being born in the late 80s. Although I would like to understand if any of my viewers would like to share their knowledge with me.
What is it?
Better call the police. That man on the phone said he's got my husband.
Alrighty, now the ball is rolling, and there's the ransom note that should be loaded with Leslie's fingerprints. You could argue that her fingerprints are on the ransom letter because she opened the letter herself. Unless she was trying to read the letter with her fingerprints like Braille, that just doesn't make sense. And here we have Agent Carlson, played by Harold Gould, born 1923 in New York. He was in every episode of The Feather and the Father Gang and several episodes of Rhoda and the Golden Girls.
I feel so dumb around you.
Oh, never say that, Rose.
But you're a teacher. You think for a living.
Well, don't be so impressed. I have summers off.
Leslie is curious if they will be able to trace the call, but Carlson says only if the call is long enough. The kidnappers are usually too smart for that, which makes Leslie super proud of her setup that is waiting to go off soon. And the doorbell rings, which is really odd that nobody goes with Leslie to the door, because who knows who could be there with her husband being kidnapped and all. Luckily, it's just Columbo, which that's an understatement. And Peter Falk is in his completed Columbo attire and personality. This mansion is located on Bellagio Road in Los Angeles, California. Don't you just wish you could stop by for a cup of coffee? I'm so curious what that doormat says.
Is everything all right, Miss Williams?
Lieutenant Columbo's lost his pen.
Oh, listen, don't bother him about it.
This looking for a pin thing is the first of many distracting things for criminals to let their guard down, because Columbo loves to come off as non-threatening. He does the polite, I don't know any of you smile and hello. Seems like Columbo's a stranger to everyone else in the room besides Agent Carlson. Turns out Columbo stopped by to let them know they found her husband's car, but they just got the phone call from the police with that information, so I'm curious why Columbo was even sent here, especially being with homicide since no murder has been reported. Here's where we learn that Leslie can fly a plane, from Phil, who's played by Jed Allen, born 1935 in New York, who is most known for playing Scott Turner in the TV show Lassie, as well as playing Rush Sanders in Beverly Hills 90210. He lays out the plan about Leslie flying to a certain point on the map and dropping the $300,000 ransom money in a bag. $300,000 in 1971 is worth $1,994,000 today in 2021. Actually, no. Now at the end of year 2023, it's worth $2,279,000. Columbo likes checking out background props just as much as I do. This is the room where she constructed the ransom letter. Columbo asks where the bathroom is. She gives him instructions on how to get there, and then asks if he understands, as if he is a 3-year-old.
Have you got that? First door on your right.
Agent Carlson comes over to give some encouragement to Leslie, and she starts batting her eyelashes at him, which takes him slightly off guard. Columbo returns from the restroom, and he compliments her house. Then he mentions lemon-shaped soap.
Well, I was almost afraid to use them. If you don't mind my asking, when you use one and you put it back in the plate, how do you keep it from sticking to the others?
Me being a soap maker, yes, I make soap, I think this little story is funny. I haven't made any lemon-shaped soaps yet. Oh yes, you have. You have made lemon-shaped soaps. But every time you use one and put it back in the dish, it sticks to the other ones. Then Leslie changes the subject, saying she is going to fix dinner, which flickers on a light bulb for Columbo, because where are the servants? Then we cut to Leslie's office, where her little contraption is set up that she was preparing at the beginning of the episode.
They want $300,000.
When?
Tomorrow night. Just follow instructions.
Paul. Paul!
Looks like that went smoothly. Time for the emotional outburst.
I'm not going to take any chances with my husband's life.
By the way, the man on the far left is named Richard, who is played by Charles McCauley, born 1927 in Kentucky. We may be seeing his face again in a couple future Columbo episodes. While we're here, let's mention this blonde fella, Hammond. He's played by Paul Carr, born 1934 in Louisiana, who had several TV appearances on Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, The Virginian, and Mannix. Columbo is in real deep thought about the whole scene that just played out. He calls her a unique woman, which is a gentle way of saying her behavior was pretty odd. Anyway, now it's a new day, and we have gathered up the $300,000 of ransom money. This guy here, Perkins, is played by Richard Rote, born 1933 in Connecticut. He's been in tons of TV shows, some including the FBI, Hill Street Blues, and Dynasty. I'm glad Columbo's still here, but I don't really understand why he's here. Leslie was sure to have the ransom money placed in a bag she is providing. Now we have teleported to a room with the bag of money. The FBI guys, Columbo, and Leslie. Leslie is reconfirming that they are going to stay far away from her when she makes the drop because, you know, she is concerned about her husband's life. And then everyone leaves Leslie alone in the room with the ransom money so she can change her outfit. Very strange. Well, it looks like she wanted to dress like the bag, I guess. So Agent Carlson, Hammond, and Columbo get in the helicopter, and if you're interested, the model of this helicopter is a Hughes 500 that is going to follow Leslie at a 2-mile distance. Now, I read that the song playing during this scene, written by Billy Goldenberg, named it the Columbo theme. Recorded by Norrie Paramore and his orchestra, this song didn't ever become a regular song on the show. The Columbo series never had a theme of its own. Here we have a great view of the nightlights of LA. We get to learn something new about Columbo here. He is not too relaxed up in the sky in this helicopter. He's very tense, in fact. Leslie gets a clue to this when she hears over the radio Columbo asking,
How much further is it? How much further is it?
How much further is it?
Now as she approaches the location for the drop, we see Leslie take out a blinking box thing and throws it out the window. What was that for? Well, our good buddy Phil explained that to us earlier, but it was a pretty easy thing to miss without drawing attention to it.
Mrs. Williams is to fly alone, north along this highway. Now, there'll be a flashing light signal right about there, and the money's to be dropped in a bag. Usual warnings, no cops.
What's this? Throwing an empty bag out of the plane? Alright then. It's amazing to me how the cop and the helicopter all land at the spot where the kidnappers supposedly just were, and somehow found that empty bag that certainly would have fallen off course for how lightweight it was. But besides that, the kidnappers gave strict instructions that no cops are to be involved, and here they are crawling all over the place with flashlights and loud helicopters. What were they thinking? Columbo looks at the bag and is so puzzled by this. They get back to the airport. Columbo is really suspicious about the whole situation now. He's going to check out Leslie's locker. It's pretty impressive that he can open a padlock just by listening. I've tried that, and I couldn't do it. Nothing to find in the locker, unfortunately. Just a big old jug of perfume. The scene switches to Leslie arriving home from the drop, with white bag in hand. She's got a secret compartment in her oversized closet. That's pretty cool. After locking up and closing the closet, she turns around and... whoa. That sight would have startled anyone. Turns out this is her stepdaughter. She was in school overseas in Zurich and immediately flew back to California after hearing the news of her father's kidnapping. We also quickly learn that these two do not get along.
I hate you as much as you hate me. Maybe more.
The stepdaughter's name is Margaret, and she's played by Patricia Mattick, born 1951 in Colorado. She was in the film Beguiled, and her first acting role was an episode of Room 222.
When Daddy suggested I transfer to Magdalen, I jumped at the chance. It's so sweet of him, offering to pay all that tuition just so I can study music.
The next morning, Margaret is watching TV, and what just happens to be on is a movie called Double Indemnity. This is a film noir crime drama about a seductive housewife getting hold of an insurance man. The wife proposes to kill her husband to receive the proceeds of an accident insurance policy, and the insurance guy devises a scheme to receive twice the amount based on a double indemnity clause. If you enjoy movies, I totally recommend Double Indemnity. It's directed by Billy Wilder, and while you're at it watching Double Indemnity, I suggest checking out some of Billy Wilder's other films that he's directed. Leslie seems a little annoyed about her watching this. Margaret is wondering why there's no mention of her father's kidnapping in the paper. Leslie explains that they're keeping it out of the press and off the television. Now Margaret wants to know, where is Leslie going today? Well, she says she's going to work. Margaret cannot understand how she could possibly go to work under the circumstances.
Someday when you take on responsibilities, you'll find out that you don't always have a choice, that you have to function no matter what.
Switching scenes to Leslie's courtroom date. She's giving instructions to a lady to cry about everything when she's being cross-examined.
Especially when he asks you how fast you were going when you hit their car.
Very interesting legal advice there. Agent Carlson and Columbo rush into the room with some dreadful news.
Your husband is dead, Mrs. Williams.
Here's her interesting fainting spell. Now, Columbo watches this and finds it really odd. Leslie never asked where they found her husband or how he was killed. He also mentions that before this, she was very cool and collected until now. Although, I think that if she just learned her husband was dead, she has every right to be a little extra emotional. Agent Carlson is getting the hints that Columbo is a bit suspicious of Leslie, which ruffles Carlson's feathers, causing him to start threatening Columbo with talking to their superiors about him. But Columbo reminds Carlson where his place is, and that he'd better stay there.
This is not just a kidnapping. This is a murder now. And I kind of figure that's my department. I'll see you around.
We return to Leslie's house, and the whole crew is here. The doctor comes in and lets us all know that he's given Margaret an injection to knock her out, and that these pills are for Leslie, to knock her out as well. Now that everyone has given Leslie all her sorrowful attention and left, she throws the pills in the fireplace. After all, she'll sleep like a little lamb tonight without them. She seems quite happy and content, humming and twirling about. Then here comes Margaret creeping down the stairs and witnesses her happy stepmother. Now the day of the funeral. The priest is played by Richard O'Brien, born 1917 in North Dakota. You can also find him in a few episodes of The Big Valley, The Smith Family, and The FBI. Well, it sure is nice of Columbo to attend the funeral. This funeral location is at the Hollywood Forever Cemetery, founded in 1899. It is one of the oldest cemeteries in Los Angeles, California, and located on the Santa Monica Boulevard in the Hollywood District. This cemetery has appeared in over 70 different movie and television productions. As the funeral ends and people begin to leave, Margaret jumps up and gives Leslie a good smack in the face and then runs off. Here Columbo's waiting for Margaret to walk by so he could talk to her. Columbo makes sure to let her know that she is not alone and takes her hand. I think he was trying to communicate to her that he wants to know why she told Leslie this is what she wanted before giving her a good one. Back to Leslie's house, Pat is over visiting and talking about Margaret. Pat's advice is to kick her out right now, the day of her father's funeral, without a dime. Another heartless woman. Mean old Pat is played by Jean Byron, born 1925 in Kentucky. She was in every episode of The Patty Duke Show and almost every episode of Mayor of the Town.
What is it, animal, vegetable, or mineral?
Martin, an animal would be a very good idea. Something like, I don't know, maybe a cat?
There's a big old golden bearded man statue that I can't identify. Does anyone know who that's supposed to be? Here's an interesting camera angle. I think we're supposed to be in Margaret's viewpoint here. Then Leslie wants to talk to Margaret about her adolescent hysteria scene at the cemetery and that she doesn't want to hear any more sarcasm.
Of course.
Then she suggests she moves out and goes back to school overseas, but Margaret refuses. Leslie tells her to get a job because they are broke from paying the ransom money. Next morning, we find Columbo in the waiting room at Leslie's office because he has an appointment with her. Michael here is filling in for the secretary that phoned in sick.
I don't know how you do it.
Do what?
Work for a woman.
I don't know how he does it either. Michael tries to defend himself by informing Columbo that she is one of the best trial attorneys in the state, as if that changes anything. Columbo lets Leslie know that they haven't come up with any clues on who is responsible for her husband's death. Then Columbo notices her fancy pants telephone gadget. He's really interested in it, and Leslie foolishly goes over there and explains how the thing works. This isn't the last time these super clever murderers use a phone for their alibi. Columbo innocently takes down the name of the phone machine thing. Then he begins talking about how he is strange and a worrier, and his wife says he can be a pain with all his worrying. Leslie behaves totally uninterested and asks him to get on with whatever he wants to talk about. And there's another one of those grenade-sized lighters. Columbo starts sharing things that are troubling. The ransom money bag, for instance. He mentions it's very funny that a criminal would take all the money out of the bag and leave the bag. Which is true, that's very odd. Leslie tries to give her a little explanation of why the criminal would do that, and Columbo likes to pretend that she's probably right. He says he's trying to use the bag example to show her what kind of a person he is and how details bother him. He's trying to show her whatchamacallit of his, an
idiosyncrasy.
Right. Idiosyncrasy, which is defined as a mode of behavior or way of thought peculiar to an individual.
Gee, that's a good word.
Oh, one of the best.
And then they admire the word for a few seconds. Before he's about to leave, he remembers he wants to mention the angle of the bullet, and that the killer was probably sitting and her husband was probably standing when he was shot, which makes him think the killer and her husband know each other. Then Leslie starts getting a little disturbed by this and needs some water. Columbo mentions another peculiar thing. Paul was shot with a .22 caliber revolver, which is smaller than what most criminals use, unless you're part of the mob or an assassin. Columbo figures the killer wanted to make sure the bullet didn't go all the way through Paul and into the wall to eliminate evidence in the room. She acts like nothing significant is being said here, and he states that this kidnapping just does not add up. Columbo wants to chat with her a little more about her husband to try to find somebody who could be significant to this case. Leslie agrees to visit with him, but it will be in her airplane. She already has an idea that he doesn't like flying from the ransom money drop, so she must figure she can keep him too distracted to ask the good questions. We get to see some really cool aerial shots here, and we get to watch Leslie do a loop to stir up Columbo. Columbo is getting really unsettled indeed. She then insists he take control and try to fly the plane. She hands over the controls, and now he has no choice but to take them. And she starts talking about how you treat a plane like you treat a woman, which is a slightly odd thing to say. Then she takes back the controls, and Columbo is very distressed. So while we have these two in the cockpit together, let's talk about them a little bit. Peter Falk and Lee Grant co-starred in the Broadway production of The Prisoner of 2nd Avenue. This was a 1971 Neil Simon play. Before that production, they also co-starred in a 1963 film called The Balcony, which is an adaptation of Jean Genet's 1957 play of the same name. Watching them in this scene together, they seem really comfortable with each other as actors. So anyway, once Columbo is ready to start talking again, after being so shook up from the flying a plane experience, he begins asking Leslie about her husband's personality and if he had any enemies or relationships with other women. We learn her husband was a very decent man with strong morals. Also, I must mention that there is no way these two could hear each other in this little airplane without the headsets like they used during the helicopter scene.
No kidding.
No kidding.
It's abnormally quiet in here. And now here they have landed and are coming to a stop with a lovely California mountain range behind the plane. Whoa, where'd that building come from? And that building! This airplane is a Beechcraft 36 Bonanza built in 1968. Then Columbo starts visiting about his cousin Ralph. And I love this monologue about Ralph. It is so funny to me.
You know, I have this cousin Ralph. His name is Ralph. Ralph was the greatest at everything. Ralph was the greatest. I mean, Ralph. That Ralph was something. I'll tell you that. I'll never forget him.
Columbo bringing up experiences or stories from his relatives becomes very common in later episodes. Whether or not these relatives are real is debatable. Anyway, Leslie asks Columbo if there's a point to this story, and Columbo says that when she was talking about her husband on the plane, it reminded him of Ralph. Ralph was a bore, and so perfect, that there are times he felt like killing him. This is a really odd story to try to get a response from someone you believe is guilty. But I liked Leslie's response here.
Yes, well...
Now here we switch scenes to Barney's Beanery, which is in fact a real place that serves a mean bowl of chili. It is located on Santa Monica Boulevard in Los Angeles, California. At least this one in the episode is. See the big white building in the background? That's still there from the episode. It's always nice to be able to line them up with background buildings. Apparently there are currently 6 Barney's Beaneries in Los Angeles. I hope one day I get to visit the Columbo Barney's Beanery. Now we get to witness Columbo playing pool for the first time, which we will see many more times as the series continues. I'm really digging the plant ceiling though. Now we get to learn what Columbo's favorite food is.
What'll it be?
I'll have the chili bird.
The man playing Bert here is Timothy Carey, born 1929 in New York. You'll find him in 2 of Stanley Kubrick's films, The Killing and Paths of Glory, as well as starring in a film he produced, wrote, and directed himself called The World's Greatest Sinner. We'll get to see him again a couple times in future Columbo episodes.
What are you thinking about?
A job. Your kind of a job with a rifle.
What kind of money, Pops?
5,000.
What do I have to kill?
A horse.
A horse?
A 4-legged horse.
Then Margaret walks in, and it takes Columbo a moment to even recognize who she is. Her face isn't memorable enough, I guess. Bert slams the ketchup down for Columbo, but he just pushes it away. No ketchup in his chili. So Margaret is here because she has something she needs to tell Columbo about her father's murder, but she wants to move to a booth. Notice Columbo gathers all his food as well as a portfolio of some sort. Well, where'd that portfolio go? Margaret goes on to say she believes her stepmother definitely had something to do with her father's murder. She said he came to visit her in Switzerland and confessed to her that he had been a fool and that Leslie demanded he quit his law practice and hand it over to her, and that she only wanted to share the house and keep up appearances but not truly be husband and wife. Columbo explains that even though she may have a motive, that's not good enough. You have to have proof. Columbo does mention that the seat of her father's car had been moved forward as if someone shorter than her father was driving it, as well as never finding the car keys, and the killer likely still has them. Scene transitioning to Leslie taking a nap and Margaret calling up Columbo to come over. So Columbo wanders into the house because Margaret left the door unlocked for him. Look at that lovely crocheted granny square blanket. Columbo startles Leslie awake, and she is slightly distraught as to why he's here. Leslie calls for Margaret, and she comes out high and mighty with a set of keys, claiming these are her father's keys. Margaret starts getting agitated and loud, saying that Leslie killed her father. Then Columbo tells Margaret to go sit down and has to set something straight with her about these keys. Columbo explains to her that he knows she had the keys duplicated by a locksmith and that forging evidence is a crime, but he will overlook it this time. Then she jumps up, furious, yelling that she killed her father, and Columbo knows it, while Columbo denies that he knows it. And then...
I don't know. Young lady, don't you ever do that again.
Columbo, once again, having to lay down the law with these lying, hysterical women. Leslie thanks Columbo for straightening Margaret out, and he replies with a wonderful line.
Oh, it was the only thing I could do. I mean, I just can't have you accused of murder on the wrong evidence.
I think this little scene between these two is pretty funny.
I think you ought to see a doctor, Margaret. I think you're a very sick girl. You listening?
Yes, but it's very difficult because I'm so sick.
By the way, I don't know why so many people don't care for Margaret in this episode. I mean, just look at her. Well, anyway. This is a great scene transition with the phone ringing and Leslie turning her head. Turns out Columbo's calling. Actually, no, it's not. It's a recording of Columbo. Leslie says she's very busy. What does this have to do with her husband's murder? He explains that her husband could have been dead at the time of the phone call and that his voice was recorded and a timer was set to call her house. Then Leslie shakes her head and begins to summarize Columbo similarly to how Dr. Ray Fleming summarized him.
The humility, the seeming absent-mindedness, homey anecdotes about the family. But it's always the jugular that he's after.
She asks what's the point of this stunt with the phone recording. Did he expect her to fall on the floor confessing? She tells him either arrest her or get out of here. Then he explains he's been taken off the case because there's just nothing concrete.
There's a murder out in Malibu they want me to look into.
Sounds like Leslie's also seen murder in Malibu.
God, if only I hadn't stopped in town for breakfast or to pick up all these flowers. Look, see for yourself.
Then he says goodbye to her, giving her this false sense of relief and freedom. Now we're back at Leslie's house, and she's casually checking the mail, and then...
How do you like it, Leslie?
Margaret starts having a psychotic episode with a gun filled with blanks. Leslie appears genuinely afraid, with good reason. When Margaret shoots at her a second time, Leslie is sure that there are no real bullets in that gun, and starts running after her. This revolver Margaret has is the exact same one Leslie had at the beginning. It is a Smith & Wesson Model 17. Leslie runs through the house trying to find Margaret. When she opens the door to her bedroom, down comes the tracking sensor that she threw out of the airplane at the beginning of the episode. Margaret had to have gotten that from Columbo, and I wonder what Leslie thinks about where that came from. On the mirror is some cut and pasted letters like a ransom note calling Leslie an old bag. Leslie immediately knows to go to the closet since that's where she hid the bag of money. And there was Margaret, guns blazing in the closet. Leslie yanks her out of there and smacks her in the face, yelling at her to get out of this house. Margaret says she wants her money that was taken for the ransom. Leslie catches on and realizes she wants to negotiate before she goes anywhere. Margaret asks for her cash and Leslie says, all right, if you're on the plane tomorrow. Here we are at the airport. They say goodbye, and they separate. Notice a man waiting by the door with a box who will follow Margaret. As Leslie is on her way through the airport, look who just happens to be here reading the paper. Then Leslie invites Columbo to have a drink with her. As we walk past the gift shop on the way to the cocktail bar, we get a glimpse of the season in which this episode was being filmed at the Los Angeles International Airport. Yes, very good. It was December. They sit down to order their drinks, and look at those huge airplanes behind them. Oh, they must have taken off. Oh, there's the airplanes again. I know I'm being a little nitpicky about the backgrounds. Leslie seems so happy right now. She toasts Columbo, and Columbo references a line from Casablanca.
Here's looking at you, Mrs. Williams.
Here's looking at you, kid.
Then Columbo starts talking about the ransom money, and Leslie's smile starts to fade. Columbo informs her of her lack of conscience, and that is her biggest weakness. Suddenly, Columbo produces the briefcase that Leslie filled with money for Margaret, and Leslie is taken aback. Leslie realizes her defeat and is holding back tears for the rest of the scene. She's been caught. I love this final comical scene here. Columbo's got loads of money in his hands, but not a cent in his pocket. And of course he doesn't have a pen. This episode is the only one to show the end credits scrolling up the screen and for the background action to continue simultaneously. I think this is an impressive pilot episode. In general, I'm not very negatively critical toward the problems that show up in Columbo. I like to nitpick at the episodes as I go, but when I rate them, it is based on my overall opinion of the episode. And I'll give this episode 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. You could definitely tell a lot of hard work and money went into the Ransom for a Dead Man. We visited several different locations for filming. Leslie was a good and heartless villain.
I have a heart. I do.
I liked the way they caught her with the ransom money. Columbo's very entertaining, and I was content with all the acting, including Margaret's strangeness. Thank you for all your kindness in the comments of Prescription Murder.
You know, that's very nice of you.
Thank you for all my new subscribers. I appreciate your patience with me, and I'm grateful for each and every one of you. So next, let's move on to episode 1, Murder by the Book.
This is the home of Mrs. Thomas, and this is the day and the exact time when Mrs. Thomas always does her kitchen floor. Let's watch her do it. Why, what's up? This is the day for doing the floor. This is the time for it. Where's Mrs. Thomas?
Here I am. I'm not doing the floor today. Why should I? It looks like $1 million. I've damp mopped it several times, but I haven't had to put polish on it in ages. You know why. Glow coat. Hard gloss glow coat, the way you find it in the stores today, with the word super on the can. Makes that shine just wear on and on. Throws my polishing schedule all out of kilter. But who's complaining? I'll make a new schedule with some time to take it easy.
Try the new Hard Gloss Glow Coat. Super Hard Gloss Glow Coat. A new exclusive formula.
Episode 1, Murder by the Book, which first aired on September 15th, 1971. This was around 6 months after Ransom for a Dead Man. Columbo premiered on NBC as part of the NBC Tuesday Mystery Movie in rotation with McMillan and Wife and McCloud. One of the first things to mention about Murder by the Book is that it was directed by Steven Spielberg. He was just 24 at the time. Supposedly, Steven Spielberg had to be approved by Peter Falk before being allowed to direct it. They had a meeting together, and Falk was very quickly won over by Spielberg's enthusiasm. This is apparently the only picture in the whole internet of these two together. It's a very nice picture, though. If you aren't familiar with Steven Spielberg's name, I won't make you feel bad about it, but he has directed some of the most successful movies in film history. A few of the big ones include Raiders of the Lost Ark, Jaws, Saving Private Ryan, E.T., and Jurassic Park. But that list could go on for quite a while, especially if you get into the list of movies he's produced. Murder by the Book was written by Stephen Bochco. He was responsible for writing one other episode in the 90s, and he wrote the teleplay for 5 upcoming episodes. He was also a very busy writer for the show Hill Street Blues, LA Law, and NYPD Blue. Richard Levinson and William Link, the creators of Columbo, produced this episode. An interesting side note, Murder by the Book was actually filmed after the second episode, Death Lends a Hand, but Murder by the Book was considered a stronger episode, so it was aired first. So, Murder by the Book begins without music or sound except for the clickety-clack of a typewriter as we follow a car. As the camera zooms out, we find we are in a building, in an office, with a bookshelf that has multiple copies of the same books. Panning to the right, we find the source of the typewriter's sounds. This intro camera work is already really impressive to me. As you watch this episode, it almost feels like Steven Spielberg had a checklist of all the different types of camera shots and angles and movements he wanted to use that he learned in film school. Actually, before I get any excited Spielberg fans ready to correct me, Steven Spielberg was rejected when he applied to film school at the University of Southern California because his grades were mediocre. His career began during his unpaid internship at Universal Studios. And before we get too far away from the window, this building you and I are standing in and looking down from is located on West Sunset Boulevard in West Hollywood, California. We can line up the specific location of the car we're watching with this not quite lined up intersection and this rounded building on the corner. That's about the only structure that has stayed the same. Just glancing at this fellow's desk, we see 3 different skulls. A life-size human skull, a miniature human skull, and an animal skull. Interesting. A close-up of what is being typed. I wouldn't have known this without research, but he forgot a C in j'accuse. This French phrase was made famous by Émile Zola, whose famous open letter, published in 1898, takes a stand on the Dreyfus affair, which was a case of miscarriage of justice that led to Alfred Dreyfus's lifelong sentence for espionage. In English, it means I accuse. Now, the same car we saw at the very beginning is seen entering an exit only and parking in space 62. Uh-oh, he's got a gun. If you're curious what kind of gun, it's a Smith & Wesson Model 36. And now, a low-angle shot of the armed man looking confident and intimidating. Did you notice the whole door pane moved when he knocked? Here's a nice close-up shot. Whoa, and a gun pointed right at the camera. Although it's true we don't see bullets in the 4 visible chambers, there could be a special hidden bullet in the 5th chamber behind the barrel. Being even more observant, the gun is not cocked. Whether or not his gun is single or double in single action, when you pull the trigger of a revolver, the cylinder revolves and shoots the next bullet in line. So the man with glasses is safe for now. And the man with the gun is named Ken Franklin. He is played by Jack Cassidy, born 1927 in New York, who is known for playing Oscar North in every episode of He and She, as well as the Iger sanction, and he had guest appearances in over 50 TV shows. We'll definitely be seeing him again on Columbo.
This Herb Maris, he's a lawyer.
A lawyer, eh? What exquisite nose you have, barrister. To smell out a fat fee in the stench of this bun rap requires the discrimination of a vulture.
What a hysterical prank. The guy here chuckling at the gun pointed at his face is named Jim Ferris. He's played by Martin Milner, born 1931 in Michigan. You'll find him in every episode of Route 66, as well as every episode of Adam 12. He's also been in several feature films like The Swiss Family Robinson, Compulsion, Sands of Iwo Jima, and Sweet Smell of Success.
What did I think of him? He looked hungry, he needed a haircut, a new pair of pants, and a hickory stick across his bottom.
Jim explains why he is not intimidated by a gun in his face.
Don't have gloves on, your finger's not on the trigger, and there are no bullets in the cylinder.
Ken says he has the gun because he's heading down to his cabin and figured he needed some protection. He also says he came by to apologize.
For what?
For blowing my cork the other day. I got out of line.
Ken brought a peace pipe, as he calls it. We also learn that it's Saturday morning. Ken toasts to their divorce and then walks over to a shelf of books.
And our dear little children. All 15 of them.
Although I'm counting 16 books here, and taking a closer look, the titles of these books are not very gripping. We've got Mrs. Melville in London, Mrs. Melville Investigates, another Mrs. Melville in London, Mrs. Melville's Favorite Murder, Mrs. Melville in Court, Mrs. Melville Takes a Risk, Mrs. Melville The Missing Link, Mrs. Melville in New York, Mrs. Melville Escapes, Death of Mrs. Melville, Mrs. Melville's Challenge, Mrs. Melville Adventure, Mrs. Melville in the High Seas, another Mrs. Melville's Favorite Murder. I don't think I would pick up a single one of these books off the shelf to read. So what I'm gathering here is that these two are writing partners, and they are separating. By the way, this painted portrait is the fictitious Mrs. Melville. Jim wants to write on his own. Ken claims to give Jim his blessing on his solo flight. And then he sneaks his lighter onto the desk behind him, right between the human skull and the animal skull. Ken invites Jim to come see his new cabin in San Diego. Look how tall that plant is in the background. It's pushing up that ceiling tile. Jim is hesitant to go because not only is he busy working, but he promised to take his wife to dinner and a show. Ken persuades and guilts him into simply lying about having to work late at the office. Here we have a tracking shot following our two gentlemen to the car, parked in... Wait a minute. What parking spot was it that he parked in earlier? 62? That's strange. Ken hands Jim a piece of paper that is supposed to be a list of things he wants to take from the office. Well, got his fingerprints. Ken says he forgot his security blanket lighter in the office. As Ken enters the office, some really eerie, yet very effective music starts playing, with the sound of a typewriter intertwined. The amazing score is once again done by Billy Goldenberg. After messing up the office, he delicately takes out this mysterious piece of paper and plants it in a drawer under some other papers and closes the drawer. Whoever was supposed to be searching this place must not have been too smart if they figured an important paper could only have been located on top of the desk, but not in any of the drawers. I can't help but be slightly disappointed with the normalness of the size of his lighter. You know how I'm intrigued with those grenade-sized lighters. Here the two are traveling in Ken's car to the cabin. Ken is so excited. Look how happy he is. They arrive at a little log cabin store. This is a real store at the time, located in Big Bear, California. It's about 100 miles directly east of Los Angeles. Absolutely not near San Diego. From what I've read, it is no longer standing, which is unfortunate because if you look at the structure on the inside, it seems like it was a well-built building. Here we meet dear Miss Lily Lasanka, played by Barbara Colby, born 1939 in New York. Barbara has made many one-time appearances on several TV shows and a couple appearances on Mary Tyler Moore Show, as well as Phyllis. You'll also find her in a film called The Memory of Us, which I have no memory of.
Does all this mean you are not going to look for a job?
Mary, let me tell you something. A lot of my friends think they're going to do something with their lives one day. Some think that they're going to open boutiques, write novels, be dentists. Prescription murder.
Whoa, Jimmy and Ken wrote Prescription Murder? Wow, that's cool.
Well, Mr. Franklin, I'd rather have the storyteller than the story.
Boy, Miss Lasanka is quite forward with Ken, but it seems he flirts right back.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you play your cards right and give me my grocery list, someday you may have both.
Looks like he wants a whole loaf ring of bread, a whole container of salt, and a canned good of some kind. Lily asks who he's with this weekend, the blonde or the redhead. This gives us an understanding that Ken is a ladies' man, and it isn't any kind of a secret. Ken reassures her he is alone this weekend, and gets change for the payphone. Ken calls up Jim's wife, letting her know that he left Jim at the office a few hours ago, and he and Jim patched up their differences, and signed the armistice.
We signed the armistice.
An armistice is an agreement made by opposing sides in a war to stop fighting for a time, basically a truce, or a ceasefire. Also, he informs her he's spending the weekend in San Diego at the cabin. I like that there's a picture of Jim reading a book. That must have been a special moment to capture and frame. Ken also wanted to confirm that she knows the number to the cabin in case she needs to get in touch with them for any reason. Jim's wife here is named Joanna. She's played by Rosemary Forsyth, born 1943 in Quebec, Canada. She was in The Warlord, Texas Across the River, and Whatever Happened to Aunt Alice.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm entering the same contest as Mrs. Marable. The first 100 entries get a portable makeup mirror that lights up all over.
How will they know where to send it? There's no return address.
There's Big Bear Lake. Looks like a really pretty location.
Did you ever get a feeling of deja vu? What?
Now this really awesome cabin is also at Big Bear Lake, just like the Little Lasanka store, both located on the north side of the lake. What's interesting about this cabin is that at the time of filming it belonged to Shirley Jones. Shirley is an Oscar winner for the film Elmer Gantry and was the mother of the Partridge Family, performing with her stepson, David Cassidy. That's right, Shirley Jones was Jack Cassidy's wife. Cute little Franklin sign hanging there. Now that we are in the cabin, Ken encourages Jim to give Joanna a call. Word of advice to my listeners, never sit on a couch covered in plastic.
Jimmy?
Wait, what book was he reading?
Hey, Ameche.
Well, I'll be.
Operator, get me the police.
There's an odd boom mic shaped shadow. Another low angle shot of our villain. And Ken's friendly bumper sticker. So Joanna calls up Ken, telling him what she heard. This is a pretty eerie shot right here of poor dead Jimmy, darkened by shadows in the foreground, while Ken toasts him in the background. Seems some time has passed because Ken and Jim's office is now swarming with policemen and investigators, while Joanna is being questioned about what happened.
Sit down and get a glass of water.
Yes, I would like. Really, please.
That's what I say when I'm asked if I want water too. Dang it, the fountain doesn't work.
I think that's out of order, ma'am.
Well, there's Columbo. I was wondering when he'd finally show up. First thing he starts talking about is how water fountains don't work in buildings like these, so you have to use a coffee machine.
And then you lose your dime and the coffee's lousy.
Columbo introduces himself just as another cop and offers to drive her home. Then Joanna starts asking why Ken isn't here yet.
Is that Mr. Franklin, the other half of the writing team?
Here's Columbo cracking eggs into a bowl while Joanna watches.
I need something for the eggshells.
Over there in that cabinet.
This was always so odd to me. Why didn't she tell him where the trash was? And Columbo just goes and grabs a bowl like it's normal to just put your eggshells in a bowl. Maybe it's normal in California. Is it normal where you are? Here's a line that people were upset that I cut out of my original review.
I'll tell you what the secret is to a good omelet. No eggs, just milk.
Wow, this kitchen's huge. All these cupboards, and all these drawers, and all this counter space. This looks like a kitchen from a 70s cooking show.
I need something to grate the cheese.
Over there in the cupboard.
Wait a minute. There is already grated cheese in that bowl. During this kitchen scene, we get to see a Spielberg trademark, the long take, also called oneers. Spielberg has made them one of his signature filmmaking techniques, as did many other directors like Orson Welles, Billy Wilder, Quentin Tarantino, Yasujiro Ozu, David Lynch, Sergio Leone, Ingmar Bergman, Alfred Hitchcock, and I guarantee you could write me a list of several other directors who are known for their long takes. Joanna explains that Ken hasn't done any of the writing for years. He mostly takes care of publicity and promotion. She also talks about why Jim wanted to go out on his own, to do some serious work, and stop writing Mrs. Melville mysteries. And Ken finally arrives at Joanna's house. As soon as Ken meets Columbo, he starts criticizing him and his men for wasting time, and that they'd better hurry up and find Jim.
See, if Mrs. Melville were on this case, she'd be leaps and bounds ahead of you by now. This is not just someone missing. This is a professional killing.
It's interesting he says killing, since Jim hasn't been found dead yet. Here's an example of a murderer who talks too much. This happens pretty often as the series continues. The murderers love being smart and helpful. This is just part of the entertaining personality of the show. Now we're at Jim and Ken's office, where Ken produces this oh-so-special paper with a list of names on it. Ken says one of the men on that list had Jim killed. Columbo asks why, and Ken starts mocking Columbo for not getting it. Ken explains this is the serious writing Jim was working on, researching West Coast organized crime and asking a lot of questions, probing and compiling dossiers. And that is why they searched the office. Columbo asks why they would move the body.
Well, who knows? But remember one thing, without a corpus delicti, you can't prove a murder was committed in the first place.
A corpus delicti is concrete evidence of a crime, such as a corpse. Columbo then comments on how the paper was folded lengthwise, as if someone was carrying it in their pocket. Why would he fold it that way and keep it in the drawer? Ken explains it away by saying Jim used to fold up pieces of paper and use them as a bookmark. What an intense piece of paper to be bookmarking with. Ken says he is going to give Columbo something that he richly deserves.
Chance to read some of our books.
And then proceeds to give Columbo a stack of books containing 3 copies of Mrs. Melville's favorite murder and 2 copies of Mrs. Melville in London. And Columbo walks out of the office with a total of 10 books. Columbo questions why Ken drove the whole way back to Los Angeles after receiving the phone call from Mrs. Ferris about Jim. He suggests it would have been faster to take a plane. Now here, Ken is taking a very risky move. After strolling into his house and sifting through his mail, Ken has the operator connect him to the police and specifically asks for Columbo. Keep your eye out for this house again in a future Columbo episode. This house was also used many times in numerous episodes of TV shows produced by Universal, including The Rockford Files, Kolchak, The Night Stalker, and Quincy M.E. Well, that risky move that Ken made earlier was dumping Jim's body on his lawn. That means Jim was in the trunk when Ken went and gave Joanna a hug, and Jim was in the trunk when Columbo and Ken were at the office. Ken hauled Jim all over the place. Here come all the neighbors flocking to the site of a dead man.
Look at him. Vultures.
Then Columbo and Ken enter his house. It's just common courtesy on this show to offer your guest a drink. Drink meaning liquor of some kind. Columbo wonders why they left Jim's body out on the lawn like that.
Do you mean to tell me you haven't figured that out?
Man, Ken just knows too much. Columbo lets Ken know he is going to try to get a hold of every one of those names in the list and try to get some information. Before Columbo leaves, he notices Ken's mail has been opened.
I just did it to distract myself. I mean, you gotta remember one thing, that's a great shock.
Yeah. Oh, that's understandable. And Bill's distracting.
This observation of Columbo's only slightly concerns Ken. Tale of the Pup, an iconic 1946 Los Angeles hot dog stand. I read that it still exists, but was apparently in a warehouse for a long time. It seems Tale of the Pup is currently owned by the 1933 group, whose goal is historical restorations. Very admirable. The last update by them about Tale of the Pup is that they're coming back soon. Columbo is buying lunch for this man named Mr. Tucker, who we learn is in the insurance business. Tucker is played by Bernie Cubby, born 1923 in Ohio. We will see him again in a future episode of Columbo. Tucker asks why Columbo's bribing him with this handsome lunch, and Columbo says it's about an insurance policy, which gets Tucker all excited because he figures he might be making a sale today. Columbo says no, this is about an existing policy, and mentions Ken Franklin and Jim Ferris. Tucker says he cannot give confidential information.
I don't want to cause you any trouble. Maybe it would be more helpful if I got a court order.
Columbo's gentle forcefulness. Now we are in a very crowded foyer of a theater. Ken is here on a date with an unnamed lady played by Anitra Ford, born 1942 in California. She is best known for her work as a model from 1972 to 1976 on the game show The Price is Right. Now I'm about to give a little bit of credit to several uncredited theater patrons. First we have Jeffrey Sayer, shoving Miss Lysanka out of the way. Born 1900 in Illinois. He has 624 uncredited roles under his belt. A few of them are in Columbo, so we'll see him again. Here is Ethelreda Leopold, born 1914 in Illinois, and George Golden, born 1907 in California. Both appeared in numerous movie and TV shows, and all roles are uncredited. Then we have Leon Alton, born 1907 in New York, Leota Richards, born 1907 in Ohio, and Bobby Gilbert, born 1898 in Pennsylvania. All professional guests or patrons in a long resume of uncredited TV and movie roles. And finally, Frank Baker, born 1892 in Victoria, Australia. Well, Mr. Frank Baker, you have just earned the title of the oldest actor in Columbo so far, who also appeared in several movie and television roles uncredited. Alrighty, moving on. Miss Lysanka sees Ken walk by and casually tries to get his attention.
Mr. Franklin! Over here!
So Ken has no choice but to go over and see her. Oh, I hope we aren't interrupting anything. Miss Lysanka mentions she has a mystery story to tell him. Now we're in a red-walled restaurant with red carpet and red support beams and red woodwork and red waiter vests and Lily's red dress and strawberries, which also happen to be red. I don't know if this is Spielberg's subtle foreshadowing or if they just like red. Listening to the piano music in the background, you'll recognize the tune from Ransom for a Dead Man.
You know, I've never seen you outside that store before. You're very lovely. May I call you Lily?
Composed by good old Billy Goldenberg. After running circles around her story, Lily finally reveals that she knows Ken Franklin killed his partner. Ken quickly asks her, how much does she want for her silence?
$15,000.
Switching scenes to Ken's house, we hear a knock on his door, and it's Columbo, with an arm full of books. How many did we say he walked out of the office with? 10, I believe. Now he's got 15. Which 15 books makes sense because that's how many Mrs. Melville books Ken and Jim collaborated together with. The camera focuses down on 2 bottles of champagne and a briefcase. Ken is being interviewed by some red velvet hat-wearing lady.
May I call you Gloria?
Please do.
Oh, Gloria. She's played by Lynette Metty. Born 1943 in New York. You'll find her in the TV show MASH, playing 4 different nurses, and she also played Lee in Quincy M.E. The The photographer is played by Haven Earl Haley, born 1928 in Maine. He had a few acting roles here and there. He plays one of the judges in Casino. While being interviewed, Ken reveals he will no longer be writing now that Jim is gone, which of course was his little plan all along to avoid embarrassment. Ken says he was just about to leave to go down to his cabin for a rest.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm making a pest of myself. No.
I love Ken's response there. The sarcasm sums it up for every Columbo villain ever.
I'm making a pest of myself. No.
Columbo asks about a phone call from his cabin to the Ferris house on the day of the murder. That gets easily explained because he did that alibi call to Joanna right before heading to the cabin.
But you see, you would have saved both you and me a great deal of trouble if you'd checked with Joanna Ferris first.
Boy, he's got that right. This is actually where I think the episode takes its biggest hits, and could have easily been fixed. Columbo absolutely needed to be asking Joanna about phone calls. Who called her from a payphone several minutes before Jim called? And where did Jim call from? Is there a record of a call from the office? No. Now we're back to the Lysanka store. Lily is so happy to see Ken, the poor woman. Ken asks Lily if she's up to making a quiet dinner for two tonight. Scene change to Ken toasting Lily and Lily toasting Ken, with the camera following the glasses. Ken compliments their meal and asks where she learned to cook. What a dress she's got on this evening. It's like Minnie Mouse mixed with Jessica Rabbit. This is another long take from the table to uncorking another bottle to back to the table. Lily mentions she's getting a little tipsy.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know if I can trust you.
She sounds a little more than tipsy. She sounds loaded. Lily goes over and looks at the $15,000 that Ken brought over. She begins talking about how she might go on a cruise.
Did I tell you that my late husband was in the Merchant Marines? They're the ones who taught him how to cook.
This is an interesting sentence because Peter Falk was a cook in the Merchant Marine. Lily says she wishes her husband was here now to share the money with her. Ken walks up behind her with a champagne bottle and says,
Well, maybe we can do the next best thing.
And here we witness a dreadful scene without seeing or hearing anything. This is an example of extremely tasteful editing showing no violence. Your imagination realizes how brutal this is. Now we see Ken rowing out into the black water lit by moonlight. There are some really close shots here. I don't know what perspective this is supposed to be though. Are we the water? He dunks and sinks the bottle and capsizes the boat. If you look closely at Ken swimming here, you can see he's wearing a flesh-colored wetsuit. I suppose it must have been some pretty cold water. I think it's awesome that the actor Jack Cassidy was willing to even do the swimming scene and not just have a stuntman do it. Next morning, Ken is all dressed up like a fisherman, and look who shows up.
How'd you get here, by magic carpet? I didn't see your car outside.
Sounds like Ken already knows what Columbo's car looks like. We're still waiting for it.
Oh, no, I pulled around back and I put it in the shade. You know, the sun raises hell with the paint.
Oh, sensible.
That's a really great line once we learn what condition his car is in as the show progresses. Columbo pretends he came here to look for a vacation spot.
I have a feeling the cabins in this neck of the woods are pretty much out of your price range.
Well, that was kind of rude. Columbo mentions about the local lady who drowned and asks Ken if he knew her.
Lieutenant, I know a lot of people without really knowing them. You know, like barbers, waitresses, parking lot attendants, even the cop on the beat.
Cop on the beat just means a police officer that's on duty.
Say, I'd be more than glad to let you have a bathing suit, but you don't look like the athletic type to me.
Well, that was also pretty rude, Ken. Columbo reconfirms that Ken doesn't think there are any cabins around here he could rent.
Because I think it'd be fun to be neighbors for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Another great reaction from Ken with the most unconvincing, agreeable laugh ever. Columbo asks about the nightlife around here. Ken says there isn't any, just sleep and crickets. Columbo says he was curious because he tried to call Ken last night to let him know he was coming down to visit, but nobody answered. I don't know why Ken was left speechless by this, like it was a convicting comment or something. He could have pretty much said anything and it would have been convincing as a response, like he'd already gone to bed, or he was in the shower, or he was out on the balcony there. And here it is, Columbo's car. The model is a Peugeot 403 convertible. This car is a staple for the rest of the series. It has all sorts of trouble and always looks pretty rough. There will be many comical scenes involving this iconic car. I read that Peter Falk was not happy when he found out Columbo had to drive a junker, because it was overkill with all the Columbo identifying traits he already had. To compromise, Peter Falk got to pick out the car of the many makes and models stashed in the studio backlot. Falk knew he found the right car when he saw the Peugeot. Apparently, it didn't even have an engine at the time. Columbo has a visit to Miss Lysenka's shop to have some candy and check out her home in the back.
Could she swim?
How in the world would I know a thing like that? I wasn't married to the lady.
Any living relatives?
By the way, this impatient policeman is played by Hokey Howell, born 1929 in Georgia. He is most known for playing Ben on the TV series Here Come the Brides. While Columbo looks around Lily's home, he accidentally stumbles upon a cork. Then he finds the prescription murder book that Ken signed. Columbo concludes from this that Ken knew Lily Lysenka. Then Columbo lays out all the clues he's got to Joanna, assuming Ken killed Jim. He asks Joanna to start talking about Ken and Jim because he needs at least one piece of hard evidence, and maybe Joanna could give it to him. Here we get a nice picture of the streets of the past, when cars were still cool looking. Speaking of cars, Ken drives a 1968 Mercedes-Benz 280 SE convertible. Ken shows up at his office to check if things have been moved out, but the driver of the moving truck says they haven't even started yet. So Ken heads inside to see what is going on, and he is met by 3 police officers. The one who puts his face right in front of the camera is played by Mark Russell, born 1933 in Scotland, UK. You'll find him in The Fugitive, The Invaders, Kojak, the FBI, and the Mission Impossible TV series. Also in a future Columbo episode. And you know what? I forgot to mention, he also had a tiny uncredited role in Prescription Murder. In Ken's old office, we find Columbo reading Mrs. Melville's favorite murder, even though Ken handed him 3 copies of it earlier.
All right, now what are you doing here?
Well, I'm waiting for you. I happen to be in the neighborhood.
Oh, you're always in the neighborhood.
Again, I love Ken's reaction here. Then Columbo gets straight to the point.
I'm here to arrest you for the murder of your partner.
What?
Then Columbo starts listing off all the little things that bothered him, and a few other odd things that Ken has done. Columbo begins hashing out his reasoning for realizing Ken is the murderer. He believes the setup for Jim's murder was actually written by Jim as a story idea, and the Lysenka murder was all Ken's idea because it was sloppy. Columbo says that Joanna told him Jim used to write his story ideas all over the place.
You know the way he used to write down his ideas on every odd scrap of paper, backs of matches, whatever was.
So that's why you wouldn't let the movies in.
Then Columbo starts reading off a piece of paper.
A wants to kill B, drives B to a remote house and has him call his wife in city, tells her he's working late at the office, bang, bang.
I like that the paper this was written on is the ticket folder for an American airline flight.
With this, I think I got a conviction, don't you?
You gotta admit I had you going for a while now, didn't I?
I really don't like the ending to this episode very much because it is weak in comparison to how strong the whole rest of the episode is. Columbo does ask, should I read more?
Practically word for word. Should I read some more?
Which hints at maybe the rest of the written story has more incriminating evidence. Specifics like dumping the body on the partner's lawn or trying to pin the murder on organized crime. It still feels like Ken gave up a little too easily. Ken says he must have told Jim that idea over 5 years ago.
Whoever thought that idiot would write it down?
And the paper just happened to still be in the desk drawer and Columbo just happened to find it. What luck. Also, now this sentence makes sense.
Did you ever get a feeling of deja vu?
What?
I really think this episode should have ended with the proof being the timing of the phone calls and comparing phone records. Not only the fact that there was no call from the office, but the phone records should have shown that Joanna received a call from the cabin within the same minute she called the police. And Joanna would have confirmed that Ken called her several minutes before she called the police. So now that the credits are rolling, there is a mistake I'd like to point out. The credit here of Marsha Wallace is just wrong. She isn't even in this episode. She's actually in the episode The Lady in Waiting. You know, the random lady talking about planet alignment or whatever during the trial scene. The voice actress in the Simpsons TV series, who mostly voiced Edna Krabappel. Well, you'll see. But what is funny about this is that she isn't even credited in the episode she's actually in. So, this is an extremely strong and enjoyable episode 1. Spielberg did a really great job throwing in so much of his signature camera work that he uses throughout his future directing career. The long takes, dolly shots, close-ups, low angles, high angles, all sorts of angles and shots and movements, as well as the high contrast and the harsh shadows he so often would include. It's a very cinematic episode. In 1997, Murder by the Book was ranked at number 16 in TV Guide's 100 Greatest Episodes of All Time list. So I didn't really want to mention it, but some people might be like, hey, you didn't mention this. But sweet Barbara Colby, who played Lily Lysanka, was murdered 4 years after this episode aired. It was an absolutely senseless murder, a random act of violence. The murderers were never caught, and the homicide has remained a cold case. There, I mentioned it. So how do I rate Murder by the Book as a whole? Well, even though I complained about the ending, the strength of the rest of the episode evens everything out, and I give Murder by the Book 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. Now you may be wondering if I will ever not give a Columbo episode 5 cigars. Oh yes, not every episode is worthy of all 5 of those cigars. Can you guess which episodes those might be?
Well, that's very nice.
Didn't expect gifts tonight, huh?
Thank you. Oh, that's very nice.
That ought to keep you busy for a while, huh?
Yeah, sure will.
And just a tiny piece of trivia that I noticed when I was rating this video. In the past 2 videos, when I chose the screenshot for the Columbo cigar, I was always looking for him lighting his cigar. However, in this episode, he never lights his cigar. It's either already lit or it's just not lit. So I'm sure you were just really curious about that, weren't you? Anyway, coming up next is Death Lends a Hand.
You know, Prestone antifreeze, you know it fights corrosion. You know Presto.
You know, antifreeze isn't permanent. It wears out like everything else. So I put in a fresh fill of Prestone 2 every fall. Why don't you? It fights corrosion.
Prestone 2, you know it protects.
This is my car, and I know Prestone protects.
Episode 2, Death Lends a Hand, first aired October 6th, 1971. The first thing to mention here is that even though this episode aired on television after Murder by the Book, it was filmed first, and originally intended to be the first episode, until by mutual agreement of the higher-ups, that Murder by the Book was a stronger episode and should be the debut episode. So Death Lends a Hand was both written and produced by the creators of Columbo, Richard Levinson and William Link. They wrote only 2 Columbo episodes, Prescription Murder, which we've already talked about, and Death Lends a Hand, although they get story by credit on numerous other Columbo episodes. And Death Lends a Hand was directed by Bernard Kowalski, who directed 3 future episodes of Columbo, as well as over 70 other TV show episodes such as The Rebel, Jake and the Fat Man, and Beretta. So the episode begins without music, much like Murder by the Book. We hear only gunshots in an indoor shooting range, and we see a man double-wielding a couple of revolvers. My immediate observation is the lack of recoil when these revolvers are shot. His hands and wrists are completely still. If you've ever fired a gun, you know how unrealistic this is. But we see it all the time in both TV and movies. I heard 12 shots from this scene, so it seems we have a couple of 6-shooters of some kind.
This one is as crooked as a dog's hind leg. Fire it in the vise this afternoon.
When he suggests firing one of the guns in a vise, he means to clamp the gun onto a rigid, heavy vise and fire it mechanically in order to eliminate human error. And then, if the gun still shoots off point of aim, they can make adjustments to the sights or replace defective parts. I noticed that the man shooting these guns, as well as the 2 observers, have no ear protection. Shooting 12 bullets in an indoor range, there would likely be some permanent damage to their hearing after this activity. So, the man practicing his aim is named Brimmer. Well, that's his last name. We'd never get to learn what his first name is. And he's played by Robert Culp, born 1930 in California. Like Jack Cassidy, Robert Culp is another fan favorite and returning actor playing the villain in 2 more future episodes of Columbo. He will also have a small part in a 90s Columbo episode, but that's not what we want to talk about right now. And we certainly don't want to talk about the guest appearance he had in a Mrs. Columbo episode. We instead want to talk about what Robert Culp is known for. Some significant mentions are that he acted in every episode of Track Down, every episode of The Greatest American Hero, as well as every episode of I Spy, where he co-stars with Bill Cosby. Culp even wrote 7 of the I Spy episodes. Robert Culp and Bill Cosby were good buddies, which brings to mind the movie Hickey and Boggs, a film directed by Robert Culp and starring both Culp and Cosby. Robert Culp even had a guest appearance on The Cosby Show. And one final mention, if a single one of my viewers enjoys video games at all, I think you'll be very interested to know that Robert Culp was the voice actor for Dr. Wallace Breen in the oh-so-popular game Half-Life 2.
I said we're going to the game. Now relax and enjoy this good TV. Rams, Falcons. Football. I favor the Rams myself.
Watching the next 30 seconds of the show, we quickly learn that Mr. Brimmer is a very serious, down-to-business guy. And while listening to his little helper follow him through the hall, there's a lot of talk about investigations, audits, undercovers, surveillances, courts, and cases.
I assume our guest has arrived?
Yes, sir, but Mr. Kennicott isn't here yet.
But he's not due for another 30 seconds.
Video surveillance, I would think, was extremely rare during this time in 1971. So we've got the idea that this is a top-notch business.
He's just coming in now. I want you to listen very carefully.
Alright, seems there is someone in another room waiting to eavesdrop on a conversation coming up.
My name is Arthur Kennicott. Mr. Brimmer's expecting me.
Oh, yes, sir. Would you go right in, please?
Brimmer's secretary is played by Barbara Baldwin, born 1938 in Massachusetts. She was in a few episodes of Star Trek, the original series, Adam 12, FBI, 49 episodes of the Medical Center, but she mostly worked as a casting director for the TV series Strike Force, Matt Houston, Dynasty, and Trapper John, M.D. The man with the appointment with Mr. Brimmer is named Arthur Kennicott. He is played by Ray Milland, born 1907 in Wales, UK. The majority of actors we meet on Columbo are exclusively TV stars. Ray Milland is a movie star. He's been in so many movies, although most of them I've never heard of, between 1928 and 1954. And then we get to the Hitchcock film Dial M for Murder. I absolutely recommend it if you enjoy classic movies. And if you don't enjoy classic movies, you could start with Dial M for Murder. Then he got his own TV show for a few years called The Ray Milland Show. Later, he was also the lead role in the TV series Markham. But the movie that I first saw Ray Milland in was when I was a kid. I saw Escape to Witch Mountain. And that movie actually has several recognizable Columbo visitors in it. And yes, you're absolutely right. We cannot forget to mention The Lost Weekend.
Would you care for something to drink?
No, coffee, black.
Thank you, Henry.
For some reason, I never even noticed Henry and his existence until I started working on this video. I'm somehow so distracted by the other 2 actors on screen that I just never noticed Henry, the coffee man. They gave him a name in the show and everything, but I cannot find anything about the actor and what his real name is. Oftentimes I can find information on uncredited actors, but poor Henry, I don't know who he is. Mr. Brimmer begins to talk about Mr. Kennicott's wife and that they have had her on extensive and intense surveillance. We learn from this that Mr. Kennicott was very suspicious of his wife having an affair because she is a much younger woman than him. And she must have been acting a little funny because we learn that they've actually been married for 10 years. And that we know of, this is the first time that he's had her investigated.
You have nothing to worry about. It's clean bill of health.
You sure?
Mr. Brimmer assures him that she's been behaving. When Mr. Kennicott leaves, Brimmer walks into the back room and we see who has been listening in. Kennicott's wife, Lenore. Now, Brimmer makes it clear to the audience that she was indeed having an affair and that he falsified the files.
You were having an affair. The man's name was Archer.
It's over, Mr. Brimmer.
That statue back there is a copy of the Hercules the Archer statue.
Why didn't you tell my husband the truth?
Oddly enough, Mrs. Kennicott, I am a moralist.
Brimmer explains that thousands of broken marriages come across his desk for multiple different reasons. In her case, she and her husband have been married for 10 years, and they've had one brief indiscretion. So he figured he would do the moral thing and bend the truth in hopes of saving their marriage.
I'm so grateful.
How grateful?
Uh-oh, his moralism is showing. We learn that Mr. Kennicott owns 3 newspapers and has a lot of inside knowledge and is powerful in business.
A detective agency runs on information. That's our raw material.
He lets her know he can't do this kind of work alone. He needs to be able to gather information from multiple sources because it's his only stock and trade.
Why don't you think about it and then we'll talk again?
And now the scene changes to Brimmer's late evening drive home to some lovely music composed by Gil Millay. He will be our composer for 3 more future Columbo episodes. He was quite a significant composer, getting his first real break when he composed the music for some Night Gallery episodes. Brimmer's awesome car is a 1969 Cadillac Fleetwood Eldorado. So Brimmer casually turns on the light and walks into his home like any normal human being would do. And then...
Your terrace door was unlocked, so I trespassed.
Well, it looks like Lenore Kennicott let herself into Brimmer's house and helped herself to his bar like any abnormal human being would do. And remember, Brimmer turned on the light when he came home, so she was sitting in his house in the dark. I think this is our first clue that Lenore isn't too bright.
Why are you here?
Well, why else? To discuss your, what shall we call it? Your proposition.
Brimmer asks her if she has come to a decision.
I've been walking on the beach for hours, thinking.
Then she starts getting snippy and arrogant and being a smart aleck with him. You can tell Mr. Brimmer's anger level is rising as she babbles on while not saying anything.
Mrs. Kennicott?
The answer is no. No deal. Is that plain enough for you?
Well, yes, that's really all you needed to say was no. And you certainly could have done so over the phone or at his office. You should have done that. So, before things get out of hand here, Lenore Kennicott is played by Pat Crowley, born 1933 in Pennsylvania. She was the leading actress in Please Don't Eat the Daisies TV series, as well as Joe Forrester, Generations, and Port Charles TV series.
A house like this ought to belong to a good old American like you.
15 years ago, you foreclosed on this good old American.
God, what's happened to this country, Rebecca?
It grew up, Paul. Happens to all of us.
So Mr. Brimmer, annoyed, lets her know that he's going to have to call her husband in the morning. Lenore threatens that she is going to tell her husband all about the affair herself, despite any repercussions that might follow. Lenore continues to smart-mouth and disrespect Brimmer, acting as though she's invincible and almighty. Brimmer is brimming with fury. Before she walks out the door, she thought of another brilliant thing that she needs to say, along with all the other brilliant things she's been spouting out tonight.
Oh, and one other thing. I'm also going to tell him about the way you run your business.
Brimmer asks her to reconsider because her husband has some very powerful friends.
That's right.
And here is one of my favorite moments in Columbo, of all time.
Now, if you'll please excuse me.
Robert Culp's door kicking. He should have gotten an Emmy Award for that. If only Lenore was actually thinking while she was wandering around on the beach for all those hours, but she wasn't, so...
Go!
Quite a dramatic scene here. It is almost comparable to the killing of Miss Lysanka in Murder by the Book, with a silent strike and not really seeing anything happen. Although this time we clearly do see that her head is about to hit the glass table and then glass is flying all over through the air, which it's really cool cinematography, the slow motion glass falling. Brimmer leans down to check her pulse, and realizing he just killed her, we see traces of panic and fear on his face. Suddenly there are scenes superimposed on Brimmer's glasses. It's kind of giving off the idea of racing thoughts of what he's got to do now to avoid getting caught. And I personally think this montage idea is awesome. I liked it the first time I saw it, and I still like it many years later. It gets a bit of criticism from people though, and I've read that this scene even gets edited out on TV versions. Then we zoom into his left lens, of Bremer removing her jewelry and leaving his house. He's now driving in the night to some what I would describe as nervous music. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you see that car? That is not Bremer's car. And that is not Bremer. That's Leslie. You know, Leslie from Ransom for a Dead Man. Lee Grant. I wonder why they threw that old clip in there. So Bremer pulls in and parks in some industrial-looking area. He opens the trunk, wipes down Lenore's purse, and flings her out of the trunk, leaving behind footprints and tire tracks. Scene change to a great little tune that we will hear multiple times in the future when Columbo's around. This intro to the character of Columbo is 10 times better than the Columbo intro in Murder by the Book. This scene really gives you a sense that this really was meant to be the first episode because we learn many things in a very short amount of time. We learn that Columbo smokes a cigar and that he drives an old car. Specifically, it's a 1960 Peugeot 403 Cabriolet. And now that he's been pulled over by a policeman, we learn that he's polite.
What's the trouble, officer?
May I see your license and registration?
And we learn that something is usually wrong with his car.
Turn signal, right?
I'll get those things fixed as soon as I can.
You'll get them fixed now.
I would, but I'm on my way to a 187 PC.
187 PC is the code for murder. And then we also learn that Columbo is not immediately recognized as a cop.
Say, are you a cop?
And that he can't find his wallet right away.
Lieutenant, Columbo.
He doesn't keep a sharp eye on his expirations.
His license expires next week.
Oh.
Which, remember this for later in the episode. I just think this is a nice, short, comical scene to help get the character of Columbo established. The cop that pulled Columbo over is played by Bill Hickman, born 1921 in California. He was on TV a lot, but the majority of his roles were all uncredited, like this episode. Although he was credited for his roles in Bullet and The French Connection, but Bill was mostly known for being a stuntman. So the policeman on the bike escorts Columbo to where he needs to go, which is the location of where Lenore Kennicott was found.
There were 2 blows.
Yeah, send them on.
Laceration on the cheek and major contusion at the base of the skull.
The medical examiner here is played by Don Kiefer, born 1916 in Pennsylvania. We will see him again in an upcoming Columbo episode, and you'll find him in the film Death of a Salesman, almost every episode of the Angel TV series. He plays 10 different roles in Gunsmoke, and he's in 3 Twilight Zone episodes, one of them being the famous It's a Good Life. Before retiring, his final acting role was the courthouse beggar in the 1997 film Liar, Liar.
Lieutenant, you got that?
I'll know more about this after the autopsy, plus the approximate time of death.
Got a match?
The man checking on Columbo to see if he's listening is the captain of detectives, played by Lynn Wayland, born 1920 in Arkansas. This guy's been on the TV a lot between 1954 and 1990. Like many of our actors, he's had numerous one-time TV show appearances. But he's also been in every episode of both A Time to Live and From These Roots. And was in over 70 episodes of Love is a Mini Splendor Thing.
No tire tracks we can use.
Got a match?
Did you hear that? No tire tracks they can use. Well, why is that? Doesn't look like it rained. Maybe they drove all over it.
You got a match?
No, sorry.
I like the voiceover on this guy because he barely moves his lips, but the voice is so enthusiastic. Reminds me of a spaghetti western. And I like his old twin lens camera there. I just think old cameras are so neat. Now that they've examined and collected up Lenore, she needs to be identified. What a horrific day that would be. Ray Milland's acting is quite genuine with the pain and sadness he expresses on his face throughout the scene. Mr. Kennicott lays down his alibi to Columbo so he can cross him off the list and move on.
Was there ever another man in her life?
You're speaking of an affair?
Well, I'm afraid we're going to have to consider it.
Lenore was faithful to me in every way. She had a clean bill of health.
Wonder where he got that little phrase. I noticed the lady behind them is crocheting. I'm really curious what she's making. Columbo asks what Lenore did in her spare time.
Nothing unusual. Shopping, charity work, tennis. She was also very fond of skin diving.
So I, for the longest time, thought skin diving meant skinny dipping or swimming naked. So I always kind of chuckled at this part of the conversation because of how serious they were. Then I looked up what skin diving really was, and it's more like an advanced snorkeling. They just have a mask, a snorkel, and maybe some fins, and they hold their breath and dive down into the water to take a gander at what's below. But nakedness doesn't seem to be any part of it. The name skin diving is just an odd name choice.
Oh, Lieutenant. Thanks for the coffee.
You're welcome, sir.
Oh man, the candies machine's out of order. Whoa. Just take a look at Mr. Kennicott's backyard here. Can you even imagine? Arthur Kennicott's mansion is called the Hearst Estate, or also called the Beverly House, and it was built in 1926. This is the same mansion used in the film The Bodyguard as the home of Rachel Marron. It was also used as Ralph Sampson's house in the Paul Newman movie Harper, and it was the home of movie director Jack Woltz in The Godfather. I did a little bit extra research on this house because it's shockingly shocking. And just a few months ago, it was up for auction with a starting bid at $48 million, with bid increments of no less than $100,000. If you'd like to see what it looks like, there are actually lots of pictures on the Hilton Highland website from when it was for sale. I can't imagine people living in it. It's so big and fancy. Well, so Kennicott supposes the police should be moving faster than they are, and is disappointed by the lack of progress. So he's hired some extra help.
This is Mr. Brimmer.
How do you do?
You see, I want as much coverage in this case as possible. And when Mr. Brimmer called and offered his services, I thought it was an excellent idea.
Ah, so Bremer was the instigator with his involvement. That makes sense, I suppose. Columbo learns that Bremer did some work for Kennicott in the past.
It's just that Mr. Kennicott is anxious for a quick resolution to the case. You can understand that.
Then Columbo suddenly starts going off about believing in astrology, signs, and palmistry. We learn very soon why he brought this up. Typically, Columbo's always very innocent about collecting very important information. And so he used this palm reading thing because he wanted to get a look at Bremer's left hand, which we will learn why very soon.
That's the sign of a man who's destined to attain a very particular kind of distinction. That's a very good sign.
Oh, Columbo is good. He nails that intensely generic and non-specific palm reading perfectly. Then Columbo, I believe, purposefully opens the closet door, acting as though he mistook it for the exit. But why in the world would the exit doors be identical to the closet doors anyway? So Columbo finds out that Lenore just started learning to play golf. And through his innocent questioning about the clubs and where she plays, we learn she was taking lessons at Sky Lane Golf Course. Once Columbo leaves the room, Bremer and Kennicott poke a little bit of fun at Columbo.
What was that all about?
Well, I think police techniques have changed a little over the years.
Columbo has a glance at Bremer's car as he's leaving, but we don't know why, yet. Now we're at the golf course.
Oh, that was good.
So the golf guy finds Columbo looking through his schedule. Columbo asks him if he knew Lenore Kennicott.
Not very well. Was she the type of woman who was on the lookout?
Then Golfman gets a little strict, saying,
We better get one thing straight. If they want to pair off, that's none of my business.
Columbo asks if he would give him some golf lessons.
What?
And they head out to the green. Columbo begins bringing up the fact that all the appointments with Mrs. Kennicott were the last ones of the day.
I like to finish at a reasonable hour.
I thought maybe you'd hang around to see if you could pick up an odd lesson.
Well, I didn't always go home.
Oh, who said anything about going home?
Columbo's doing a little finagling with this guy.
Don't say anything else. You don't have an attorney. Wait until you get an attorney. I know something about my business. I don't know anything about golf. See, that's your business. I know something about my business.
Then we see that Columbo hustled the golf guy when he throws an exceptional swing and gets a home run or something.
After a while, the old nose just tells you when someone's not giving you the truth.
Columbo lets him know he'll be back. This golf scene was filmed at the Hanson Dam Golf Course in Los Angeles, California. Here we go with Bremer sending these 8 guys down dead-end tracks to find the Kennicott killer. If you take a look at the map, it's actually quite accurate. I had a look at modern-day satellite map of this area and found there is in fact a wrecking yard industrial area at that address. See those two framed pictures of nothing behind Brimmer? Those are actually from the Cathedral series by famed pop artist Roy Lichtenstein. The building they depict is Rouen Cathedral in France. Columbo came by to deliver some information on the autopsy report and stuff. Columbo mentions about the strange cut on Mrs. Kennicott's left cheek.
Does this lighter work?
Yeah, I think so.
A lighter. Anyway, Columbo talks about what could have caused the cut on her face.
Could be a ring.
I like Brimmer's innocent, slow-to-realization response about the ring.
A ring of... you mean a finger ring, this kind of ring?
Yeah, something like that. Suppose you were going to strike somebody. And suppose it was a woman. Now, do you punch her? Well, maybe. But more than likely, you hit with your open hand. So I figured it was a backhand blow like this. You see, and if the ring was on the right hand, then the bruise would be on the right cheek.
But it was on the left cheek, so the murderer was left-handed.
So, Columbo talks it through with Brimmer and concludes that Lenore was backhand slapped from a left-handed man since the cut is on her left cheek. Columbo then states that he believes this was an unpremeditated crime because people don't usually kill with their hands unless they're angry. He even mentions that he wonders if the killer even meant to do it, that her death might have been an accident.
You know, I got a feeling that when we find our friend, it's going to turn out that he has a terrible temper.
Then Columbo cleverly has Brimmer fill out a receipt for his files he brought over. And what does Brimmer do but start writing with his left hand?
What a coincidence.
What's that?
Here, a moment ago, we were talking about left-handed people, and you're left-handed.
Now, wait a minute. Let's go back where we first see Brimmer writing. Here a moment ago, you were pretending to write on a folder, and now you're writing in a receipt book.
Isn't that weird?
Well, back to Columbo calling out Brimmer's left-handedness.
And right-handed. I'm ambidextrous. It's a character trait shared by about 10% of the world's population.
Actually, about 10% of the world's population is left-handed. Truly ambidextrous people account for about 1% of the world's population. And you can kind of tell that Robert Culp, the actor, is not comfortable with that pen in his left hand.
My sister-in-law, she wants to buy a place out at the beach. How do you like it out there?
Who told you I was living out at the beach?
I noticed your car out in front of Mr. Kennicott's.
And now I know why Columbo is observing Brimmer's car. He says he noticed the chrome was tarnished from the salt air.
You're a very observant man, Lieutenant.
That's not what my wife says, sir.
Before Columbo leaves, he asks Brimmer if he's ever been to Kennicott's beach house.
I was just wondering because your beach house and his beach house, they're fairly close, aren't
No.
Brimmer says their houses are a couple miles apart.
Isn't that a coincidence? I'll tell you, this case is just full of them.
I love Brimmer's fake smile while he waits for Columbo to stop talking and leave. Now, a sudden nighttime scene change to the golf instructor guy. And who is sitting in his 1971 Dodge Challenger waiting for him but Columbo? Man, that would scare me to death, though, getting into what I think is my empty car, and then turning to my right to find a man sitting there. We learn right away that this guy is who Lenore is having an affair with.
Turning on the ladies is about the only thing I do well.
Well, while he's confessing to the affair, we learn golf guy's name is Ken. Ken is played by Brett Halsey, born 1933 in California. You'll find him in Return of the Fly. He's in every episode of Follow the Sun TV series, and he had a part in The Godfather Part 3. And like most of our lovely Columbo stars, he had multiple one-time appearances on many TV shows.
Will you help me?
Haven't I done so? The finest scientific education...
No, I said I wanted to be an explorer like my father. I've read his scientific papers. I understand what he was trying to do. I've done some work in the field myself. Sooner or later, you guys would find out about me. Maybe even think I killed her.
Columbo reassures him that he doesn't think he killed her because he doesn't wear a ring.
Well, I could have taken it off.
Not with that tan, because that would show.
And now Ken's thinking, good thing he doesn't know about my lucky killing ring that I only put on when I need to backhand some lady. Sorry, that was another dumb joke. Then Ken mentions he was pretty sure he and Lenore were being followed by some well-dressed ex-Marine type guy. Man, whoever that watchman was must have been really lousy at his job if this golf instructor snooping for ladies notices someone tailing them on multiple occasions. Just so happens there is a guy watching Columbo and Ken right now. He phones in to Bremer with an update, and Bremer calls up Leo, who is being attacked by a child. Leo is played by Marv Goh, born 1932 in California. We'll see him once more in a future Columbo episode. He doesn't have a big acting career at all, just a few uncredited roles here and there. Mostly he was a University of Southern California football coach. And before that, he was a star player for USC. Abrupt scene change to that indoor shooting range again, with the incredible no-kick revolver. And again, nobody is wearing ear protection. So Columbo's getting a tour of Bremer's building. It's a funny scene to me because this man giving the tour is so excited and so proud of everything. Then he tries to do a fun little experiment of having Columbo walk through a threshold that should sound an alarm when metal passes through. This is when we first learn that Columbo does not carry a gun. Then this happy tour man is about to tell a little story about someone from another company coming in.
Mr. Denning, I asked you to show the lieutenant around. I did not suggest that you discuss our confidential matters with anyone at any time.
Yes, sir.
Poor scolded Mr. Denning is played by Eric James. Born 1943 in Illinois, he has only 5 acting credits, one of them being this episode of Columbo, and then the others are the TV series Bright Promise, The Name of the Game, Ironside, and Mission Impossible TV series.
Thank you, Henry.
Hey, there's loyal, hard-working Henry again. This time he's serving food. Columbo is invited to have lunch with Bremer and discuss the Kennicott case and share any new information. Bremer gets right down to business, talking about 2 derelicts in the area. And Columbo discusses the fact that Mrs. Kennicott was having an affair. An observation that I've noticed throughout the Columbo series, but Peter Falk is very good at talking while having food in his mouth and not being really gross. I know it's a weird observation, but he actually eats in several episodes. Then Columbo begins laying out the story practically word for word. Bremer lets Columbo know that his theory would be impossible to prove. Then Bremer offers a job to Columbo to work for his company and triple his income.
Consider my career. If I'd stayed with the force, by now, probably with luck, could have been a captain of detectives with one eye on the promotion list and the other eye on my car payments.
Speaking of one eye, I'm sure the majority of my Columbo fans already know this, but I will mention it anyway in case someone has never researched information about Peter Falk. When Peter Falk was just 3 years old, he had his right eye surgically removed because of a rare cancer that developed in the retina, and it almost exclusively affects children. It is called retinoblastoma. Therefore, the rest of his life he wore an artificial eye, which was the major cause of his trademark squint. Well, anyway, Bremer pitches a tempting offer to Columbo about working for him. But then a very important question comes to Columbo's mind.
If I came with you, would I still be working on the Kennicott case?
No. I have several other matters that are far more important than that. I'd like to put you on right away.
Bremer's response is just another piece of suspicious information to add to the pile. Columbo confides in Mr. Denning about being offered a job.
Welcome to the family.
I don't know how much to ask for.
Top man can pull down about 30,000.
So, inflation calculators are kind of painful to look at, but $30,000 in 1971 is equivalent to $205,887 today in 2022. Actually, at the end of 2023, that has increased to $227,900.
Gee, listen, does anybody else here make more than that? I mean, besides Mr. Bremer?
Maybe Leo. He's the boy who gets the cream of the cases.
Hey, I think I know him. Crew cut? Ex-Marine type?
Oh, that's Leo.
So, the guy who is almost top dog of the company can't keep a low enough profile to avoid being noticed by some golf instructor looking for chicks. Sounds like a poor judgment on Bremer's part. Columbo is very slick asking all these questions. Now he knows the guy tailing Ken and Lenore was Leo, and he's trying to get a chance to talk to him.
I got his address and personnel. Don't mention it to Bremer.
Boy, you can always rely on Mr. Denning to be ultra helpful for information. And now we are in a park where Columbo is pushing a boy on a swing, which is not a socially acceptable thing to do as a stranger to the boy. And here comes Mother.
Hey, what What's going on?
At least she behaved a bit distraught about the situation. So Columbo introduces himself and tries to locate her husband, Leo, to talk to him.
His boss called last night and sent him on a special assignment.
And Columbo tries to see if he can get a little information from the missus about the Kennicott case. But it turns out Leo never discusses his work with his wife.
I mean, I'm not very much at keeping secrets. If Leo were to tell me anything, it'd be all over the laundromat.
Mrs. Leo Gentry is played by Lou Dressler. She was in the film Kingdom of Spiders and the TV series General Hospital, and many single TV show appearances throughout the 70s. There is no information that I could find on little Teddy here. Now we are at the DMV office with a lady reading an eye chart. She is played by Kathleen O'Malley, born 1924 in California. She was in Dirty Harry, The Shootist, and Black Sheep. We should be seeing her again in the future.
Perfect vision.
Well, it should be. This is a new prescription.
The DMV officer here is played by Ken Sansom, born 1927 in Utah. He was in The Long Goodbye, Airport 1975, and Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, but his main role that he performed regularly is the voice of Rabbit in Disney's Winnie the Pooh, and any spin-off or video game that Rabbit was a part of, he voiced for. Also, we will be seeing him again in a future Columbo episode. By the way, do you remember why Columbo is here at the Department of Motor Vehicles? Right, his license is about to expire. While here, though, Columbo had something occur to him.
She wasn't wearing glasses.
Of course she was.
Mr. Kennicott informs Columbo that Lenore got contact lenses soon after that picture was taken.
Contact lenses.
Just a matter of vanity.
Then Columbo gets a wild idea. He is going to have Lenore's body exhumed. In other words, dug up. Except it seems as though Mr. Kennicott has their own crypt space. Brimmer is informed of this by one of his minions surveying everything Columbo's been doing. When he learns about what's happening, he is on his way over. Oh, they got little candy machines in the garage? For some unknown reason, Brimmer's car will not start.
Have this one serviced. Tell him I want it tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kennicott explains why Columbo has exhumed Lenore's body.
Apparently, she was wearing her contact lenses when she was killed.
How is that significant?
Well, there's a chance that she might have lost one of them at the scene of the crime.
And Brimmer is very negative about the whole thing. By the way, this cemetery scene is filmed at Inglewood Park Cemetery.
We're in luck. The right contact lens is missing, and it's not in the coffin.
Well, it might have fallen out in the morgue, or in the ambulance, or in the street. She might have lost it before she was killed.
And Columbo plants very heavily the idea that the contact lens may still be at the place where she was murdered. Columbo says he's got a few hunches about where that would be. Now we are suddenly digging through the deepest shag carpet in town. Actually, it looks awfully similar to the Fleming's bathroom rug. I don't mention the short bathroom scene in my prescription murder review, but man, imagine just getting out of the shower and your wet feet walking through that thick, dirty old rug. This is quite the bathroom, too. Curtains hanging on the mirror? Is that really the style? Anyway, I would think that Brimmer would have this big old rug cleaned out at some point anyway because of all the glass that went flying that night. Surely that huge rug was loaded with shards and specks of glass. Uh-oh, who's here? Oh, why, what a surprise. It's Columbo. I love Columbo's little conversation with himself about the ocean.
And you got the sound of the ocean all the time, huh?
Yeah.
Well, me, I love the beach. Except when the water gets cold. Then I don't like to go in. Then I like to
Lieutenant,
pool.
did you say you had something on your mind?
And I really like the moment when Columbo takes a good look at the shag rug.
Boy, this is a fantastic rug. My wife would love this rug.
Can you imagine the filth that would get trapped in that thing?
Bet you could lose a shoe in here for a week, you wouldn't find.
Still got a lot of work to do. You're talking about my job offer.
The excuse Columbo gives for coming over is to let Brimmer know that he doesn't think he's going to take the job offer. Mostly because he didn't want to give up on the Kennicott case. I see he replaced the picture there by the door that broke when he and Lenore had their scuffle. Looks like a nice picture of nothing. Brimmer is really seeming concerned at this point, though. And then a thought occurs to him about his car. The trunk ought to be searched. So he gets out his lockpick set and breaks into the garage where his car is being serviced. He finds his car, pops the trunk, and climbs into the trunk for some reason. Very spacious in there, I guess. Oh, what did he find? A contact lens. Nice. Oh, what's going on now?
You mind telling us what you're doing? Checking the trunk of your car? What in the world were you looking for?
Papers. Am I under arrest?
I guess you could
On
say
what
so.
evidence?
Then Brimmer attempts a smooth trick to hide the lens in his empty cigarette box and toss it into the trash, but Columbo is on high alert.
Grab his arms.
And there is the lens. Brimmer looks to Mr. Kennicott with remorse and apologizes.
It was an accident, Arthur. It wasn't premeditated.
He asks Columbo how he figured it out.
I got it from the cut on her cheek in your ring. You never should have let me read your palm.
Columbo talks about how the diamonds on Brimmer's ring matched up with the cut on Lenore's cheek. Then Columbo hands Mr. Kennicott the lens.
You know, we're lucky Lenore lost this.
Columbo then says she didn't lose it. The medical examiner said both contact lenses were on the body. So Mr. Kennicott asks if it wasn't hers, then whose was it? Who knows, Columbo says, but that isn't what matters. It's Brimmer's actions that matter. Breaking into a garage, finding the lens and trying to get rid of it, and doing it all in front of witnesses.
What would you have done if the car had broken down? You couldn't set up this trap.
Then Columbo starts talking about how when he was a kid, he and his buddies knew how to put a car out of commission.
You take a potato, you stick it in the exhaust pipe. Doesn't cause any damage, but the car won't start. It was a terrible thing to do. But the reason I became a cop was to make up for all those jokes I played when I was a kid.
And now the episode ends with this little tune that I think would have been a real fine Columbo theme, but they only used it for a few episodes. Well, now we finished another episode review. Can you believe it? Remember, Levinson and Link were the writers for the episode, and they actually won an Emmy for it for outstanding writing. So what do I think of this episode? Well, Peter Falk is just awesome as Columbo, and Robert Culp was perfect. He's so good at playing a very serious, impatient, and annoyed man who's trying to be polite. I love the contrast of Culp's characters with Columbo. It makes for great entertainment. I do have a bit of a criticism to get out of the way real quick, and then I'll rate the episode. And that is, don't you think that Columbo figured this all out way too easily? Like, almost supernaturally in the way he just starts laying out what happened bit by bit with hardly anything to go on. Sometimes that happens in some of the future episodes too, but I guess they're just moving along the story. Overall though, this episode is very, very good. How good is very good? Well, I'd say about 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. You're probably not surprised though, are you? Yeah, I'm a pretty forgiving Columbo fan. But I assure you, there will be episodes that I just don't think deserve all 5 cigars. Do you think you can guess which episodes aren't going to win all 5 cigars? Well, if you get the chance, maybe you could share my reviews with your friends. And maybe even with your not friends. Because everyone needs a little more Columbo this year, I think. Coming up next is the episode Dead Weight.
In my pursuit of life's little pleasures, I finally found a coffee that is nothing like your basic brew. Nescafe Silka. Smooth and subtle and far more refined than I'll ever be. And if you don't like it, that's fine, because Nescafe's got 4 new coffees. One of them's going to taste your way. Smooth Silka, Traditional Classic, Bold Brava, Natural Decaf. Each one custom blended, each one visibly different. I've got mine. You choose which one's made to taste your way. Nescafe.
Dead Weight first aired on television October 27th, 1971, and it was written by John Dugan, known also for his writing of some Adam 12 episodes and Little House on the Prairie, and directed by Jack Smite, who also directed Midway, The Man from Independence TV movie, some Twilight Zone episodes, and Harper. Dead Weight opens with a sailboat and music, kind of a jazzy noir tune, with sounds of water and seagulls in the background. I like it a lot. The musician responsible for this opening song is Gil Malay. You remember him. We were introduced in the previous episode, Death Lends a Hand. We are suddenly at a close-up of the American flag, and zooming out to see a waterfront house. I read that this property was owned by Peter Falk at the time of filming. Now it seems we are inside that same house. With a panning shot, we are shown old photos, several firearms leaning against a box labeled for Memorial Hall, Marine Military Institute, from Major General Martin J. Hollister. And then a portrait of a very decorated military man. I'm kind of curious where that painting is nowadays. Well, there's the military man in real life, happily shaving his face And here rolls in a 1971 Ford LTD. I don't see the 3 taillights on cars very often. Exiting the car is another military man.
Dutton? General Hollister.
Well, now it is confirmed that the happy, face-shaving military man is General Hollister. He's played by Eddie Albert, born 1906 in Illinois, who really does have a military background. He was in the Coast Guard and the Navy during World War II, and he was active in the Battle of Tarawa. We've got another movie star in our hands here. Eddie Albert has been in around 100 films and another 100 television appearances. A few of them are Attack, The Dude Goes West, You Gotta Stay Happy, acting with Jimmy Stewart, The Fuller Brush Girl, acting with Lucille Ball, The Joker is Wild with Frank Sinatra, and he was the leading role in Green Acres TV series and the Switch TV series.
Lisa, what took you so long? I thought you were in a hurry to...
Instead of complaining, you could help me with these.
Oh, yeah. Ooh! What do you got in here?
Hotcakes.
Who are these for?
Mr. Ziffel.
What do you got against him?
I would have called, but I didn't want to risk a wiretap.
The cautious Colonel Dutton is played by John Kerr, born 1931 in New York. You'll see him in Tea and Sympathy, The Pit and the Pendulum, and South Pacific. He also has had several TV guest appearances.
Oh, there you are, sir. We've been searching all over for you.
And the reason for this caution?
The Inspector General's starting a full-scale investigation of arms contracts.
I see.
To kind of sum up this little dialogue, Colonel Dutton was allowing General Hollister's construction company to lowball arms contracts and get an outrageously low price on construction contracts.
When the IG sees your bargain basement bids, he'll know I let you practically steal those contracts. They'll indict both of us.
To be indicted is to be formally accused and charged of a serious crime.
You're the one that accepted the bids. You approved the overrun.
Dutton says that with that much money involved, they'll know they were in it together and that he is getting out.
I'm leaving for Geneva tonight. And if I may make a suggestion, General, you might do the same.
Here's where Geneva is located. It would be awfully suspicious if both of these guys suddenly left the country. I don't know if this is the best idea, Dutton.
It's an admission of guilt. Besides, I never believed in a forced retreat.
They won't know it for 30 days. I just took my annual leave.
It's a small world, Colonel. They'll find you.
Hollister has a good point, Dutton. What do you have to say to that?
No way, sir. I'll manage to disappear.
Ah, great plan, Santini. General Hollister asks him what will happen if they do find him. Dutton promises he would refuse to testify and that General Hollister's involvement would be kept secret. Hollister is not buying this charade.
You assure me that my name will never come into this, that you'll be my protector. I'm afraid I can't take that risk.
And General Hollister bends down and takes an unknown but clearly terrifying thing out of that box. Though if you listen, we do hear a gun being cocked. And we see nothing. The scene suddenly cuts to 2 wildly dressed women on a sailboat we saw earlier in the episode opening.
Do you see that? What? A man just shot someone. But where? Oh, over there. There, see? I don't see anything.
Yeah, me either. So this little lady in the red paisley outfit claims she saw someone shoot another someone in that house. Now, I don't want to be negative so early, but there's just no way. You really cannot see through windows in the daytime, especially at such a long distance. Look at those black windows. And we know the shooting took place on the lower level because there are plants and chairs outside the window. It looks like this is the window the shooting was taking place with the 2 white pillars. Also, Dutton was backed up against the door away from the window when he got shot. Anyway, she says she saw it and it did happen. I just think it could have been a little bit clearer from our perspective. So these 2 are heading back to the dock, and suddenly we hear a familiar song. This little tune was played in Murder by the Book when Ken arrives at Joanna's house and meets Columbo for the first time. Billy Goldenberg composed that one. They make it to the dock, and a very kind man named Mr. Barnes helps them out of the boat.
If you hand me your aft line, Mrs. Wallace, I'll secure your stern.
I beg your pardon?
I'll tie up your boat.
I don't know what she was getting all worked up about. Easily offended woman. I guess it was pretty funny, though. Mr. Barnes is played by Val Avery, born 1924 in Pennsylvania. We'll get to see him again in 3 future episodes of Columbo. He also had a little part in The Magnificent Seven, HUD, and Cobra.
How do you like that? I want him buried, you want him buried, and if he could sit up and talk, he'd second a motion. Now, that's as unanimous as you can get.
Hello, is this the police? Oh, this is Mrs. Stewart. I'm down at the boat place, and,
The boat place. So the lady who saw the shooting is named Helen Stewart. She's played by Suzanne Pleshette, born 1937 in New York, who is also quite a movie star, as well as appearing on numerous TV shows. She was in 40 Pounds of Trouble, The Birds, The Ugly Dachshund, Spirited Away, as well as every episode of the Bob Newhart Show.
this tilling of the soil can become compulsive, you know.
It's a very pretty garden.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's something to do in your spare time. There's a lot of spare time in Bodega Bay.
Officer Sanchez.
I'm Mrs. Stewart. That's my mother, Mrs. Walters.
You reported a shooting?
Yes, uh-huh.
Yes.
Officer Sanchez is played by Ron Castro, born 1942 in Texas. He didn't stay too busy in his acting career.
This man in a bathrobe, he shot another man in a uniform.
Wow, she saw through those dark windows really well.
See that house over there?
Are you sure?
Oh, yes, oh, yes.
You know who lives in that house?
Well, no, does it matter?
I'd rather not say till we've had a chance to investigate.
Officer Sanchez asks for her address.
She lives with me, 8090 Vale.
Mother here is played by Kate Reid, born 1930 in England. You'll find her in the Andromeda Strain, A Delicate Balance, as well as the TV series Dallas. Though Kate Reid is playing Suzanne Plechette's mother, she is only 7 years older than her.
Well, gentlemen, there's our answer.
To what?
How Andromeda functions without amino acids.
Crystalline structure.
Yes.
The witness says it occurred in General Hollister's house. It just doesn't seem right that a slick sleeve like me would barge in and ask a man like General Hollister if he just shot somebody.
Slick sleeve is slang for the fact that his sleeves don't have any patches or stripes to indicate he has any ranks. I don't know anything about the policeman in the shadows back there other than he knows how to drive. Well, there's our nice little tune again. We first heard this in Death Lends a Hand by Gil Malay. This tune only seems to play when Columbo is around, and here comes his Peugeot.
That spot's reserved.
Oh, I see. All right.
Columbo's so nice. He was happy to move his car, but then he realized...
Who is it reserved for?
Police.
Well, I think I'm the one that you're waiting for. I'm Lieutenant. My name is Columbo.
So yes, another example of Columbo not immediately recognized as a cop. Columbo asks if there are any other exits from the house, and Sanchez mentions the yacht out back. Columbo tells him to search the yacht while he's inside questioning General Hollister.
But Lieutenant, I don't have a warrant.
Well, I'll ask the general for permission. If he doesn't give it, then I'll get a warrant. In the meantime, check it out.
Columbo doesn't have a problem with a little rule bending here and there. And I believe this is the first episode to make deliberate breaks for commercials.
General Hollister?
Yes?
I'm from the police, sir. My name is Columbo. Lieutenant Columbo.
Well, look what we have here. Looks like Columbo's first name is Frank. Now, according to Peter Falk and the creators of Columbo, Levinson and Link, Columbo's first name is not revealed, and the name Frank is not canon. Frank was just written on there by the prop guy or something. But whether or not people accept Frank as Columbo's first name, I think it's a very fitting name. He looks like a Frank, and Frank Columbo sounds nice. So props to the prop guy for choosing Frank as his name. I also like that his picture is the clean-cut prescription murder Columbo. That was a good choice. Columbo informs General Hollister that there was a report of a shooting in his house.
Sir, I'm sure it's just a crackpot complaint, but
But it's your job to follow it up.
He asks Columbo who is supposed to have been shot.
Well, you see, sir, we don't know exactly, only that the victim was wearing some kind of a uniform.
A uniform?
Holy crow. Somebody saw me kill that invisible guy.
No way, sir. I'll manage to disappear.
Well, come in.
So Hollister really has no choice but to casually invite Columbo in and act as cool as possible. There are a couple of guys here to pick up General Hollister's military souvenirs for an exhibit in a museum. I love how Columbo is not really listening to anything Hollister's saying and keeps eyeing that man-sized box that's getting nailed shut. Because, you know, it's possible.
Yes, General, do you think I could look inside?
So Hollister instructs the gentleman to open the crate. One of the Marine cadets knows how to use the hammer for hammering, and the other one knows how to use the hammer for prying. Because of course it couldn't have been the same guy doing both the hammering and the prying. The cadet with the prying skills is played by Jim Halferty, born 1948 in California. His very short acting career consists of 14 single TV show appearances over the span of a decade. His final acting role before throwing in the towel was this heavy part in Columbo. The cadet that could hammer is just some guy they found singing If I Had a Hammer.
A lot of guns.
War trophies, Lieutenant. AK-47 assault rifle, PPSH-41 drum, PPSH-41 clip, all Soviet-made and, as you've observed, all with their firing pins removed.
It makes sense that General Hollister had these guns in his collection, since we learn later on that he fought in the Korean War, and the PPSH-41 was used a lot by North Korea. It's nice he got to take home some spoils of war. Well, well, well. Looks like General Hollister was really into the Mrs. Melville series. So much so that he has multiple copies of the same books. That must be a side effect of those Melville books. Multiple copies. So Columbo starts digging through the box with his cigar in his mouth, hanging over one very white uniform. I'm always certain his cigar will drop ashes on it, but it does not happen. Columbo figures there isn't much of anything to find in that box, unless the cadets finish their job. Columbo begins complimenting General Hollister's home, which we know is a common thing for him to do.
Roomy and it's homey and...
Yes, it is roomy, but I don't think this place looks homey at all. The red carpet makes me think of an old fellowship hall, and it's laid out like a big hotel suite or something. And it's so dark.
That's a fireplace.
Columbo's especially impressed by the fireplace.
Wow. We used to have those fake wooden kinds, General. They had a fan in the back, and they had a red light and ribbons, and you turn on the fan, and the ribbons, they would flutter there.
Oh, Columbo, you're funny. Hollister tries to create a reasonable explanation for what the witness saw.
There was someone here in uniform. Me.
He claims he tried on his old uniform.
I can still get into it.
Columbo mentions that the report included another man dressed in a bathrobe.
I was wearing a bathrobe while I was packing.
Got a match?
Ah, yes. Now there's a lighter. Where can I get a big old lighter like this?
Hey, that's quite a lighter.
Columbo asks if he can have a look around. Then there's an interesting close camera choice that I'm not sure what the point was of Columbo turning around. Coming back to this video again, many viewers brought to my attention that he was actually looking at the wall that has something very incriminating hanging up inside of it that we'll find later. What is that monitor there? Is it a television? It's unlike any television I've ever seen. And what a strange location, too. Well, you know, this is where we first met the General. It is interesting, he shaves his face in the bedroom, but maybe that's not unheard of. Columbo asks to look in the closet.
General, that's a lot of fruit salad.
Past history.
I have never heard that phrase before this episode, and I wondered if it was made up because it makes me chuckle. I read that it is real slang expression for the display of medals and ribbons on a serviceman's uniform. I think General Hollister is sneaking seconds on his fruit salad because there are two identical sets of ribbons stacked on top of each other.
Do you happen to own a gun, General? A handgun?
Then we get to witness a little, oh no, I don't know anything about anything. Oh wait, actually, I know everything act, which he will do again very soon with the pistol.
A handful. No, Yes, I do. A target pistol. 22 caliber, high standard, Supermatic trophy model.
Then Hollister has a sudden memory of having this gun out earlier.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember now. I stumbled over the crate as I was looking at the gun.
He stumbled over the crate while looking at the gun. I see.
Well, that must have been what your witness saw.
Of course.
Oh, well.
Then they both sniff the gun, and Columbo seems to really think nothing is off about General Hollister.
I think I'm on a wild goose chase.
I think his chase would end immediately if he did any looking around the area where Colonel Dutton was shot. Hollister shot him at quite a close range with a Colt 45, we learn later. He was only shot once, so that would have had to been in the head or the heart. There would have been quite a considerable amount of blood all over the floor and all over the door behind him probably, and I don't believe it could have been cleaned up well enough in time. The bullet might have even gone right through and hit the door, but Columbo never wanders around over there, even though that is the window facing the water where the witness saw the shooting.
I don't think there's much else I can look for, General.
Then Hollister begins asking about the person who reported the shooting, trying to find out who it was.
Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you that, sir.
Whoever it was, it had to be some guy out here in a boat in the marina.
Now, I never said that it was a man.
Oh, you mean it was a woman?
Well, no, I never said that either, sir.
It doesn't make any difference. Mistakes have no gender.
Well, that's very progressive of you, General. I'm sure the mistakes appreciate that.
Well, that's for sure.
And all this time, he kept his finger on the trigger of that pistol, waving it around like a fly swatter. A couple things to remember about gun safety. Treat every gun like it is loaded, and never point it at anything you're not willing to shoot. So Columbo decides to leave.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Didn't find a thing.
The engines?
They were cold.
Now Hollister is out to visit Mr. Barnes.
A couple of hours ago, out on the marina, somebody waved at me. I think it was an old friend. You got any idea who it could have been?
It's probably Mrs. Stewart and her mother.
Were Mrs. Stewart and her mother the only customers he had that afternoon? I guess it could be.
Do you know where she lives? I'd like to have a few words with her.
Yeah, sure. I got it right here.
Either way, if I were General Hollister, I'd be really concerned about being given the address of a random person and not the witness. Now here we are at a little pool party with a couple of couples, drinking, laughing, and listening to some jiving music. This scene has no significance to the story at all, but I think it's really great. This is a piece of the personality of the show Columbo. Scenes like this will be thrown in here and there and there and here, and it makes you laugh, or it makes you say, what is that? What was that all about? And I love that kind of stuff. Columbo's stopping by to have a visit with Mrs. Stewart about the report she made earlier on. And what in the world do we have on the wall here?
Lieutenant Columbo from the police about a report you made of a shooting.
Yes, come in. Ask for his identification.
You are, ma'am.
You sure don't look like a policeman.
Again, we are reminded Columbo doesn't look like a cop. Columbo notices something across the room, and Mrs. Stewart is happy to show him.
When it's done, it's going to be a bowl, you know, like for plants and things. Or maybe it's going to be an Indian water pitcher.
So of the two items on this table, she first assumed Columbo wanted to know what the bowl was, and not the tall, Tim Burton-looking creature next to it.
They say it's important to work with your hands.
It's very good therapy, and she needs it.
Wow. Okay, lady.
I don't know what it is, but it's very nice.
Well, it's a South American llama. We have them at the Ark Park.
So this fella here is a llama, huh?
Well, I guess she did an all right job there. Then Columbo says he's going to get right down to the point. I guess he was tired of pretending to be interested in her sculpture.
You know, I couldn't find any evidence of any shooting in that house that you pointed out. I mean, there was no gun, there was no victim, there was nothing.
This might be the least suspicious Columbo has ever been or ever will be. Usually he has an idea as soon as he meets the killer.
He says that if you saw him in the window, he was alone, and he was carrying a target pistol at the time. And he says he happened to trip over a crate. Does that sound like a reasonable explanation?
No, I don't find a whole lot of reason going on.
Oh, very reasonable. But it's not what I saw.
Did you ever wear glasses?
No, I don't wear glasses. I have perfect vision.
I don't want you to get offended at what I'm going to say now, but we doing a little drinking this afternoon.
Oh.
Mrs. Stewart, a murder charge is about as serious as you can get.
I didn't ask you if it was a serious charge. I asked you if you believe me.
She is searching for just one note of positive feedback, and she can't even get it from Columbo. Now a scene change to Hollister backing out Colonel Dutton's car and driving off. Suddenly, we're right back at Mrs. Stewart in her mother's house. Looks like they're preparing dinner, and there is a knock at the door. Mrs. Walter hurriedly walks through the house, stabbing the air as she goes to answer the door. Well, what do you know? General Hollister asks specifically for Mrs. Stewart.
What can I do for you?
You can watch the 11 o'clock news on television tonight.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You don't recognize me?
No. Should I?
Is this my long-lost father?
You said that you saw me shoot somebody today.
First of all, if I were Helen, I would be scared stiff at this point. The man I accused of murdering someone earlier today is at my door, 3 feet away from me, and smiling. Second of all, Why is he targeting Helen when it just as likely could have been her mother? Well, it is even possible it wasn't either one of them and that he's at the wrong door. They were just the ones that popped into Mr. Barnes' mind when asked. What a dramatic assumption that nobody else could have been the one to report him but Helen Stewart. Third of all, this is the absolute dumbest move Hollister could have made. If he had chosen to lay low, mind his own business, he may have had a better chance of slithering away, at least for a while. But for some reason, he had this compulsion of pride or something that needed to make sure the accuser had reverence toward him, since he was a war hero and can do no wrong. So again, he asks her to watch the news because she has miscast him as a murderer. And then he leaves with a grin on his face. The first thing Helen should have done after he left is to get a hold of the police and tell them what just happened, because this was very uncalled for. Well, now it looks like Hollister abandons Colonel Dutton's car on the street. The very clean, flat, set-looking street. Now we're in a little diner of sorts. Other than Columbo, of course, I believe Bert, played by Timothy Carey, is our first returning character. We first met him as Bert in Ransom for a Dead Man, and he was running Barney's Beanery back then. Looks like he had enough of working for Barney and decided to work for himself. Later on, we will get a view of the window naming the restaurant Bert's. Well, Bert and Columbo are watching this 11 o'clock news together, praising the heck out of General Hollister. Columbo is paying close attention to the story, and Bert is just infatuated with the guy. The most noteworthy information on this newscast is the mention of General Hollister's famous pearl-handled Colt 45, which also piques Columbo's interest. Remember in Ransom for a Dead Man when Margaret is watching TV? The camera is actually filming the TV screen, which I know isn't the greatest quality. But after Death Lends a Hand, we learn how to superimpose video on top of another image, and here in Dead Weight, we've done it again. A nice, crisp, clear little image on the television for us to view on our television. The newscaster man is played by Cleet Roberts, born 1912 in Oregon. He plays newscasters and anchormen over 20 times in his 34 acting roles. Turns out, he was actually a respected TV news reporter. Then we see that Helen and her mother are also watching the program, as requested.
You still think a man like that could shoot someone for no reason at all? It's practically on Mount Rushmore. You didn't even recognize him when he came here.
How in the world was she supposed to recognize him?
Why don't you just admit that you're not sure? Because I am sure.
Even now, Helen is positive about the whole situation.
Yeah, well, you were sure when you were married to Tom, too. Do you remember that? You had him running around with every woman in town. No wonder he asked you for a divorce.
Man, lady. Talk about digging up the most painful things in your daughter's life all of a sudden. Leave that poor girl alone. Back to Bert and Columbo.
General Hollister, colorful character. Reminds me of General Patton, old blood and guts.
General George Patton was one of U.S. history's most successful generals. He fought in the Battle of Columbus in 1916, commanded tanks in World War I, and peaked his military career in World War II. I found two different reasons for why his nickname was Old Blood and Guts. One of them is from a speech he gave during World War II, and I quote, "I'm taking this division into Berlin, and when I do, I want every one of your tracks to be carrying the stench of German blood and guts." And then the other reason I found for his nickname was based on his tactics. Another quote, "Keep on advancing, whether we go over, under, or through the enemy," quote. So he got his nickname Old Blood and Guts for his merciless force and hunger for battle. Anyway, Bert asks to play pool with Columbo, but Columbo says he's got to get up early tomorrow morning because he's going to go fishing. Hollister is being dropped off at home after the banquet, and his buddies are begging him for one more drink. He tells them to go home and get to bed. So Hollister changes his outfit from a tux to a more casual, comfortable outfit. He has a quick drink and presses a button that is right out in the open, that I guarantee Columbo would have seen and wanted to press if he had looked around the house a little longer. And what does this button do but reveal a secret spinning wall, and mounted on the other side is quite a shocking sight that I can't even believe was shown. Dead Colonel Dutton in a clear bag. Well, we can guess the next shot is Dutton's body wrapped up some more with weights tied to him. Hollister backs his boat out and drives into the black waters. It's pretty clear, too, that Eddie Albert really is the one driving the boat. I think that's why the scene was a whole 53 seconds long. They needed a little Eddie Albert boat maneuvering fluff. Now the sun has risen, and there is Columbo bobbing his fishing pole in the water right by Hollister's parking spot, smiling and having a good time. Hollister mentions Columbo is an early bird, and Columbo begins talking about George.
He told me that the best time to catch anything is around about now. He says, get there before everybody, and you kind of catch the fish off guard.
I feel like we are already making a metaphor of the fish being Hollister. Then Columbo asks why all the other fishing boats are just going out, but he's just coming in.
I've won a lot of battles, and I've caught a lot of fish by doing the unconventional thing.
Well, where's all that fish he caught, though? I kind of wish Columbo would have asked him. Then Hollister attempts to walk away.
There's a couple of loose ends I'd like to tie up. Nothing important, you understand, but whatever happened to that pearl-handled revolver?
Lost it when I was in the hospital in Korea. Somebody liberated it, you know.
Columbo mentions the Hollister exhibit is going to have to do without the famous pistol.
Not exactly. MMI wanted one for their memorial, so they had a duplicate made.
I see.
Uh-huh.
Hollister says he's got to get going now, but before he leaves, he feels the need to say this.
Just a piece of advice. Find a different spot or use a different bait. Otherwise, you're not going to catch anything, Lieutenant.
Why would he bother saying that? Columbo hasn't really been behaving like he thinks Hollister is a suspect in anything. Nobody even knows Dutton is missing yet. Maybe he was a bit grumpy since he was partying all night and he was up all morning dumping a body in the ocean. Oh look, are these the famous South American llamas? And this guy. Look how happy he is. That's probably the face I'd be making too if I was playing with llamas. I don't know anything about him, or the guy taking his picture. Just some jolly unnamed extras. And here strolls General Hollister into Helen's workplace.
Mrs. Stewart.
Okay, more than ever, if I were Helen, I would be terrified at this point. This man, I saw him murder somebody. He knows where I live. Now he knows where I work. And he calls me by my name. Helen asks how he found her.
I went by your apartment. Had a nice talk with your mother. Quite a lady.
Hollister knows that Helen is going to be off work in an hour and asks her out for a drink.
Why?
You're breaking the law.
Oh, come on, fella.
You're accusing, convicting, and sentencing me without a fair trial. Don't you say that that's un-American?
Un-American? What? And she apparently agrees to go with him because now we're at this fancy little drinking place. General Hollister suggests her eyes deceived her when she saw him through the window.
Particularly after a long day on the water.
Hollister asks her if she would admit that it's possible.
I suppose so.
The defense rests. Now, I think we ought to prosecute these martinis before their statutes of limitations expire.
Okay. Then Hollister gets onto quite personal subjects of her divorce and if she had children. Just the kind of information a murderer would want to know, Helen. She then asks if he's been married.
No, I never could find the time. First there was my military career, and then my construction company.
And then I killed a guy.
Do you ever regret it?
Not really.
Then Hollister implies that when he first saw Helen, it was practically love at first sight. And Helen is slowly being taken over by this Hollister charm he's pouring out so heavily. Now we're drinking coffee and smoking with Columbo and Mrs. Walters. She's going on about how Helen should have ignored her ex-husband's flings with other women and so on. Helen walks in the door, letting her mother know she just got home from a beautiful restaurant overlooking the city.
Did you dine alone?
No, not this time. Well, as a matter of fact, I had dinner with General Hollister.
General Hollister?
Columbo heard that one all right. Time to hire that hammer guy because this is the first nail in the coffin for Hollister. Helen mentions he invited her out on his yacht. Okay, Helen, I know you've had a challenging life and you don't receive much encouragement at home, but the guy you saw murder another guy who found where you live, found where you worked, is asking you to come with him alone on his yacht in the ocean and you smile about it. Then Columbo speaks up.
Makes you kind of wonder, doesn't it? About the general. Well, I didn't tell him your name, and I didn't tell him where you live, so you must have gone up to a lot of trouble to find you.
Helen suggests he was just curious about his accuser.
Could be that. Of course, it could be something else.
This comment terribly offends Helen.
I mean, am I so uninteresting that he couldn't be interested in me for myself?
Oh, no, I didn't mean that at all. You're a very individual person.
I really like that comment. I think it could be interpreted in a couple ways. But Columbo goes on to tell her he was talking about the shooting because Colonel Dutton's car was found, hot-wired by a couple of kids, And it's possible that he was the man she saw in General Hollister's house.
You know, you did a lot of investigating for a man who asked me if I wore glasses or if I had been drinking.
Well, that's just part of the job.
Columbo found out that Dutton booked a flight to Switzerland, but never showed up. Columbo also learned that he had a lot of dealings with General Hollister, and he just suddenly disappeared.
And then he just disappeared.
No way, sir. I'll manage to disappear.
Then Columbo's about to leave and says,
One dinner with General Hollister, and you begin to doubt your senses.
And here she is, dead on the boat. I tried to warn her.
Helen, you awake?
Oh, what a relief. She's still alive. Hollister asks her to look over there.
What do you see?
I can't see anything because of the reflection of the sun and the water.
We also aren't looking at the correct angle of the house, are we?
You know, you said that you saw a shooting there.
Man, this guy, he keeps talking about that shooting. Even after all the information Columbo shared with her the night before about there being a missing military man that had dealings with Hollister, she still went on this boat alone with him. The yacht date is over, and now the dinner date at Hollister's house. This relationship is moving rather fast. Hollister asks her to dance.
No, I'm kind of a klutz.
What is this camera directing decision with her face between the candles?
Come here.
No.
Come here. That's an order.
Goodness, that's an order? I mean, I guess in certain circumstances that could be kind of romantic, but I don't think this is one of them. This whole moment shouldn't even be happening. And they kiss. Suddenly, a fishing woman turns around and sees a floating corpse. What a scarring day that would be for these people. She's pretty good at screaming, too. I like how nobody in the background even looks up. She's really loud and scary sounding. Back to Hollister on his boat, he hears on the radio that Colonel Dutton's body was found in the ocean. And then Columbo immediately shows up, asking if he can have a talk with him. Hollister agrees, but it'll have to be on his boat because he wants to test the engines. Then that nice little Columbo tune begins to play, but I don't understand why it's playing at this moment. It seems like that song is only used for particular Columbo moments. It seems misplayed here. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a very individual person. So here they are traveling on the boat together. A small inconsistency during this whole scene is there is a cover over the blue cushions that appears and disappears between shots. Columbo asks if Hollister heard about the body found in the Morocco Cove.
Oh, Colonel Dutton!
Yeah, that's shocking. Somebody shot him, sir. Your construction company got a lot of contracts through Colonel Dutton. And if he were killed, there would be no way of proving a conspiracy to defraud the government.
Columbo mentions that the morning after Dutton disappeared, Hollister went out on his yacht.
Sheer coincidence?
And then Columbo starts feeling a little seasick at this point.
If you don't mind, I'd like to go back now.
You know, Lieutenant, I don't see how a man with the name of Columbo, shouldn't he be more at home on a boat? Must have been another branch of the family, sir.
I never got this joke before, but all you kind commenters let me know that Columbo is the Latinized version of the name Columbus. So yes, Hollister is referencing Christopher Columbus, who, you know, sailed the ocean blue in 1492.
You know, General, there is a link between you and Colonel Dutton.
Really?
Mrs. Stewart.
Hollister tells Columbo to help the lady aboard.
Let me take the bag.
Well, no, maybe you better. Could you just, yeah.
All right,
No. Yeah.
Should I take the
Yeah.
bag?
Oh. All right? Okay. Are you all right?
Me, fine.
Columbo tells Helen that they found the body of Colonel Dutton, and he asks her again about what she saw the day of the shooting report.
Well, I didn't see anything.
Well, now, Mrs. Stewart, that's not what you said.
Well, no, it was the light, some crazy reflection.
I really think right now was a bad time to be asking her about what she saw. She is going to remain very agreeable with Hollister right next to her. And she looks to Hollister for approval.
Maybe you'd like to talk about this later on.
I'm going to say the same thing later that I'm saying now. Would you just please leave me alone?
And she again looks to Hollister for approval. She has already become his submissive little lady. Now we're back at Bert's, who is wildly chopping up a head of lettuce and throws the knife into a big pile of hot dogs in order to start picking up and holding a fistful of those hot dogs just to throw them back down again. Trying to look busy, you know. Columbo orders his favorite,
Bert, give me some chili.
There you go.
Then Bert starts flinging things together and blowing on spoons to serve up Columbo some chili. Then Bert slams his old World War II helmet on the countertop.
My wife says I can never throw anything out, so the other day she put her foot down. She says either Joe goes or she goes.
You decided to keep her.
It was a tough decision.
And then he hauls out some more stuff to show Columbo.
The Japanese stirring spoon. I got it in the Okinawa, the commissary.
That Japanese stirring spoon is the only thing he picks out. And then he says,
I guess my wife is right. I can't give anything away, especially when it means something to you.
Then a thought occurs to Columbo and he hurriedly gets on the phone.
Mr. Stewart, Lieutenant Columbo.
This must have been the next day or so, because otherwise she would have still been on the yacht. Now we're at the museum, where Columbo is pacing and waiting for Helen to arrive.
I only wanted you to see the exhibit.
Why?
In order to understand a man, you have to understand his past.
There is a lot of truth to that sentence, I believe. Columbo kindly begins explaining that Hollister has more courage than most.
Isn't that beautifully cut? No, I think it's almost too nice. I mean, all that concern about clothes, it's kind of vain, don't you think?
Some men, Lieutenant, do not want to look like an unmade bed.
I like the unmade bed analogy, that's funny. Now I'm going to pause here, because that man leading Helen along is not Peter Falk. Why isn't it Peter Falk, you ask? Some of you probably already know and were wondering if I was ever going to bring this up or not, but in Peter Falk's contract with Universal, he had a deal to direct a Columbo episode, but Universal wasn't letting him do it right away. So Peter decided he just wasn't going to come to work, because how can you film Columbo without Peter Falk? He would claim he was sick, and he even went and got a doctor's note and such. The whole situation really upset his co-stars Eddie Albert and Suzanne Pleshette, because his little fit has brought production to a standstill. They had to act with a double sometimes, which is this guy here. Can you imagine getting to co-star with Peter Falk on Columbo, and he's refusing to show up, so you're acting with some other guy and pretending he is Peter? So Suzanne and Eddie were mad at him throughout the filming of this episode. Finally, Peter had to return to work because Universal threatened to sue him. When he came back on set, he wanted to refilm those scenes without him, and the director was like, no way, it's done. But don't worry, folks. Peter Falk gets his wish of directing an episode, the final episode of season 1. I waited until this particular scene to talk about this little backstory because I am positive that every time Columbo's back is turned towards the camera, it's not Peter Falk. You can also tell there is a voiceover. Falk and Albert were never actually in this scene together. And here comes General Hollister, wanting to know what this whole thing is all about. Columbo says it has to do with the duplicate made of his gun. He says he finds it very hard to believe that a man like Hollister, who cherished every war memento, would allow his most prized gun to get stolen.
If it was my gun, I would take very good care of that gun. And I would keep it polished, and I would keep it oiled, and I would keep it loaded. And when a certain Colonel Dutton came to see me, that's the gun that I would use.
The ballistics check matched up with the bullet in Dutton's body with that gun right there in the museum.
This, in fact, is the murder weapon, isn't it, General?
There never was a duplicate made. Columbo signals to the two policemen keeping watch to come over. This policeman is played by Glenn Vernon, born 1923 in Massachusetts. He is known for Ding Dong Williams, Impact, Uncle Angus the bagpipe player in So I Married an Axe Murderer, and a little tiny trivia that he has no formal credit for is his framed photo that sad Mr. Gower looks at of his deceased son in It's a Wonderful Life. The other policeman is played by Gary Wright. He has many uncredited roles in Star Trek, Kojak, and 6 episodes of Columbo. Hollister makes a point to go and apologize to Helen, which makes us believe that he might have had some genuine feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he care to extend this moment? And then he is escorted out of the building. Now poor Helen has a little pity party, which happens to the best of us. And Columbo puts his arm around her and walks her out of the museum, trying to cheer her up.
It's just the way my niece Marilyn felt after her divorce. Now she's got a new husband. As a matter of fact, he's a cop, and they got 6 kids.
Just wanted to point out one last time that this final view of Columbo isn't Peter Falk. Well, another episode review in the books, or on the line, or the web, or whatever. So, overall, what do I think of Dead Weight? Well, I like it. Mostly. I think the acting was very good from all parties, but the behavior of the characters kinda bothered me if you didn't pick up on that, as well as the way in which the murder was actually witnessed. The gotcha moment was alright, I guess. I think I'll rate dead weight 4 Columbo cigars out of 5. Yes, the perfect 5-cigar streak is over with this Colonel Dutton-sized dead weight. I certainly don't blame Peter Falk's little fit he threw as hurting the episode. You know how forgiving I am. The thing that I consider the episode's biggest knock was General Hollister. His actions were simply ridiculous, chasing after Helen the whole time. And I don't mind ridiculous things in moderation, but it was heavy from Hollister. And maybe you disagree with me, and that's just fine.
You're a very individual person.
Coming up next is episode 4, Suitable for Framing.
Hi, laundry just isn't my line, but you don't have to be an expert to see that Biz is better than other enzyme soakers. All you need is your eyes. You see this dried-in food stain? Soak one just like it in another enzyme soaker. You still see stain after washing. Soak an identical stain in Biz. It washes out. Test Biz yourself. Biz is better.
Suitable for Framing first aired on November 17th, 1971. This is the first episode of Columbo that doesn't have the words murder, dead, or death in it. It was written by Jackson Gillis, known also for writing several episodes of I'm the Law, The Adventures of Superman, Perry Mason, and 10 upcoming episodes of Columbo. And it was directed by Hy Averback, who did some directing for the Real McCoy's TV series, The Tom Ewell Show, MASH, and one more future Columbo episode. So this episode begins with a night view of a large house with a statue of, Anyway, we are in the house now. There is a nice gentleman playing a pretty piano piece. It is a very old song composed by Friedrich Chopin called Opus 10 No. 3, also known by everybody else besides Chopin as Tristes, which is French for sadness. The beautiful music attracted the attention of an admirer, I see. That's quite an outfit he's got on this evening. Is it blue or black velvet jacket, a frilly shirt, and a bow tie impressive enough for Oddjob to decapitate that statue outside with. Well, this piano music is just lovely, so how about we talk about the nice man playing it? We learn later that his name is Rudy Matthews. He is played by Robert Shane, born 1900 in New York, who appeared in Christmas in Connecticut, The Giant Claw, and War of the Satellites. But he is best known for his part in the TV series Adventures of Superman as Inspector Henderson.
The CAD pilot reported a UFO.
Did he say what it was?
A bird. A bird as big as a battleship circled and attacked the plane.
Gosh, I can't wait to see how this character develops in this episode of Columbo. What? And I thought he liked the song. Well, we just witnessed the quickest murder of any episode in Columbo, happening within about 50 seconds. The murdering man is named Dale Kingston, who is played by Ross Martin, born 1920 in Poland. You will find him in the TV series Mr. Lucky. He did some voice acting in the Dinky Dog Show, and most notably he's known for his part as Artemis Gordon in the Wild Wild West TV series.
Sailing San Francisco May 10 for the port of Vladivostok.
That's in Siberia.
Yeah. That is in Siberia, gentlemen.
Interestingly, Ross Martin was an acting instructor for Peter Falk, and they even co-starred together in the film The Great Race. Well, let's move on, shall we? I'm not sure about this loud picture zooming and focusing thing. I suppose they're trying to get across that the pictures are watching, and that he's not going to get away with it. Well, Dale ran upstairs to get an electric blanket to keep dear old Rudy warm. Luckily, he was killed right next to an outlet. By the way, the music in this episode was composed by our good friend Billy Goldenberg. So far, including this episode, he has done the music for Ransom for a Dead Man and Murder by the Book. Now Dale goes into the next room and starts violently pulling out drawers, unhooks the phone and chucks it to the ground, and shoves that lamp to the floor. And it even looks like he blew out that light bulb if you notice the little bright blue arc flash that happened. Then he overturns the table with a nicely displayed chessboard. Then Dale struggles to remove a few books from the bookcase. I don't understand what he is setting up here. Was there supposed to have been a struggle that ended at the piano? Why pull out the books? Then he smashes a pot of flowers into the fireplace and finally stops to look into the painting on the wall. This oil painting is called The Skiff, and it was painted in the later 1800s by French artist Pierre-Auguste Renoir. Now that Dale is finished with that room, he marches back to the first room with all his might. He throws a chair and another vase. I think the actor, Ross Martin, is having a lot of fun with this. They must have told him he can just let loose. Then he marches to the sliding door in the back and does a little bit of scratching on the lock. After that, he heads back and gazes happily at the artwork covering the walls. Time to start taking them down. If you watched my prescription murder review, do you remember what I told you to remember? Yes, this painting. It's familiar to you, right?
I just stopped by with some news. I thought you might be interested. I got taken off the case today. I'm no longer working on it.
Oh.
I suppose when Dr. Fleming got arrested after Columbo caught him, all the office decor probably went up for auction, and old Rudy must have put up a good bid for it. Well, let's take it down. So Dale continues to take down paintings and remove them from their frames. And these last two he gently wraps in some brown paper with what seems to be the house address written on it. The camera pans to all the unframed artwork sitting about. Oh, and see that statue back there? That's also familiar, isn't it? Yes, Mr. Kennicott had that statue in Death Lends a Hand. Then the doorbell rings. Dale checks his watch and smiles. Looking through the peephole, we see a woman in a bright red turtleneck. Dale tells her she's late, and she lets him know it's dark outside. They walk to where dead Rudy is, and she immediately turns away in fear.
Get yourself together. There's no reason to be frightened.
I'll be all right.
Of course you will, my love. There couldn't possibly be any help to your career from inside a gas chamber.
Yes, California did use the gas chamber at San Quentin State Prison. Scary. Then the woman looks around at the paintings and says,
Look, they're all yours now.
Dale hands her a revolver and tells her to fire high. By the way, this revolver Dale used to kill his uncle is the same model that Ken Franklin used to kill his writing partner, Jim Ferris. It is a Smith & Wesson Model 36. Then she tries to rush him out the door. It seems he has somewhere he needs to be. Dale grabs her and looks at her for a moment, then gives her a good one, which she seems to thoroughly enjoy. And he leaves. Well, this ultra-loyal lady is named Tracy, but we won't learn that for quite a while. She is played by Rosanna Huffman, born 1938 in Pennsylvania. At the time of filming, she was married to Richard Levinson, one of the co-creators of Columbo. It will be a long time before we see her again, but she is in a 90s Columbo episode. She's also made several appearances on Murder One and Murder, She Wrote. So Tracy looks around the room admiring the art. Hey, wait a minute. Who reframed and hung up Dr. Fleming's painting again? As well as all these other paintings. Now Dale is driving with some hurried music to who knows where. The car he is driving is a 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 at an hour. Then we see a dizzying sight for a moment, bringing us to Dale's destination. Some sort of art show.
5,000 and it's a steal.
The man this lady's trying to swindle into buying some toothpick art is named Mickey Golden. He is one of our famously uncredited actors. We'll see him in 10 future Columbo episodes. He also had common uncredited appearances in the Wild Wild West TV series.
The only thing I really need is something pink for the guest bathroom. It's the wrong shade of pink for the wallpaper.
The lady concerned about shades of pink is played by Sandra Gould, born 1916 in New York. You'll find her in the TV series I Married Joan, Bewitched, and over 100 guest appearances and small roles on television and film over a span of 50 years.
What an unexpected surprise.
We came to clear the air. About what?
About who I am.
Who are you?
I am a witch.
I don't believe you.
Honestly.
I don't believe her.
Also, this lady on the left is Leota Richards. We first met her in Murder by the Book at the theater. She is a professional guest and patron that we will see many more times in upcoming episodes. Then the lady who seems to be running this art event sees Dale.
Dale Kingston, I don't believe it!
Invitation said free champagne.
Oh, you're such a snob. You never come to my showing.
This hostess of the art party, Matilda, is played by Joan Shawley, born 1926 in New York. She acted in Some Like It Hot, The Apartment, and Buck Private's Come Home. She also made several appearances on The Abbott and Costello Show, Aggie, and The Feather and the Father Gang.
Well, here we are.
Are you two from the Polio Puff Agency?
Yes, we're the new girls.
Brand new.
This is our manager, Mr. Beanstalk.
How do you do?
And I'm Sweet Sue.
Behind Dale and Matilda is another uncredited actor named Murray Pollock. We will see him again several times in future Columbo episodes, and I tell you, he is hard to spot. Even though Mr. Pollock has almost 400 acting roles, all uncredited of course, finding his picture online to identify him in this episode really took some investigation. So Matilda introduces Dale to a man named Sam.
How do you do, sir? Oh, you must be the artist of these arid little landscapes, aren't you? Well, they're not too bad.
And you're the famous art critic?
So, Dale is an art critic. Dale asks Sam the artist what time he has.
5 minutes to 11, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Franklin.
Mr. Franklin, huh? I wonder if he's any relation to Ken Franklin. Nah, probably not. Sam Franklin is played by Vic Tayback, born 1930 in New York. He is in all 12 episodes of the Griff TV series, as well as every episode of Alice, and the 1986 film Treasure Island. Just like Sandra Gould, Vic Tayback has over 100 guest appearances on a variety of TV shows.
Hey, what's that bike doing in my diner? Hey, that's a good-looking bike. Can I ride this sometime?
Hey, don't encourage him, you overgrown delinquent.
The scene changes back to Tracy, patiently waiting for a specific time before she uncovers the body, takes a good look at him, and returns the electric blanket upstairs. And now back to the art show. We have Dale talking about these hanging mobiles and delivering a line that isn't even close to being funny.
Meaning of a mobile stems not only from its form, but the relationship between the pieces. I suppose the relationship between the pieces is really where it's at, isn't it?
But these ladies start to laugh and then continue to laugh harder for some reason, which in the end does make it kind of funny.
Yes.
Back to the house. A car pulls up. Looks to be a security guard making his rounds because he just observes the door and leaves. The security guard is played by Ray Kellogg, born 1919 in Pennsylvania. He is on several different TV shows throughout the 50s and 60s. Tracy, with absolute control in her movements and timing, takes the revolver and shoots into the sky as instructed by Dale. The security guard rushes back to the house, fumbling through all his keys to get the door open. And Tracy is entirely composed with not even a flicker of concern or panic in her behavior. She acts like a totally professional thief. The guard finally gets the door open and finds Rudy on the floor, only then drawing his gun. Tracy is clucking her way down some garden steps in the backyard. Lucky for her, the security guard isn't the most excitable fella, because I believe he could have caught up to her if he really wanted to. Back again to Dale at the art show, surrounded by ladies waiting to laugh at his hysterical jokes.
Not so much a question of his masculinity. I think the artist just saw him that way.
And then back to Tracy, running in the dark to her 1966 Volkswagen convertible and driving off with the stolen artwork. And now Dale delivers his best joke yet, which causes Matilda to burst out into the most overdone laughter you'll ever hear in Columbo.
No matter how abstract the painter, he always signs his name realistically.
Back once again to the house, which is now covered by policemen, including Columbo. The butler man is being questioned, and we find out that tonight was he and his wife's night off, of course. A very common thing for the house help to have the night off during a murderous tragedy. Columbo is about to light his cigar when he is scolded by the butler.
Please, sir. Mr. Matthews was very fussy about smoking.
The butler is named Mr. Evans, and he is played by Kurt Conway, born 1913 in Massachusetts. He had several single appearances on television, as well as being Judge Jessup on Peyton Place, and a few appearances on The Odd Couple. Then the coroner lets us all know what he knows.
was a single bullet. Must have died almost instantly.
And the time of death?
Oh, I'd say around 11.
He is played by Jerry Hausner, born 1909 in Ohio. You'll also find him in I Love Lucy, I Married Joan, The Dick Tracy Show, Valentine's Day, and he did voice acting for Mr. Magoo and Plastic Man. And then Dale shows up.
We've been waiting to dust some of these canvases for fingerprints.
Perfectly all right, no problem, so long as you're careful. Now, which ones did you want? These.
I would think Dale would be a little bit concerned about the thought of these very valuable works of art being dusted for fingerprints. I'm sure that dust would settle right into the canvas and devalue everything, wouldn't it?
Mr. Kingston, before you get too involved there, excuse me a minute, Captain.
The captain here is played by Barney Phillips, born 1913 in Missouri. He had several appearances on Dragnet, The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, The Twilight Zone, Gunsmoke, 12 O'Clock High, The Three Musketeers, The Funky Phantom, Devlin, Jabberjaw, and The Betty White Show, as well as many, many other TV shows.
What are you, some kind of magician?
Who, me? Oh, hardly. You see, it's this crazy signature that bothers me. I thought so. Does that say Birnbaum?
Yes, it does.
Columbo then asks if anyone has ever tried to rob this place before.
Certainly. This place is a magnet for art thieves, one of the finest collections in the world.
Dale mentions that Columbo is unusually interested in the art.
Well, I'll tell you what bothers me. Wouldn't you grab at the brooch first instead of a Birnbaum?
This does happen sometimes where Columbo is a minor expert on everything. So he brings up there are really only 2 empty frames and shows Dale which ones are missing.
Oh, no. These 2 are listed in the exhibit catalog.
Notice Columbo goes ahead and lights his cigar now, and Dale subtly shows his dislike of the smell.
Degas pastels.
Pastels? You mean like the kids use in school?
Nobody ever used pastels like Degas, Lieutenant.
Edgar Degas was indeed a French artist, born in the 1800s. Famous for his oil paintings and pastel drawings. You know, like what we used when we were in school. Columbo starts bringing up the Birnbaum again and wonders why the thief would even bother with it when there are a couple of Degas on the wall.
Yes, that does seem a bit inconsistent, doesn't it? Then life has its own inconsistencies.
Lieutenant Columbo?
And Sally shows up.
Oh, Sally.
Columbo invited her because he needed a woman with heels to do a demonstration. Sally must be known for her heels.
You were here?
Yeah, that's right.
Wait there. I'll holler. When I holler inside, you run just the way I told you to run. Here she goes!
And Sally gallops down the stairs. So this little activity was to confirm that the security guard heard high heels on the steps outside.
You mean, you think the thief was a woman?
How does a thief get rid of a painting like that? I mean, if they're that famous, how can anybody sell it?
I had that same question, actually.
Although art thieves usually try to make a deal of some kind with the owner.
It's just like a kidnapping. In other words, what they want really is the ransom.
Exactly.
Oh, that makes sense.
You're the first person they might try to contact. Give me your telephone number and I'll put a tap on your phone. You wouldn't mind that, would you?
Of course not. Why should I?
Well, that was pretty slick, Columbo. Very nice. Dale's thoughts have gone straight to Tracy and her telephone trigger-happy fingers. Looks like she can't get a hold of Dale, and now she's pretending to paint. Scene change to a street sign, La Cienega Boulevard. Let's stop here a moment as we revisit this video. I got picked on by you California folk pretty badly about pronouncing La Cienega the Spanish way. Apparently, I'm supposed to know how to mispronounce your streets the way you do. Did you know people learn things as they go and aren't born knowing everything? It's really weird. I also can't find somebody saying the name the way it's supposed to be said over there, but I do find the phonetic spelling. Is this right? La Cienega. Is that? Or is it La Cienega? Is that right? Anyway, I'm not sure if there's any significance to this sign being shown, other than to let viewers know where filming is taking place. But since the director drew such attention to it, I'll say something about it. La Cienega is Spanish for the swamp, because long, long ago, before it was a boulevard, it was a marshland. Now we're back with the artist from earlier, and oh dear, looks like he's painting the lady that was also at the art show. Although the gal he has on this canvas doesn't look anything like the one up on the table. He's painting her into that pink cactus that didn't seem to sell for $1,200 the night before. Columbo's here to do some questioning. He wants to know what time Dale arrived at the art show.
This is the policeman who phoned. Is it all right? Bring him in. They interrupted Rembrandt. Why shouldn't they interrupt me?
Rembrandt was a Golden Age Dutch painter from the 1600s. I tried, but couldn't find any reason for why Sam said they interrupted Rembrandt. Why shouldn't they interrupt me? Maybe one of my art historian viewers knows the answer. I got about 40 different theories from my commenters about why he said that about Rembrandt, but nobody said the same thing, so I don't really have anything to repeat. Anyway, I absolutely love Columbo's reaction to the naked model.
Yeah, what is it?
If I'm interrupting something...
No, you're not interrupting anything.
Sam says he isn't sure what time Dale came in.
Might help if you try to remember. There was something wrong with his watch, and he asked me what time it was. That's it.
That's it. I see. Well, thanks. Excuse me.
So Columbo never actually learns from Sam what time Dale showed up. I think he just wanted to get out of that room. The naked model is played by Katherine Dark. She's got just 9 acting credits. 2 of them are in Columbo, though I believe she'll be wearing clothes the next time we see her. So now Columbo's questioning the guy who parked Dale's car.
Sure, I remember the guy who gave me $2.
$2?
It turns out $2 back then is equivalent to almost $15 today in 2022, so that was a pretty good tip.
Just for parking a car?
No, he lost a cufflink. I helped him search the whole car for it, trunk and everything.
Did you find it?
No, nothing but a spare tire and a top coat.
The helpful parking boy is played by Dennis Rucker, born 1946 in Texas. He was in several episodes of Heck Ramsey and Get Christy Love.
What time was that, would you know?
Something was wrong with his watch, I guess. It was 5 minutes to 11, sir.
Columbo then admires a painting set out on display.
Hey, would you look at that? A blue horse.
Here's another bit of help from many of you about the blue horse painting that I did not know at the time of making this review. This blue horse is a reference to the German artist Franz Marc, whose blue horse painting from 1911 is one of his most famous works. And now Dale's on TV, again using that awesome trick of superimposing a video on top of the TV screen, so we can have this ultra clear image of Dale's face up in the camera lens. I'm so distracted by his face, I never actually pay attention to what he's saying. So I quit looking at him and listened.
Painting the Spanish court, unremittingly showing them in every detail, down to the tiniest wart. When you take the W off of wart, you are still left with art. And Goya was the penultimate artist.
He's teaching on the Spanish artist Francisco Goya from the late 18th and early 19th century. He is referred to as the last of the old masters and the first of the moderns. But Dale refers to him as the penultimate artist, and again, many of you are like, hey, you didn't talk about the word penultimate, which is defined as second to last.
And Goya was the penultimate artist.
The word penultimate is defined as second to last.
This is Dale Kingston. Good afternoon.
Be with us again tomorrow on Channel 16.
Tracy is still trying to get a hold of Dale, sporting her iconic 1970s page boy hairstyle, and is also the one with the most personality on her ice bucket. Isn't it interesting that ice buckets show up in almost every episode? If there's drinking, there's an ice bucket.
Telephone call, Mr. Kingston. Thank you, Phil.
Yes.
Dale, I finally got you. I was worried.
Free-floating anxiety. Everything's going just...
Uh-oh, Columbo sees you.
I'm terribly sorry. I simply don't have time.
Columbo says he needed to have a little time with him to talk.
So this is a television studio, huh?
Yes, it's a barn, really. I'm sure it's not as glamorous as you thought it'd be.
Things aren't really what they seem to be, are they?
I think Columbo's already hinting at things, isn't he?
Hildy, my beauty, how fast do you think we can get this paint off me?
I'll use high-speed turpentine.
Turpentine, huh? Well, the actress who plays Miss Hildy High-Speed Turpentine is a mystery to me. Another example of help from my wonderful commenters. You guys helped me a lot in this episode. I couldn't identify Hildy, but I got several comments saying she is Odessa Cleveland, born 1944 in Louisiana, who can be found in 26 episodes of MASH. Columbo mentions the tap on Dale's phone isn't helping at all because Dale hasn't been home. This gives Dale the opportunity to bring up another family member, his Aunt Edna, former wife of Uncle Rudy. Columbo mentions the back door where the burglar was supposed to have entered the house.
Does that coffee machine work?
Watch Columbo get his coffee here.
There was just no way for that lock to be forced from the outside. Well, how did anyone get in? You see, Evans is positive that all the doors were locked when he left the house earlier.
Did you notice how instant that coffee was? Didn't seem like it even needed to pour. It was just ready in that cup. Though if you really, really keep your eye on that cup, you'll notice it is empty. Then Columbo mentions that Dale's alibi checks out. Look at that tie.
Parking lot boy, he remembered when you got there all right. So that if Mr. Matthews was killed at 11 o'clock, then you sure didn't do it. In most cases, people, they don't remember what time it is. With you, we know exactly where you were and when. Not only that, we know your whole car was empty.
Yes, isn't that nice?
Columbo then asks if he can show Dale something.
What do you think? Any good?
For wallpaper in a child's room, absolutely perfect. In fact, looks like it might have been done by an untalented 12-year-old.
Columbo wants to know why Dale bothered to go to the art show last night if the artist's paintings are so bad.
Magazines pay me to review art. Unfortunately, they pay me best when I write hostile reviews about hacks like Sam Franklin.
It is true that people are more inclined to enjoy reading and talking about negative things, so that was a pretty good excuse.
One more thing. I stopped by your apartment a few times.
Why, do you want to search my place? You may look at anything you wish. Here, would you like the key to my apartment? You may simply leave it under the mat when you leave.
It would be more convenient, but thank you very much, Mr. Kingston.
Dale definitely didn't seem to expect that Columbo was really going to take that key and go to his house. Now we are out on a desert mountain overlooking Los Angeles, with Tracy anxiously awaiting Dale.
Oh, yeah, I did exactly what you told me. I haven't touched a thing.
Good. Hold that open for me.
Then Dale opens the paper wrapped around the artwork.
Dale!
What's the matter?
Oh, I never saw them before. They're beautiful. And why can't I paint like that?
They're pastels. They're drawings. But everybody keeps referring to these as paintings. Maybe that's normal in the art world. I don't know.
It takes time to get what you really want.
Then Dale smiles at Tracy, the most loyal and subservient accomplice he could have ever asked for. It's clear Tracy would do anything for him.
Dale, you do care for me, don't you?
After the risks you've taken for me, of course I do.
And he again kisses Tracy, who is just infatuated with Dale. Quite a long embrace, too. I wonder how Mr. Richard Levinson felt about these two passionate kissing scenes.
Is there anything else you want me to do?
Not a thing. I'll be in touch with you by phone.
When will I see you again?
Very shortly, my love.
When will I...
Oh, goodness. Talk about being totally heartless and violent. So my question about this second killing is, was Dale just counting on there being a suitable rock that he was going to bash Tracy over the head with? Or did he last minute decide that was a good killing rock and he ought to put it to use? Well, now that that's done, Dale is parking his car in the garage of his apartment. Interestingly, this outside location of Dale's apartment is the same apartment that Marilyn Monroe lived in for a while. Looks like Columbo left the key under the mat after he left, just like Dale instructed. Oh, never mind. I guess Columbo left the key under the mat as soon as he arrived.
Columbo!
Mr. Kingston.
Was Columbo sitting in the dark? You can't tell me he was reading by natural light.
What are you doing here at this hour of the night?
Is it night?
Yes, it is.
I think our dear detective is pretending that he fell asleep. Pretending he doesn't know what time of day it is. Pretending he was reading books. I think he just wanted to catch Dale at home. Dale explains that he wants Columbo to leave because he has had a very tiring night doing art critic stuff.
Did you pick up something interesting?
No, just some insipid watercolors these people want me to evaluate.
Insipid means very uninteresting.
I'd love to hear what you had to say about him. Could we take just a
No,
moment?
Lieutenant, please.
I should have realized. You know, I just got so caught up in this art.
Whoa, that was close. Dale is saved by the phone.
Hello? Yes, he is. Just a moment. It's for you.
And while Columbo's on the phone, Dale discreetly hides the pastels behind some other artworks.
Listen, I'm sorry. I gotta run.
And it turns out that phone call was about the death of Tracy.
Now, this highway patrolman, he found a girl in a car, ran over a cliff to Malibu Canyon, dead.
I was actually really surprised Columbo didn't turn around and say one more thing right here. And now it's the next day.
Mrs. Matthews?
Oh, Lieutenant Columbo!
How are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
Columbo says Dale and the attorney invited him to be here today. And Mrs. Matthews won't give Columbo a chance to talk during their short little stroll together.
You know, lawyers always have a way of making...
Like an old movie.
Really, you know, I have a friend
He
who used to
wasn't
be afraid
always
of
a very
flying.
nice man, you know, just business.
But Columbo is, of course, very polite to her. Mrs. Matthews is played by Kim Hunter, born 1922 in Michigan. She's known for her work in A Streetcar Named Desire, for which she won an Oscar and a Golden Globe. She's also in Deadline USA, Anything Can Happen, Storm Center, The Hiding Place, and she played Zira in the first 3 Planet of the Apes movies, though she might be hard to recognize.
Good morning, darling.
Ed, I thought no one knew you were here.
Where else would I go when I'm in trouble?
Well, there's Dale.
Well, what have you got there this time? A pink rabbit?
Columbo shows Dale a painting and asks what he thinks of it. Watch when we get a look at the painting. What is this background with the curtains? Where did the curtains come from? Anyway, Dale's reaction to the quality of the painting is really funny.
It's frightful.
Columbo mentions the phone call he received while at his place about the girl who died in a car crash off a cliff. The girl was named Tracy, and she was an art student.
And a couple of months ago, you gave several lectures in the school where this girl was enrolled.
You think I can remember everyone who ever sat in one of my lectures? I've never seen that girl before in my life.
I think Dale got a little overly worked up about this. Walking into the next room, we find the reading of Rudy's will.
To my nephew, Dale Kingston, I bequeath the full bulk and remainder of my estate to Edna Matthews. I bequeath my entire art collection.
This news seems to throw Columbo off a little bit because certainly everyone expected the art collection to go to Dale, and Columbo was trailing him as the murderer to get those paintings. Columbo and the attorney Frank have a moment to speak in private about the will.
Just that was a new will? You'd think the nephew would get the paintings.
Mr. Matthews had disagreements with Dale, but...
Well, that's a pretty cool lighter. Not quite as big as some of the previous ones, but I like it.
If Mr. Kingston doesn't get the collection, he at least gets the rest of the estate.
It's meaningless. He rented that big house. There really isn't any remaining estate to speak of.
Wow, so he left absolutely nothing to Dale, but still made it sound like he was. He may as well have not even mentioned Dale in the will. Columbo says he's got to get going.
Lieutenant, your painting.
Oh, thank you very much.
Lieutenant, my lighter.
Oh.
Frank kept his eye on that lighter, didn't he? Frank is played by Don Ameche, born 1908 in Wisconsin. He was the busiest during the 30s and the 40s as the leading man in over 30 films, some of them being in Old Chicago, Midnight, The Story of Alexander Graham Bell, and Heaven Can Wait. Later in his career, he was in Trading Places and Cocoon, for which he won an Oscar.
I demand an investigation. You can't sell our seats. A Duke has been sitting on this exchange since it was founded. We founded this exchange. It's ours. It belongs to us.
Oh, my God.
Now we see Columbo rushing past a group of people.
Looking for me, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I thought I'd kind of catch you out in the parking lot.
Dale then begins to kind of mock Columbo for suspecting him of murdering his uncle, or hiring someone to kill his uncle for the art collection inheritance. Check out his huge tie. It's huge.
I do not inherit. Edna does.
Maybe you didn't know that your uncle changed his will.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that.
Dale reveals that his uncle informed him 10 days ago that he wasn't going to inherit the collection. He even had the letter on him to show Columbo of the news. Columbo is left confused by this whole thing. He's really got some thinking to do now. Scene change to outside of some apartments. Look at those neat old cars.
Some landlords like to pry into the lives of their tenants, but not me. My policy is live and let live.
So Columbo's paying a visit to Tracy's landlord.
This girl, Tracy O'Connor, who did she go out with?
I do remember one or two.
I'm interested in one guy in particular. 40 years old, well-dressed, distinguished.
There was one older gentleman she was seeing.
Can you describe him?
Would a picture help?
So the landlady brings Columbo to the couch and pulls out some of her photo albums. Remember having stacks of photo albums in the house? Well, maybe you still do have them. I remember having a lot of fun looking at pictures and talking about them with my family. Those days are long gone now, aren't they?
Oh, here was one.
I really enjoy watching Columbo during this scene, as well as the landlady's joy in describing the pictures.
We stopped at one of those roadside stands, for date malls. Oh, I got so sick, but they're awful good. That's my cousin's kid. I made her that dress. They look nice. It's smocking.
It's so funny how specific she got about the dress she made and mentioned smocking. Smocking is an embroidery technique used to gather fabric so it can stretch. It was what we used before elastic was invented.
Can you see?
Well, let's see now. Here's a whole bunch of us that went out to the family plot and had a picnic. We had the best time. We had more laughs. Look, isn't that cute?
Wonderful. Do you have any idea what
Well,
the
now
picture
wait.
was?
Oh, here it is. Here you go. There. Now, there he is.
Now, I don't have any concrete evidence of who this man is, but he looks a lot like Gary Wright that we first met in Dead Weight, and we'll see him again in several more Columbo episodes.
That's not him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, the wonderfully full of character actress that played the landlady here is named Mary Wickes. I very first saw her in the I Love Lucy episode The Ballet as Madame Lamone. She was also in the film White Christmas and the TV movie The Man Who Came to Dinner, and the TV series The Halls of Ivy, The Danny Thomas Show, Dennis the Menace, The Gertrude Berg Show, Father Dowling Mysteries, and Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. And you should look up some screenshots of that show if you've never heard of it. You're going to be left slightly speechless. And if you enjoyed movies in the 90s, you very likely saw her in Sister Act as the nun, Mary Lazarus.
Say, Mabel. Have you heard the big news?
What's that?
Eloise Wilson is leaving that wonderful husband of hers.
Well, now we are at a daytime view of the Rudy Matthews rented house.
You know anything about aphids? They're destroying my roses. Hard spray from your garden hose around 5 p.m. Just water, huh?
I like that this episode wanted to give us some aphid advice. It is one of those completely irrelevant moments that I really enjoy. So while the gardener is spraying I don't know what, he happens to stumble upon a gun.
Hey, look at this!
The gardener's played by Ray Ballard. We will get to see him again in 2 future episodes of Columbo.
Hey, look at this!
Now, Columbo is visiting Edna at her home. We learn that Rudy's house is up on the hill, not too far at all from Edna's house.
How did you and Rudy get to seeing one another again?
We just bumped into each other a couple of months ago.
Columbo specifically wanted to know about the will and why suddenly she was the inheritor of the art collection.
But he didn't want me to keep them. He decided to give them all away to schools, museums.
And in the meantime, he didn't want Dale Kingston to get his hands on it. Is that it?
Speaking of Dale Kingston.
Hello, Aunt Edna. May I come in? What's this all about?
Columbo explains that the gardener found a gun that was the same model as the one missing from his uncle's desk.
May I use your phone? Ballistics? Is this Charlie?
Columbo gets a little impatient with Charlie in the ballistics department. I wonder what the backstory is there.
Charlie, I sent that stuff over there over a half hour ago. Oh, thank you. It's the murder gun, all right.
Columbo sends Edna off to go shopping, as that was her plans for the afternoon. And so Edna drives off in her 1971 Lincoln Continental. Then one of the investigators calls Columbo to come check something out.
Looks like that piece of wrapping paper that was torn from the rest of it in his house. Remember?
Columbo starts to think.
I know what you're thinking, Lieutenant. A gun, and now this new evidence. I'm still convinced that Edna had absolutely nothing to do with this.
You know, I think I agree with you.
Columbo says that if she was really guilty, she wouldn't be putting that piece of paper over there by the garbage. She'd be burning it, or something.
I'm going to sit on everything until those stolen paintings show up.
I see.
I don't want to go around pointing my finger at anyone until I have an airtight case.
Right.
Here is Columbo planting a seed, encouraging the person he believes is guilty to make a move that will incriminate them. Dale suggests Columbo and his men should search Edna's house.
Well, it hardly seems worth the trouble. Neither of us thinks she's guilty. Why bother?
Well, for her sake, so she can be certain. Search the house, Lieutenant.
Now, really, I think it's a waste of time.
Well, now Dale has to come up with an alternative plan. He goes back to Frank to suggest Edna's house must be searched in order to cross her name off the list of suspects.
You told me yourself the lieutenant doesn't think she's guilty.
That's today, Frank. Who knows what he'll think tomorrow? In case you haven't noticed, he is a very haphazard individual.
Dale explains that if Columbo doesn't break the case soon, he'll start looking for a scapegoat and point to Edna.
She trusts you, Frank. Get her in here. Talk to her like a Dutch uncle. Fill her in on the situation.
A Dutch uncle is a name to describe a person who gives firm or harsh, yet often benevolent advice. It is said the term Dutch uncle is referring to the sternness and sobriety attributed to Dutch people. Dutch behavior is sometimes described as practical, direct, outspoken, stubborn, well-organized, blunt, not lacking in self-esteem, and always speaking their mind. I share that description of the Dutch because it is particularly amusing to me, being half Dutch and interacting with my Dutch side of the family. So Dale successfully convinces Frank to search Edna's house.
We'll clear it up today.
Then Dale mentions that Columbo insists that there is no reason to even search her house.
Perhaps there's some way around him
You really think so?
I have a few friends at City Hall.
I'll just run one little errand. I'll be right back.
We next see Edna park her car in the parking lot and Dale waiting for her. Dale goes to check out her car with his Elvis shades on and sees she's got a box of what she purchased today in the back seat. Then he casually collects the 2 pastels out of his trunk, and the scene changes to Edna, confused about the news of her house being searched. Frank takes the shopping boxes to the other room at Edna's request.
Why would anyone think that I'd want to kill Rudy?
Nobody does. We just want to make sure that it stays that way, that's all.
Then Dale pretends to spill some drink on himself.
That's one thing you should... Let me just dry off. I'll be right back.
Dale takes the bigger of the shopping boxes, and we find he hid the pastels in there in order to transfer them to Edna's house. He stuffs them in the linen closet, and the doorbell rings. It is the men assigned to search the house. Columbo is seen driving to Edna's in his Peugeot and heading inside.
Hi, Captain.
Columbo.
Oh, hi, Mr. Kingston.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Columbo tells Dale that he just learned about the house being searched and that he was bypassed about the whole situation.
Well, apparently you're just not needed here then, Lieutenant. Why didn't you just go home and have your dinner?
Columbo goes to check on Edna to see how she's doing. She says she isn't very happy about her house being torn apart, but she was advised that it should be done.
Mr. Kingston, I thought it was necessary, Lieutenant.
Then suddenly, a couple of guys searching the place come out with a blue blanket.
Edna, how could you?
Believe me, I have no idea how they got there.
Better not say another word.
Frank asks if the captain intends to charge Edna.
It's up to Lieutenant Columbo. It's his case.
What do you mean it's his case? I thought it was...
We know what you thought, Mr. Kingston.
Well, I think we can get started with the fingerprinting.
Dale is standing there like a statue, gears turning in his head about what is going on.
May I ask what this is all about, Lieutenant?
I'd have to start with your uncle's will. He pulled the rug out from under you when he left his collection to Mrs. Matthews, so you only had one thing that you could do. Murder him and blame it on her.
Columbo explains that under the law, anyone who criminally causes the death of another person cannot inherit from them. He says so if Mrs. Matthews is convicted, Dale's next in line.
That's why you planted the gun, and that's why you planted the wrapping paper, and that's why you planted these paintings.
All right, Lieutenant. You claim that I planted these paintings? Suppose you prove it.
Can we?
Yeah.
Yeah, with fingerprints.
Dale reminds Columbo that of course his fingerprints are all over them because he helped his uncle unpack them.
No, we're not looking for your prints.
What?
Now Columbo reminds Dale of when he was in his apartment and Dale came in with some watercolors that he wouldn't let Columbo see.
And I even touched them.
You touched them?
Yes, my fingerprints are on those paintings. How could my fingerprints get on paintings that she stole?
Dale's face and reaction is wonderfully guilty. He's left totally speechless. What can he say now?
This is entrapment. You put your prints on those paintings while you were bent over watching them when they were working on it. He touched them. You.
This whole setup is so good. So well planned and so well written. But if it wasn't for Ross Martin's incredibly convincing acting here, I don't know if it would have been as impactful as it ultimately turned out to be. This is one of the best gotchas of all time, because nobody was expecting it. I'm sure most people never even questioned why Columbo kept his hands in his pockets the whole scene. I don't think it's going to be any surprise to anyone that I rate this episode 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. I have no closing complaints. This is one of my favorites of the whole series. It's well written and well paced and very funny. We are taken to several different locations and meet several different people throughout. It is quality entertainment for sure. Well, before I leave and say see you next time, I want to thank each of my generous friends for the wonderful coffees. I can't tell you how much it means to me. Also, everyone who has something kind to say in the comments, you are also wonderful. Look forward to the next episode, and I apologize for how long it takes me to complete one of these.
You're late.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm terribly sorry. I just fell asleep.
Sorry to disappoint you.
But for the amount of positive feedback I get from the comment section and the charitable coffee gifts,
I'll drink to that.
the time it takes to create one of these videos and all the YouTube hassle is totally worth it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Gee, thank you very much. Fine, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Up next is episode 5, Lady in Waiting.
Historically, Chrysler luxury liners have had all the excitement of a bowl of prunes, said Motor Trend magazine. Enter the Chrysler New Yorker. 24 valves, 214 horses, and award-winning cab-forward design.
Come on, get the lead out.
No prune, but it is available in black cherry. The Chrysler New Yorker, an eloquent expression of form following function.
Lady in Waiting first aired on December 15th, 1971, and as you might guess, this is the final episode for the year of 71. It was written by both Stephen Bochco and Barney Slater. Yes, this is the best picture I could find of Barney Slater. Actually, it's the only picture I found. We've already met Stephen Bochco because he wrote Murder by the Book. He specifically wrote the teleplay for Lady in Waiting, but the actual story was created by Barney Slater. Mr. Slater also did a lot of writing for Tombstone Territory, Tales of Wells Fargo, and Lost in Space TV series. And this episode was directed by Norman Lloyd. He did a lot of directing for Alfred Hitchcock Presents. So our episode begins with a helicopter night shot of the city. I suppose this must be Los Angeles, though it isn't actually as bright and lit up as it was in Ransom for a Dead Man when they showed a night view of the city during the ransom drop. And now we are outside of a large home. Zooming into a window, we find a sleeping man. In sneaks a pajama-clad woman who begins messing with what must be the man's set of keys. I had that same set of General Motors keys for my old Buick. Oval for opening the doors and trunk, square for the ignition. Anyway, it seems this shifty lady has removed a key from his set, and she successfully tiptoes back out of the room. Now, it must be the next morning. Breakfast out in the garden.
Morning, Charles.
Good morning.
Good morning, Beth.
Beth is hiding behind the newspaper for breakfast. I like how much this man enjoys his orange juice.
Beth. You are sulking.
I'm not sulking.
Now listen to me. He isn't for you.
You have no right to control my life.
Your life, in this case, is tied in with an employee of the company.
We learn very soon that this man having breakfast with Beth is her brother. He runs their prosperous family-owned company and is concerned that the man Beth is dating is not only an employee of the company, but is also a gold digger.
I won't let you be used, Beth. Therefore, I've taken the appropriate steps. Charles?
Yes, sir.
Car ready?
What do you mean you've
Yes, sir.
taken appropriate
Good.
steps? Bryce, what have you done?
Bryce explains that he has written a letter to her boyfriend, Peter Hamilton, telling him to lay off his sister or he will be fired.
What?
I do understand why Bryce would be cautious of men wanting to date his sister for her money, but what he says next really turns our sympathy towards Beth.
If your name wasn't Chadwick and you didn't have all of this, do you really think that Peter Hamilton would give you a second look?
That really cuts deep for a woman to be told something like this. We get the idea from the rest of their argument that her whole life has been kept on tight reins by first her father and now her brother.
Anything I wanted to do on my own, you or he prevented it.
Beth, this is hardly the time.
Once Bryce leaves, we see Beth cling to the key she stole the night before. Beth is played by Susan Clark, born 1943 in Ontario, Canada. She acted in Coogan's Bluff, Valdez is Coming, Skin Game, The Apple Dumpling Gang, as well as the TV movies Something for a Lonely Man, Double Solitaire, and Babe, for which she won a Primetime Emmy Award. She was also in every episode of Webster and almost every episode of Emily of New Moon, which is currently the last bit of acting she's done since the year 2000.
I'll show this town. I'll take those mules and I'll go tonight.
And you take me?
Mary, that ain't no place for a woman.
Anywhere her man is, that's a woman's place.
She then asks the butler if tomorrow is his day off. I really like this dolly camera shot coming up with Charles. Along with the music in the background, this shot almost feels like something from a horror film.
But if you'd like me to stay,
Oh, no, that won't be necessary.
as you wish. May I bring you more coffee?
Charles is played by Joel Fluellen, born 1907 in Louisiana. You'll find him in the Jackie Robinson Story, Friendly Persuasion, The Learning Tree, and The Great White Hope.
Hey, Mac. What are you doing here this time of night? I fixed you some lunch. Here, catch. Man, that's really smart signal calling.
Scene change to the phone ringing and Beth answering.
Hello?
Darling, how are you?
Whoa, it's Leslie Nielsen. Surely you know him. You don't?
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
So, this is Peter Hamilton, Beth's boyfriend. As I mentioned, he is played by Leslie Nielsen. Born 1926 in Saskatchewan, Canada. You will surely know him from his infamous work in Airplane, as well as the cancelled too soon show Police Squad, which inspired the Naked Gun trilogy. But at this point in his career, he was not the funny man he will always be remembered for. He acted in films like Ransom, Forbidden Planet, Hot Summer Night, and The Sheep Man, as well as starring in the TV series The New Breed and guest appearing on a wealth of other TV shows and movies.
They're breaking into Ludwig's office. You're taking a big chance.
I know. You take a chance getting up in the morning, crossing the street, or sticking your face in a fan. Look, there he is.
We will also see Leslie Nielsen in a future Columbo episode. A bit of trivia that relates to both Susan Clark and Leslie Nielsen is that they are both Canadian, and they later are in a movie together called City on Fire, which was filmed in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. It is overall rated pretty poorly as a film, but some people enjoy those B- movies. Well, Peter just called to tell Beth he misses her, and that he wants to come see her as soon as his plane lands tonight. Beth insists he should come visit her tomorrow because it would be much better. And so they end their darling conversation.
Darling!
Hello. Darling. Goodbye, darling.
Beth again has a look at that key and leans over to set it in her nightstand, next to, you guessed it, a gun. The model of this gun is again a Smith & Wesson Model 36. It has been a very popular gun in the series so far, bumping off Jim Ferris in Murder by the Book.
I know. This will be the last time that I can...
Jimmy?
And Uncle Rudy in Suitable for Framing. The scene fades into Beth switching out the light bulb that hangs over the porch with a burnt-out bulb. What is this sly little lady up to? Then Beth checks to make sure the French doors to her room are unlocked and turns on the alarm system with a button right next to her bed. She looks rather innocently excited as she pulls back the covers. The camera pans to her nightstand where a porcelain doll sits. Then she sets down a glass of water and a bottle of pills, as well as the gun and the key. She's all prepared now except for one vital ingredient, a box of chocolates. As she reaches for her first piece of chocolate, the camera changes angles, and now suddenly there are 5 or so empty wrappers on the bed. She really inhaled those chocolates. Look at that. Look at that intense chocolate eating expression. I understand, Beth. There are times when it's difficult to control yourself when it comes to delicious chocolates. So as Beth drifts into a chocolate-induced vision, we get a clear-cut idea of what her plan is. Bryce comes home, can't find his house key. He rings the doorbell. I like how even in her vision she's stuffing her face with chocolate. So Bryce goes around to the French doors leading to her room. She tells him to come in and that the doors are unlocked. He reminds her to turn off the alarm. She assures him that it's off. He walks through the doors, which sounds the alarm, and she shoots him dead. Then she is to replace the house key, throw his keys in the bushes to look like he dropped them in the dark. She also needs to break the pane of glass in her door that was meant to have been broken by Bryce to get into her room. Her ultimate plan is to explain that she thought a burglar had entered her room, and since she had taken some sleeping pills, she did not hear him until the alarm rang, and so she shot him. It was meant to be a terrible mistake. I guess you have to hand it to Beth to kill her brother and publicly claim it as an accident rather than the typical route of killing someone and then acting like you have no idea what's going on. That is unique about this particular story. Our scene now changes to an airplane coming in for landing.
Captain, how soon can you land?
I can't tell.
You can tell me, I'm a doctor.
No, I mean, I'm just not sure.
We then see Peter Hamilton arrive with his luggage. What an interesting room divider. There's so much orange and brown and green. This room is heavy with the 70s. Peter begins casually looking through his mail and is taken by one letter in particular.
Well, that does it.
And now we see Bryce arriving home in his 1971 Lincoln Continental. The same make and model Aunt Edna had and suitable for framing. This remote gate opening seems very impressive for the time. Bryce begins looking at his key ring, confused, noticing the light is burnt out. By the way, the music in this episode is composed by Billy Goldenberg. We know him very well by now, because along with Lady in Waiting, he has so far done the music for Ransom for a Dead Man, Murder by the Book, and Suitable for Framing. Well, Bryce rings the doorbell a couple times, which triggers Beth to get into position for when Bryce knocks on her French doors. Bryce continues checking his keys, and then suddenly here comes Peter, screeching around the corner in his 1968 Mercedes-Benz 280 SL, and coming to a sudden halt, finding that the gate is locked. Back to Beth, very nervously waiting for Bryce to come to her door with the gun pointed. After some time has passed, she decides to lower the gun, and then...
Beth?
Bryce mentions he lost his key to the front door, and Beth innocently asks how he got in.
With this?
A spare.
Well, looks like Bryce kept a spare outside. Real quick, before things go sideways, Bryce is played by Richard Anderson, born 1926 in New Jersey. He co-starred with Leslie Nielsen in Forbidden Planet. He was also in Paths of Glory, The Long Hot Summer, Curse of the Faceless Man, and appeared in every episode of Bus Stop and Dan August.
Private Farrell.
Yes, sir?
Were you in the first wave during the attack on the anthill?
Yes, sir?
Did you refuse to advance?
No, sir.
Back to Beth being horrified about there being a spare key.
Why didn't you answer? I was ringing.
Peter hears these gunshots, and this is really the first time we kind of watch the victim die. Bryce looks up at Beth in disbelief after being shot 3 times in the torso. Cut to Peter climbing the gate, and then Beth setting off the alarm system manually. Finally, Bryce falls to the ground dead. I like the editing here. Bryce and Peter hit the ground at the same time. Now Beth has to act fast because surely the police will be arriving with the alarm ringing. She drags Bryce's bullet-riddled and blood-gushing body to the French doors to properly set up her original plan. Oh, look at all that blood! Then races to put the house key back with the rest of his keys. And here comes Peter running with all his might and leaps like a gazelle to get to the house. Beth finds Bryce's briefcase in the foyer and runs back to her room. If you have a look at the pane of glass before Beth breaks it, you can kind of tell it's different from the rest. It even has a different frame around it. I'm sure it was swapped with some special movie glass, and I'm also sure it had to be broken multiple times. As Beth closes the curtain, we find Peter tries to get into the door and rings the bell, bringing us to some very convincing acting and camera work to show the intensity and fear coming from Beth. She's still got to get rid of these keys and figure out what to do with the spare. Peter rings and rings the doorbell while Beth hurriedly hesitates to the door, hiding the spare behind the statue, and opens the door.
There. What is it?
I shot Bryce.
You what?
Peter runs to go check out the scene as Beth creeps outside to get rid of those keys. Beth recollects the spare and stands there staring wild-eyed at Peter as he delivers the news.
Matthew's dead.
A bit of time has passed and we see a couple paramedics getting into their Ford F-100 panel to haul off poor Bryce. Notice among the police cruisers is Columbo's Peugeot. He's here. Inside the house there are a group of policemen and investigators huddled around the door. This man right here is what seems to be the fingerprint technician, noticing his little tackle box he's carrying around. He's played by Bob Harks, born 1927 in Kansas. He is one of our super uncredited actors to add to the list. Bob has over 530 acting parts, and almost all of them are uncredited. We're going to see his face in 9 more future Columbo episodes. So we find Columbo looking at the newspaper in the entryway with an interested expression, and he walks into the room where Beth and Peter are.
Half asleep because I'd taken a sleeping pill.
What time did you go to bed tonight, Miss Chadwick?
The detective questioning Beth to try to get her story straight is played by Gary Wahlberg, born 1921 in New York. He is best known for his role as Frank Monahan in Quincy M.E. So Beth says she went to bed around 9:30.
I didn't feel very well yesterday, so I didn't go out.
Excuse me. Did I hear you say you stayed home today? You didn't go out at all?
No, that's what I said.
Thank you.
The other detective questioning Peter is played by Richard Bull, born 1924 in Illinois. He was in several episodes of Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, but is most known for his role as Nels Olson in Little House on the Prairie. The detectives want to know why Peter came over tonight.
It's a little involved,
As Beth sits alone on the couch, Peter explains that they are in a relationship together. Detective Wahlberg, who is sitting next to her, must have left.
Miss Chadwick and I have been seeing each other. Bryce objected.
So you came over here to kind of have it out with him?
I suppose you could put it that way.
We found these outside in the bushes.
Beth is asked if these are her brother's keys. I see Detective Wahlberg is back. Beth confirms those are Bryce's keys.
We found these outside in the bushes.
Where did you find them?
In the bushes, ma'am.
The detective is still trying to get Beth's story straight.
You took a sleeping pill before you retired. Would you mind telling me what happened after that?
I heard the glass break and the alarm. I thought it was a burglar. It was pitch dark, and I was half asleep because I'd taken the sleeping pill. I reached for the gun, and then I just started shooting.
So she took a sleeping pill.
I'd taken a sleeping pill.
You took a sleeping pill.
I'd taken the sleeping pill.
Therefore, she was supposed to have been in a groggy state.
And I was half asleep.
And the lights were off.
It was pitch dark.
And everyone believes she hit her target all 3 times, even though she describes it as just shooting.
And then I just started shooting. I didn't know what I was doing.
Then Peter tries to kick out the detectives so that Beth can get some rest.
All right, fellas. Wrap it up.
Oh, wait a minute. There's Bob Harks again, still walking towards the door with his buddy. From the looks of it, this is the first part of the scene we saw earlier, but it was cut and placed here instead. And then here's Beth, looking like a limp invalid.
Excuse me, were you and your brother the only ones that were living here?
Well, except for Charles and the maid.
Who is Charles?
The butler.
I suppose he's off tonight.
Yes.
That alone tips off Columbo. Another case where the house help has the night off and someone gets murdered in a mansion. Now a daytime view of the Chadwick residence. We see a cab pull up right behind Columbo's car. Out of the cab comes a little Yorkie-looking dog that takes an immediate dislike to Columbo. Following the dog is Bryce and Beth's mother.
Now, Enrico, darling, now, be nice, darling, be nice. You there, pay the cab and bring my luggage.
Well, she seems like a nice lady herself, doesn't she? I like how annoyed Columbo looks as he watches her walk away. Columbo asks the cab driver if she had any luggage.
Right here.
I also love Columbo's face during this scene, too, at how unhelpful the cabbie was.
And there's $10.50 on that meter.
$10.50 in 1971 is equal to $75 today in 2022. Man, our dollar has really lost its value, and the future isn't looking too bright for it either. You may be wondering why the cab fare was so expensive. Well, they seem to imply Mrs. Chadwick took a cab from her home in Palm Desert, which is about a 2.5-hour drive to the Chadwick mansion in Los Angeles. I love how Columbo eyes the cab driver while he checks his pockets.
Gee, I've only got $11. Well, go ahead. Keep it all.
This cab driver is played by Fred Draper, born 1923 in Pennsylvania. We'll come across him again in 5 future Columbo episodes. He also co-starred with Peter Falk in the film A Woman Under the Influence. Anyway, Columbo hauls the woman's luggage without a word. Enrico starts barking at him again.
Now, Enrico, come here, come here, come here.
There's a tough little monkey you got there.
Enrico is not a monkey. He's a pedigreed silky.
Oh, it's a silky, not a Yorkie.
My name is Columbo, ma'am. I'm a lieutenant from the police.
Yes, I see you back there, Bryce.
Well, I must say you hardly look the role.
Well, you know how it is.
Yes, Columbo, I know how it is. Oh, that reminds me. We weren't given the little joke about Columbo not looking like a cop when we watched Suitable for Framing. She asks if he brought her bags in, and Columbo says yes and mentions the cab fare. And then Beth shows up.
Here I am, Mother.
You killed my son.
Mrs. Chadwick is played by Jessie Royce Landis, born 1896 in Illinois. She was in To Catch a Thief, North by Northwest, and Goodbye Again. This part in Columbo was her final acting role. She passed away just a few months after this episode aired.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. This must be very embarrassing for you.
No, not really, no. You see, I come from a very big family, and at dinner time it was like, well, you know, Madison Square Garden.
Columbo mentions he smelled coffee when he came in, so Beth leaves to get the coffee.
He was a special man, Lieutenant. He took over from my husband in many ways, including dealing with Beth and her problems.
Mrs. Chadwick says that Beth is something of a child who bases all of her decisions on emotion, where Bryce was far more perceptive and mature.
He never married, did he? Why was that?
What are you implying?
Columbo says no offense, he just seemed like a very distinct and unique man. Mrs. Chadwick agrees that he was, and he had far too many responsibilities as well as running the business that he just never met the right woman.
I don't know what's going to happen to the company now. I certainly can't run it, and I don't want to bring anyone in from the outside.
You won't have to.
Beth mentions she is an officer of the company, but her mother retorts her, implying she knows nothing about the company.
You aren't even capable of running your own life.
I've never been allowed to run my own life. But things are different now, aren't they? There's a change in the status quo.
Beth asks what it is Columbo needed.
No, I only have one problem, and that is, thank you.
Cream, sugar?
No, I take it black, thank you.
Now we know how Columbo likes his coffee. Here's a small inconsistency that's kind of fun to watch. The color of Beth's cookie regularly changes from white to brown between takes. She must be devouring those cookies as fast as she inhaled those chocolates the other night. Columbo says he had trouble sleeping last night because there are a couple of points that bothered him.
That newspaper.
Newspaper?
Columbo doesn't understand how that newspaper got there, since Beth mentioned she didn't leave the house all day that day.
Haven't you ever heard of home delivery?
And Columbo's like, well, yeah, I have paper delivered to my house every morning. Beth tells him, well, that's the answer.
No, that won't answer it. No, the newspaper on the foyer table, that was a late edition.
Columbo asks Beth if she was home all day, who brought in the newspaper.
Well, Bryce must have brought it home.
Yes, but Bryce came in through your room. He didn't come in through the front door. How did that newspaper get to the other end of the house?
Beth says that Bryce had to have brought it home, and during her confusion that night, she must have picked it up and put it on the foyer table when she went to answer the door. Columbo then asked why she didn't bring his attaché case along with the paper.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it, gee.
Beth's mother steps up to defend her daughter by saying people are inconsistent when they're in shock, and that it's foolish of him to expect rational behavior at a time like that. Which, is actually very true.
Well, I'm sure you're probably right about this. Well, look, I'm sure both of you have a great deal to talk about, so I'm going to run along.
But before he leaves, he is sure to get his $11 back from Mrs. Chadwick.
Listen, about that $11, ma'am, thank you very much.
Now we are at the county courthouse. Wow, what an interesting comb-over this man has. The hearing officer is played by John Lormer, born 1906 in Ohio. He had loads of guest appearances on television. Oftentimes his roles included judges, preachers, and professors.
Have you, ladies and gentlemen, concluded your deliberations?
Yes, sir, we have.
Clerk?
So the jurors hand over their conclusion about whether or not Beth's killing her brother was an accident. This meeting isn't exactly a trial. It's called a coroner's inquest. These inquests are only conducted when a death occurs under questionable or sudden circumstances. A bit more interesting backstory. Do you remember in Dead Weight when I talked about how Peter Falk was not coming to work because he was kind of on strike about not being able to direct an episode like he was promised? Well, throughout production of this episode, Peter Falk kept asking which episode was he going to be directing, but nobody would give him an answer. So each day, Peter Falk arrived a little bit later, spent a little more time on his lines before each scene, and everyone else just had to stand around and wait on him. Nobody could move on without him. Later on, Peter Falk finds out that the next episode has already been claimed by another director, leaving only one more episode left of the season. So he figures he's got to throw another dramatic fit. He decides to drive off the studio lot. Once again, the company had to shoot as much as they could without Peter Falk. So, guess who gets to return to play the back of Columbo's head? The same body double from Dead Weight. When I worked on that video, I couldn't find who the body double was. But since then, I learned that his name was Richard Lance. Unfortunately, I cannot find a picture of him anywhere. I'm very curious about what he looked like, but that might have to remain a mystery. So because of Peter Falk's latest stunt, Universal placed him on suspension. Peter Falk's lawyer, Bert Fields, informed the studio that Peter will not be returning to work until he's given his directing assignment as promised. Universal was ready to fight, but NBC was not. NBC knew Columbo was gold, and they had a hit. They demanded Universal get Falk back on set. Universal had no choice but to give Peter Falk his way. So, like I mentioned in Dead Weight, Peter Falk will get to direct the final episode of Season 1.
She's home free. You watch. Jupiter and Venus are in good aspect with Pluto.
Columbo's reaction to that is similar to what mine would be.
The jury finds that Bryce Chadwick came to his death July 21st, death being caused by 3 .38 caliber bullet wounds in the upper chest. The death of Bryce Chadwick was an accident.
The guy behind Beth that had zero reaction to the verdict is named Hans Mobus, born 1902 in Germany. He is another superstar uncredited actor with 385 roles in movies and television, with only 3 of those roles being credited to him. We are going to see him one more time in a future Columbo episode. Moving on to our next uncredited actor, Katherine Jansen. She has been uncredited in over 100 roles. Not only was she in loads of very popular TV shows, but some of the movies she was in are quite significant, such as Blazing Saddles, The Godfather Part 2, Young Frankenstein, Annie Hall, Ghostbusters, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, Big Business, and The Naked Gun. She will also show up in 4 more upcoming Columbo episodes. The man sitting next to our uncredited Katherine is Buzz Barbie. What a name. Now, even though Buzz Barbie's resume is mostly uncredited, he's only got 20 roles. He must have gotten tired of the lack of credit. We are going to see him in the future as well in one more Columbo episode. And finally, there's Clark Ross sitting next to Mrs. Chadwick. We'll see him in 4 more upcoming Columbo episodes. He has over 200 uncredited roles in movies and television. Our list of crediting uncredited actors is growing. So the death of Bryce has been ruled an accident. Therefore, there doesn't need to be any kind of formal trial. And I'll get more into that near the end of the video.
See?
The Planet Alignment Lady is played by Marsha Wallace, born 1942 in Iowa. Finally, I found an actor born in my state. We have already talked about her once because of her credit she was given for appearing in Murder by the Book, where she did not appear. This is the only episode of Columbo that she appears in. She is known for being in almost every single episode of The Bob Newhart Show, as well as her common voice acting for the TV show The Simpsons. She also did voice acting anytime her character was put into a Simpsons video game. Well, now that Beth realizes she is home free, she says she wants to take the whole jury out to dinner.
It's back to normal, eh?
Oh, no. That's exactly what I don't want.
What do you mean?
Well, I think it's time we made a few changes, that I broke a few patterns.
Well, Peter invites Beth out to lunch to celebrate. Beth asks if she can take a rain check because she's got a few appointments.
Would you set up a meeting with the heads of the departments?
What's the agenda?
Reorganization. Mother?
Well, she's behaving a bit unhinged, but maybe she's just really excited. Neither Peter nor Beth's mother know exactly how to react. Columbo also seemed to find that little dialogue interesting.
Morning, Mr. Hamilton.
Oh, Lieutenant.
You remember me?
Yes, I've got a very good memory.
That's a funny response, Peter. Imagine telling people you have a very good memory every time you remember them. Columbo says he envies Peter because sometimes he can't even remember his own telephone number. Nowadays, that's pretty much the only phone number we do remember.
I couldn't help overhearing that she turned you down for lunch. You want to grab a bite with me?
You want to ask me some questions, is that it?
I love how Columbo answers Peter without answering Peter.
Well, listen, it's my treat.
All right.
So Columbo takes Peter to a drive-in burger and milkshake joint. This building still exists and is still a burger place. From what I've gathered, it is currently called the Oinkster and has quite good reviews. If I'm ever in Los Angeles, I'll surely stop by for a bite.
All right, don't forget to let me know before you leave. I need to take the tray. People are always driving off with our trays.
I'll remember.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This nice waitress is played by Susan Barrister. This role in Columbo is her first of 4 acting credits. Columbo asks Peter if he and Beth are going to be married.
Yes, we're going to be married, but we haven't set the date yet.
Peter takes a look at that plain, dry burger and decides to just drink his Coke. Columbo asks why Peter drove over to Beth's the night of the shooting so late.
Let's say the propulsion was anger.
Huh? What do you mean?
Columbo's burger looks like it's mostly bun. Peter explains when he got back from a business trip, there was a letter waiting for him from Bryce saying to lay off Beth or else.
Professional discrimination, things like that.
You got there just in time for the commotion. It's quite a coincidence, isn't it?
You think that the 2 of us did Bryce in together?
Do I think it was a conspiracy? No. Oh, no chance of that. No, sir.
Peter then brings up the fact that he has been accused of being a fortune hunter. He assures Columbo he is not.
I love Beth, with her money or without her money. Matter of fact, I was quite prepared to quit the company. I'm sorry about poor Bryce being killed, but it has gotten Beth out from under his thumb.
I like Columbo's response to that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, way out.
Huh? I think that her brother's death is the best thing that ever happened to her.
And Columbo figures it's time to leave.
Hey, mister! You forgot the tray!
Sorry.
It's all right.
Now we are back at the Chadwick residence, where a pretty blue 1970 Ferrari 365 GTB for Daytona sits at the front entrance. Columbo is trying to find out where Beth is.
Yes, she's at the beauty parlor, Eugene's.
Columbo mentions that the car smells new.
It is, sir. It was just delivered.
Oh, what do we have here? A boom mic of sorts?
That's a wonderful piece of machinery. I'm going to go around the side of the house here, and I'm going to conduct an experiment.
Charles asks if he can help Columbo, which I like Columbo's response.
No, Charles, it's a kind of do-it-yourself thing.
So Columbo walks the path that Bryce should have walked if Beth's story were true. He takes off his shoe and studies it closely. Charles and Hilda the maid are watching him, not quite sure what to make of his experiment. Hilda is played by Frances Neely, born 1918 in California. Her acting career wasn't too wild, although she did make it into Ghostbusters. That alone is important because I don't believe Ghostbusters will ever be forgotten. The scene fades into Columbo's car driving down the same road he drove down in Death Lends a Hand. I recognize it because of the Indian head sign. And wouldn't you know it, this part showing Columbo driving is the exact same scene right before he gets pulled over by the cop in Death Lends a Hand. Which is really a great shot, but it makes the next view of Columbo's car kind of strange because now the top is down again, parked in front of Eugene's. Columbo tells the hostess at the desk that he's looking for Beth Chadwick.
Well, right through that door, Lieutenant. Cubicle 4.
Thank you.
She then calls attention to his cigar.
What about it?
Or the fragrance is not compatible.
That is the nicest possible way to say she doesn't want him smoking his cigar in there. So Columbo hands her the cigar and she doesn't know exactly what to do with it. Alright, now the first thing I noticed when Columbo enters this gaudy room, other than the terribly pink walls, is this red carpet. The waiting area did not have carpet. The actual hair salon has carpet. This is clearly just a load of props put into this carpeted room because there is no way, not even by rich Beverly Hills standards, there would be carpet in a hair salon for reasons of hygiene. But I do enjoy how much they make Columbo look out of place here. Columbo finds Beth getting her hair done and her hands massaged. He lets her know Charles said she would be here.
Saw your new car, by the way. I suppose you have to order those things weeks in advance, don't you?
Yes, that's right.
Gee, that's funny, though. If you had ordered the car some time ago, that would mean that you knew in advance that you were going to change your style.
Beth ignores that statement and stands up to look at her new hairstyle.
Miss Chadwick, you look sensational.
You really think so?
I'd say you were a new woman.
Her hair does look very nice and bouncy. And by the way, the song playing in the salon is the same song that General Hollister ordered Helen to dance with him to at his house. Columbo says he wants to meet Beth at her house because he has a couple questions to ask her.
Is this really necessary?
Well, in a way it does, yes. I promise it won't take long.
Do you see that man carrying a thing? That is Mike Lowley, born 1900 in New York. Now at this point, many of you probably don't know who he is, but some of you do. Mr. Lowley claims to have been on the set of Columbo every single day. I've read that he and Peter Falk were good friends, and that on filming days when the studio sent a driver out to pick up Peter Falk, they were instructed to pick up Lowley on the way. Mike Lowley has over 480 uncredited roles. 25 of them are listed on Internet Movie Database for Columbo, although I have found him in at least 26 episodes. And he could be in even more, so we'll keep our eyes open. This episode is the first appearance that I have found, but if anyone has found him earlier than this episode, let me know. But from this point on, we are going to be playing Where's Mike Lowley?
Lieutenant! Your cigar.
The very kind hostess at Eugene's is played by Barbara Rhodes, born 1946 in New York. She was in several episodes of Busting Loose, Generations, and One Life to Live. We will see her one more time in a future Columbo episode. Now that Columbo and Beth are at her house, we will get to learn why he was studying his shoes earlier.
You figured that your brother had to walk around the side of the house like this. Now, you see, he had to walk on grass.
Beth begins giggling and wanting to know what the point of this is.
But today's Thursday. The gardener cuts the grass on Thursday. Excuse me a minute.
Columbo bends over to take off one of his shoes.
You see? Grass.
Yes, well, that's only natural.
But you know there was no grass on your brother's shoe?
Columbo says her brother was shot 1 week ago, on Thursday. He had to look at all the photographs of the body and even had them blown up. But for the life of him, he couldn't find any grass on his shoes.
Why? It was freshly cut, and it was sticky because it was at night and it was dew.
Beth compliments his work and says he must have had particles of grass on his shoes.
But they were probably brushed off on the carpet. And unfortunately, the room's been cleaned.
Just one more thing. I guess Charles has the stepladder by now.
Columbo's shoe teleports right back onto his foot, and they walk back to the porch entryway. Then Columbo climbs the ladder and takes down a potted plant from up on a pedestal. He says he found what looks like the imprint of a key in this plant's dirt. That was some very detailed detective work, Columbo. Beth says there was a spare key in there.
Bryce didn't know about it. I also removed it myself recently because I had second thoughts.
What do you mean by second thoughts?
Beth explains that if there were a burglar prowling about, he might find the key, and then what good would the alarm system be?
Good point.
All right, Lieutenant, I think you finally overstayed your welcome.
Columbo explains that he is just trying to tie up loose ends, and he means no offense by it.
You see, I'm compulsive that way. It's just, well, that's what my wife says about it, just...
Are you really?
I used to think she said, "Are you really?" about the fact that he was married, like she couldn't believe it. But I think she's saying that about his compulsive nature.
I told the truth the night it happened. So whatever your little compulsions may be, I'm afraid I must insist you leave me alone.
And now we see Peter playing pool at some kind of clothing store.
Yeah?
Well, is that it?
No, I haven't finished.
Sounds like Peter is politely wanting her to be done shopping.
You're not bored, are you?
No. That's good. Wonderful time.
Some more music trivia for you. This song playing in the shop is the same song that played at Barney's Beanery when Margaret goes to visit Columbo.
Oh, certainly.
While Beth is manically trying on outfits, she asks Peter if he has the meeting set up for this afternoon.
Yes, but I was wondering, Beth. Well, don't you think it's a little premature? Perhaps another week for things to ease up.
No, it must be today.
All right, it's up to you.
Peter strolls over to the bar. Yes, there is a bar in the shop as well. Whoever set up this boutique was being very considerate of the husband. Then Beth walks out of the dressing room with a couple of purple hankies wrapped around her. And I appreciate Peter's reaction to her outfit.
What do you think?
Interesting.
What does that mean?
Well, it's wild. A little out of your style, though, isn't it?
I'm perfectly capable of making my own decisions.
Oh, what is that silver dress over there on the rail?
Judging by Peter's facial expression from this little interaction, he seems a bit put out by her off-the-wall clothing impulsions.
Beth?
See this dress shop worker in the background? That is Cosmo Sardo, born 1909 in Massachusetts. He is another to add to our list of professionally uncredited actors. Over 500 uncredited acting roles, 5 of them being in Columbo. So we'll see him again, of course.
Beth, why don't you finish your wardrobe? I'm going back to the office.
No, I want you to wait till I'm ready to go.
And I'm not sure what's gotten into you, but I'm not sure I like it.
Peter has made it clear that he doesn't care for Beth's sudden change in behavior. She's trying to buy some pants for herself and a dress for Peter, but he is not that kind of guy. Beth is left speechless for a moment until this gal making the sale of a lifetime breaks the silence.
Did you want to try this on?
Yes, this one and that blue dress over there.
And guess who the sales rep is here? Yes, it's our fully clothed nude model from Suitable for Framing, Katherine Dark.
Yeah, what is it?
If I'm interrupting something...
No, you're not interrupting anything.
And now it's time for the oh-so-important meeting that Beth wanted. Peter is here, along with Beth's mother, and even Enrico made it. And I guess in Beth's nutty reasoning, she figured conducting a meeting meant wearing a pink train conductor's hat, as well as some furniture upholstery for a jacket. Of all the clothes she tried on, this is what she went with. Beth authoritatively instructs everyone to take their seats. This executive man is played by Mickey Golden. We've already met him at the art gallery party in Suitable for Framing. And this very gentlemanly man getting the seat for Mrs. Chadwick is played by Jeffrey Sayer. We've already met him too in Murder by the Book. He is the one who shoves Miss Lysenko out of the way at the theater.
As you all well know, this is a family-owned firm. Therefore, as of today, I am assuming the presidency.
Mrs. Chadwick is shocked by this. Beth must have lost her marbles, she thinks.
I would like to announce the elevation of Mr. Peter Hamilton
to Executive Vice President in charge of accounts.
And Peter looks like he feels very awkward. Has she gone off the deep end?
My brother was a traditionalist. I want to break new ground.
Beth starts talking about cutting accounts and criticizing how much the company is selling others' products rather than their own.
Beth, forgive me, but that is our job.
Nonsense!
Now, look, Beth, I don't want to be difficult, but
Fred, I don't mean to interrupt you. If you disagree with my approach, you're perfectly free to sever your relationship with the firm.
Fred figures Beth is a few bricks short of a full load, but at the moment, he can only bend to her will.
No, Beth, I feel that I can accommodate myself to your way of thinking.
Yes, I'm sure you can.
Then Beth adjourns the meeting, but before people are able to get up, she slips in one more announcement.
One more thing, a happy and personal note. I'd like to announce my engagement to Mr. Hamilton.
I think Peter is realizing that the tiles have fallen off of Beth's roof. A few kind men go over to Peter to congratulate him. Peter's just kind of awkwardly hanging around, not quite sure what to do. And Mrs. Chadwick doesn't know what to say to him either, but she knows exactly what to say to Beth.
You must be out of your mind.
The lady handing Beth papers to sign is Leota Richards. I'm sure you remember her by now. She was a theater patron in Murder by the Book and a party guest at the art gallery in Suitable for Framing.
Don't be naive, Mother. Who else can take over and still keep it in the family? You're getting old, Mother, or hadn't you noticed?
Then there's a knock at the door.
Am I interrupting something?
Why, hello there, fella. How you doing?
Columbo has a treat for little Enrico, which is so kind and considerate of him, but Enrico wants nothing to do with this dry old treat. He is a pedigree silky after all. They only eat gourmet treats prepared by servants. And you'll notice here that the dog is not barking, but the editors added in some barking. Mrs. Chadwick says she is leaving.
Mother, we'll go into this later.
As you wish.
It's sad to see Mrs. Chadwick give in to her Mad Hatter daughter.
Well, Columbo, what is it now? We've talked about keys and grass and newspapers.
So right here, Beth says, "Oh, thank you," twice. And it doesn't really make sense. The first time, maybe Columbo was trying to help her take her coat off, but you can't really see that. And then the second time, it was dubbed over whatever she originally said.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Well, you know how one thing leads to another.
Columbo says he had a thought that occurred to him about the burnt-out light bulb in their entryway, and it is keeping him awake at night. So he went over to her house this morning to take a look at it. And then Columbo flings out of his pocket the light bulb.
You brought it with you.
Beth is at first quite amused by this.
This is a 100-watt bulb. Got a life, $750, $800. Then you burn the outside light 8-10 hours a day. So that means it would last 2.5 months.
Columbo goes on to say that he hates changing bulbs outside because by the time they burn out, they are full of dust and dead bugs. Then he comes back around to Beth's bulb.
Why is that bulb dirt and dust-free? That bulb is clean as a whistle. Now, I think that's kind of strange, don't you? Hanging there long enough to burn out, but not hanging there long enough to get dirty.
Beth has the ultimate explanation.
If the bulb is clean, it's because servants cleaned it.
They cleaned a burnt-out bulb.
My question about the bulb is why hasn't it been changed yet by Charles or someone else by this time? It's been a week since Bryce's death, and yet that burnt-out bulb stayed in the socket. Now Beth has had enough of Columbo, and she kicks him out.
I don't ever want to see you again. You'll be refused admittance to my house and to this office. If you think you have a case against me, go to the district attorney. Is that clear?
Columbo notices Beth is missing a few cups in her cupboard and figures he better go. Before Columbo walks out, he wanted to say one more thing, but Beth stopped him.
No more questions.
I just wanted to return your bulb.
Now, Columbo, If that bulb is any kind of evidence, why in the world would you hand it over to the prime suspect? Anyway, Columbo closes the door and Beth goes ahead and snaps.
What can we do about him?
Whoa, Beth. I like the bulb breaking sound effect. It sounds very big.
Beth, take it easy. Calm down.
Oh, stop saying calm down. There must be somebody in city
calm
government
down.
who can do something.
Calm down. Take it easy.
Well, is that your professional advice?
Peter observes that the cheese has slid off Beth's pizza.
What in the world has gotten into you? We never argued like this before.
Then Beth's shoulders relax and she rushes to hug Peter, saying that they aren't arguing. Beth asks Peter what's wrong.
Number one, this business of arbitrarily promoting me. To say the least, it smacks of high-level nepotism.
Nepotism is when those with power or influence favor relatives and friends, especially by giving them jobs. Then Peter mentions a second thing that's bothering him.
You announced our engagement without even letting me know. I was just as surprised here as everybody else.
We are going to get married, aren't we?
That's not the point. I would like to have had a hand in the decision.
Another example of Beth trying to wear Peter's trousers, and he does not like it. Peter tells Beth that this isn't like her to act this way, and that it's way out of character.
Well, if I've changed, it's because I thought you'd like a more exciting woman.
A change, yes, but a complete metamorphosis. I'm not sure, Beth, you're the same person.
Maybe I'm not.
Beth then suggests that maybe Bryce was right about Peter being the wrong sort of man for her, and she stomps out of the room. Poor Peter is left to think about everything that just happened in the last 10 minutes. Looks like he decided to spend his evening at the bar.
What's that, the third?
I get paid not to count.
Just keep them coming, that's all.
The bartender is played by John Francis, born 1923 in Minnesota. We'll see him once more in Columbo as another bartender. If you have a look at his filmography, he plays a bartender/waiter in 14 of his 43 acting roles. And one last musical trivia is the song playing in this bar. We very first heard this song in Ransom for a Dead Man. It's one of the main songs in that episode. And then the song makes another auditory appearance in Murder by the Book.
Oh, I just can't resist strawberries.
I'm glad you liked them.
Well, what do you know? Columbo is at the bar as well. Peter notices him and strolls over to greet him.
Well, I didn't think you people were supposed to drink on duty.
Oh, Mr. Hamilton. Oh, no, that's coffee. Oh, I don't drink.
Columbo doesn't drink?
What'll we drink to?
Oh, I don't know. How about you and me?
Fine.
You will keep me posted, Lieutenant.
Oh, yes, I will, yeah. You know, there's only one thing that I'm not clear about.
To the knock of opportunity.
Well, maybe he means he doesn't go out drinking, but he will accept a drink when offered. I'd maybe describe Columbo as the penultimate drinker.
It's quite a coincidence, you and I both meeting in the same place like
Yes, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Columbo's so funny. Peter asks what Columbo is reading, and he says it's the transcript from the coroner's inquest. Then Columbo changes the subject by congratulating Peter on his engagement. Peter says he's not necessarily engaged.
Oh, really? What happened?
Peter doesn't want to talk about that, so he changes the subject now.
Lieutenant, why are you hounding Beth?
Columbo responds with an extremely Columbo-type response.
Hounding? Who, me? Oh, no, I'm not hounding anybody. Oh, no, no. No, what I'm trying to do is get to the bottom of this thing.
You don't really think that Beth killed her brother in cold blood, now do you?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Then Peter chuckles, thinking maybe he's joking, but Columbo's expression remains serious.
I think she set it up. I think it was deliberate. And I think you can help me prove it.
Columbo begins talking about his wife and how she has a proverb for every situation. He says they had an argument last night, and she says, "You're putting the cart before the horse," which turned on a light bulb for Columbo.
On the night of the murder, you said something. And you tell me you got a terrific memory. Then you'll know whether or not Beth Chadwick murdered her brother.
All right. And what do I remember?
Before we learn the answer to that, the scene changes to Beth in her bedroom, setting the alarm just like the night of the murder. Rather than her modest mother's nightgown, she's got on a silky little gown. Instead of a glass of water, she's got a glass of liquor. Replacing the delicious chocolates is a cigarette. And if you notice, her porcelain doll is missing, replaced with a fancy pants ashtray. She's definitely a different woman. Seems like she's reading over some important looking books that probably pertain to the family company. At least she's trying to understand her new job. Then we hear someone rattle the handles to her French doors.
Who is it? Who's there?
Her first reaction makes sense, to grab her gun and try to get a hold of the police. But then she changes her mind about the police. She assumes it must be Columbo. Now I know Columbo was asking her a lot of questions and visiting her, but how could she really honestly think that it was Columbo rattling the door handles in the night?
Come on, Lieutenant. Come in and have a drink.
She seems to absolutely have every intention of Columbo opening the doors and shooting him dead. When nobody responds to her beckoning, she turns off the alarm and goes to the door.
This is the way your brother came in that night, isn't it?
She has a flash of memory of Bryce coming in, like Columbo describes. This is very similar to when Columbo was visiting with Leslie Williams about the way her husband must have been shot. Beth asks how'd Columbo get in, and he says the same way her brother did, with a spare key.
What do you expect to prove by this bit of nonsense?
Well, I don't want to prove anything, ma'am. I came to arrest you.
And Beth laughs at him.
And I did have a reason for coming in this way. I wanted to see the look on your face. I knew it wasn't an accident the first night. I knew it as soon as I saw that newspaper, but I didn't have any proof. I had to wait for your fiancé to give it to me.
From Peter?
You can see she still has a softness for Peter. Columbo goes over her side of the story, which is that the alarm woke her, she grabbed the gun, and started shooting what she believed was a burglar.
Which is exactly what happened.
Couldn't be.
Columbo states that Peter Hamilton heard both the shots and the alarm. Beth says, well, of course he did. What difference does that make?
Oh, big difference. He heard the shots first, then the alarm. That's the cart before the horse. I mean, how could the alarm wake you if the shots came first?
Beth suggests Peter is mistaken, but Columbo assures her that Peter is a very good lawyer and he prides himself on his memory. While Columbo is telling Beth that with Peter's testimony and the other holes in her story, he believes they'll convict her, she has the gun hidden behind her little veil. They stare at each other for a moment, and then suddenly she decides to point the gun at Columbo. She's completely off her rocker if she believes she'd be able to shoot Columbo and get away with it.
Oh, really, you don't want to do that. Policeman outside, what would be the point?
She continues to point the gun at him with a wild look in her eyes.
Besides, you're too classy a woman.
Saying that to Beth disarmed her, and she hands the gun to Columbo. Although there is nothing classy about Beth. She is as selfish and conceited as you can get. But you see, Columbo has street smarts. Telling someone they are classy would make them hesitate on anything they are about to do. Maybe. Well, it's worth a shot anyway. Columbo tells Beth to get dressed and take all the time she needs. That alone seems quite risky. With a woman like Beth, who, if you ask me, has only one oar in the water, who knows what she might do out of Columbo's sight? She could go grab another weapon, or even escape somehow. Columbo steps outside and sighs, lighting up a new cigar and looking out into the night. A great Columbo pose to end the episode with. Now some of you may be wondering, how can Beth go to trial since Bryce's death was labeled an accident? Many of you likely have heard of double jeopardy, which prevents an accused person from being tried again on the same or similar charges. The Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution reads, "Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb." So, how could Columbo even arrest Beth, right? Well, remember I mentioned what we saw earlier was a coroner's inquest. An inquest uses witnesses, but suspects are not permitted to defend themselves. If the verdict had been murder, then criminal prosecution may follow and suspects are able to defend themselves. This episode tends to have mixed opinions from people, but I personally really enjoy it. I like how we got to see the clever intended murder and then the actual murder that didn't quite turn out the same. I really enjoyed Beth's character change from a controlled woman to a loose cannon. She was really incriminating herself with all the outrageous decisions and actions she was making practically the day after Bryce's death. She showed no time of mourning over this awful accident. And I enjoyed the acting and the humor, and I think several of the scenes are memorable. I noticed in this particular episode, unlike many of the others, Columbo doesn't really strike up much chemistry or friendship between him and the killer, like he does in the majority of episodes. Instead, he had a bit of a chemistry with Peter. I have only a few little complaints, and then how about I rate this episode? My first complaint is that Beth really did not even need to kill her brother. I don't see why she couldn't just go off and marry Peter. Who cares if he got fired or he quit? He's a respected lawyer that would have been successful at a different company. But then, we wouldn't have an episode, would we? My second small complaint is actually the gotcha. Even though I enjoy the ending, I also don't understand why it was done this way. What a terrible risk it was for Columbo to enter her home without knocking first to arrest her. I know he says he did that so he could see the look on her face, but I think that might actually be illegal. Taking her by surprise like that when she clearly isn't always playing with a full deck.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
But anyway, these things don't bother me badly enough. And since I tend to be a pretty generous Columbo fan, I rate this episode 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. I find it far too entertaining to dock any cigars. Thank you to my generous friends who gift me the most wonderful coffees. Thank you to my amazing viewers who leave me such encouraging comments. And thank you for subscribing, because it reminds me that there are loads of other Columbo fans out there that enjoy the same things I do.
So I'm gonna run along. Thank you for the coffee, ma'am.
Up next is episode 6, Short Fuse.
Lots of margarines say they have a buttery taste, even when there's no butter in them. Kraft Touch-A-Butter spread has creamy, rich butter in it. Just a touch. Kraft Touch-A-Butter. A touch of real butter makes a real difference.
Short Fuse first aired on January 19th, 1972. The first Columbo of the year. It was directed by Edward Abrams. This episode of Columbo was his first ever directing assignment. Abrams' main line of work was editing, but he wanted to try his hand at directing for a while. I like how a lot of people were trying to correct me saying, hey, that's Jack Nicholson. Well, I know it's Jack Nicholson, it's just it was a picture of him editing instead of a random guy editing, because I don't have any pictures of Abrams editing. And I just thought it would be funny to put Jack Nicholson, but my joke fell flat. So how in the world did he suddenly get to direct a Columbo episode? Well, he was the editor for Ransom for a Dead Man, Death Lends a Hand, and Lady in Waiting, and Levinson and Link, the creators of Columbo, were the ones who gave Ed Abrams this episode as a thank you for his superb editing. He will go on to direct one more future episode of Columbo, as well as an episode of Night Gallery, Mrs. Columbo, which should never have existed, and an episode of Murder, She Wrote. He will also be the editor for a 90s Columbo episode. And I must mention, he was the editor for Street Fighter the movie. Despite this being his first ever directing assignment, Abrams was one of the few Columbo directors to finish on schedule. He didn't figure multiple takes were necessary, filming only what he needed and moving on. I suppose what may have contributed to this one-take filming technique was the fact that Abrams only had 10 days to shoot this episode. You see, Short Fuse was a rush job ordered by Universal, basically as a backup episode in case Peter Falk completely fails at directing Blueprint for Murder. Universal clearly had no faith in Falk's abilities. I'd like to really quick lay out the timeline so far because things are a little chronologically confused. So of course we have Prescription Murder, the standalone TV movie. Then we have Ransom for a Dead Man, the pilot episode. No discrepancies so far. As I mentioned in the reviews, the first filmed episode of Columbo was Death Lends a Hand, and second was Murder by the Book, but their air dates were swapped. Next we have Dead Weight, which is where Peter Falk goes on strike in order to get his directing assignment he wanted. The next filmed episode was actually Lady in Waiting, which makes sense because the same body double in Dead Weight appears in this episode as well, since Peter Falk is still causing trouble by not showing up to work in an attempt to get his directing assignment that keeps getting swept under the rug by Universal and NBC. Then Suitable for Framing is filmed, and Peter is happy because by this point he has been promised the final episode for season 1. Therefore, he performs his work in this episode to the fullest. The next episode filmed is actually Peter Falk's episode, Blueprint for Murder, which is the final episode aired for the season. And then finally, our last-minute decision episode, Short Fuse, which was filmed immediately after Blueprint for Murder with no rest period. The reason for the 10-day time crunch was because Peter Falk had a flight to New York scheduled for the 15th of September because he was headed for Broadway to perform The Prisoner of 2nd Avenue with Lee Grant from Ransom for a Dead Man. So hopefully that cleared up any filming confusion you didn't know you had. Now back to Short Fuse. The story was written by Lester and Tina Pine, who were both writers for the Poppy TV series, as well as Jackson Gillis, writing the story and the teleplay, who we have already met as the writer for Suitable for Framing. Our episode suddenly begins without an opening credit sequence, which isn't uncommon. Ransom for a Dead Man, Murder by the Book, and Death Lends a Hand all did the same thing. We find a man carefully working with some chemicals and a box of individually cased cigars. After about 1 minute, what seems to be a test experiment ignites and pops like a firecracker. It startles the man and he smiles, so it must have been successful. He then removes the exploded single cigar case and very carefully places the one he filled to the top with chemicals a moment ago, and delicately attaches a thin wire, which must be the trigger, to a tiny nail. He then fills the rest of the box with more single case cigars and shuts the box, where he then says the first line of the episode.
Better than the Borgia.
Now you're probably asking, what is that supposed to mean, right? Well, from what I've gathered, the House of Borgia was an Italo-Spanish noble family who rose to power during the Italian Renaissance. They were suspected of several heavy crimes involving adultery, theft, bribery, and murder in order to obtain power. Maybe as our story progresses, we can make some connections between this fellow and the Borgias. Now the scene changes to a very industrial location, and we see the same man riding a Harley-Davidson golf cart. Yes, I said Harley-Davidson golf cart. And what great cinematography already, with a smooth crane shot and no cuts as we follow him on his little cart labeled Stanford Chemicals. The music for this episode was composed by Gil Malay. So far he's been responsible for Death Lends a Hand and Dead Weight. I love that they caught on film the burst of black smoke from the background smokestack. The man arrives at his destination, where there is also a sign for Stanford Chemicals. As he enters an office full of typewriting women and one man, he wanders around silently looking at all these women who do not acknowledge him in the slightest. Then he walks up behind a woman with an afro and suddenly begins spraying silly string all over her and then all over everyone else, causing a huge ruckus. He's shouting a bunch of words that I have never been able to understand, so I looked up the script for this episode. He is saying, "Time for a little spontaneous merriment. Workers arise, protest the sale of your company, your jobs."
Please, hey, what is that, plastic? Yeah. You invent it?
Oh, no, I wish I had.
What is so interesting about there being silly string in this episode is that silly string wasn't patented until late 1972, and this episode was filmed in September of 1971. I wish I could find out how and why they got a hold of a can of this prototype silly string. It must have been quite a novel thing for viewers when this episode first aired.
Mr. Stanford!
Stanford? This goofy guy is who Stanford Chemicals is named after?
Roger, what is the matter with you?
Roger Stanford is played by Roddy McDowell, born 1928 in London, England. He was a child actor in How Green Was My Valley, My Friend Flicka, and Lassie Come Home. Later he'll be remembered for playing Cornelius and Caesar in the Planet of the Apes films, where he co-starred with Kim Hunter and William Windom, as well as being in the Planet of the Apes TV series. He was also in every episode of Tales of the Gold Monkey. He co-starred with Eddie Albert in a McCloud episode. He was in Cleopatra and in Lord Love-a-Duck with a future Columbo villain, as well as Fright Night 1 and 2, and Overboard.
Read for yourselves how dearly Antony loves you, loves Rome in this, his last will under his seal.
Roger, what were you doing in your dark room?
Now, don't you worry. You were underexposed.
You didn't develop those pictures.
Well, considering the deep concern in her face, I think I have an idea what kind of pictures we're talking about. The secretary's name is Valerie Bishop, and she is played by Anne Francis. Born 1930 in New York. She starred in Lydia Bailey, Bad Day at the Black Rock, and Forbidden Planet, co-starring with both Leslie Nielsen and Richard Anderson from Lady in Waiting. She was the star of the Honey West TV series, for which she won a Golden Globe, and we'll get to see her in one more future Columbo episode.
Mr. Pilgrim, I've enjoyed our chat, but I want some answers. Some straight ones.
I trust you have a permit for that.
And a license.
Oh, no. Private detective girl type?
Miss Bishop then tries to rush Roger into an office and says, "Your uncle is very upset."
What is that stuff doing here?
Benson dropped it off.
But he isn't going to Pinewild until tomorrow morning. Now, at breakfast, he told Aunt Doris
So
that
he changed his mind.
I have no idea who or what they are talking about. Hopefully things will clear up soon.
Have you checked to make sure that Benson packed everything he needed? That's... No cigars. Do you realize what will happen when the great DL wakes up to find no box of Fidel's finest?
While Miss Bishop goes to the cupboard for cigars, Roger slyly removes a pocket case of cigars from the coat and stuffs them in the back of his pants. And then he starts taking pictures of the distraught secretary, which ends up with a nice little edit with the click of the camera and the click of the lighter being combined.
Give me a smile.
All right, then.
I can't really tell what the lighter itself looks like, but it seems kind of fancy, I guess. Now Roger is in an office with a cigar-smoking man and taking his picture. Wonder where those cigars went that he stuffed down his pants.
Roger, will you put that silly camera down and tell me now, what do you think?
We find during this little dialogue that the cigar man is Roger's Uncle David, also called DL because his middle name starts with an L apparently, and he is married to Roger's Aunt Doris. We also find out that Roger is actually Roger II, and this is his father's plant, who is deceased. Uncle David is now the president of the company and wants Roger to approve the sale of this company to a big conglomerate.
I've got to get rid of this rumor that the sale of the company is going to endanger their jobs. It's not going to change anything around here.
Except at the top.
Roger argues with him about selling and mentions the vice president Logan also opposes the sale, and his Aunt Dory, David's wife, is also not persuaded to sell the company.
She'll go along just as soon as you do. If she hadn't bent over backwards to spoil you and pamper you when she took you in as a kid.
What is this I'm seeing? David has a picture of himself facing towards him on his desk. A picture of him alone, not with he and his wife, but just him alone, posing, facing towards him, not out in the hallway on the wall, but on his personal desk. I do not understand that. Then David has Quincy present an ultimatum, or maybe you could call it blackmail, to get Roger to approve the sale of his father's company. Quincy presents proof of Roger's gambling, forgery, drugs, and car theft.
Quincy, I tell you, you are superb. You know, you are the best combination chauffeur and private detective in the business.
I want you to go see your Aunt Dory. Tell her you don't care about working here anymore. You're quitting. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to show her all this.
You really would, wouldn't you?
Roger informs David that he's been aware of what Quincy and he have been up to for the past few months.
Well, seeing you've got my back up against the wall, you win.
David can't believe he would give up this easily.
I just know when I'm outclassed. I'll sign it tonight. Who wants a chemical company?
Then a couple men come in for a meeting, but before Roger leaves, he makes sure to say goodbye to his uncle.
Good night, Uncle David.
David is played by James Gregory, born 1911 in New York. He's actually another Planet of the Apes actor. He was also an Al Capone, the Manchurian Candidate, every episode of The Lawless Years, and regular appearances in the Barney Miller TV series as Inspector Frank Luger.
I'd be a lot happier if we could just settle on the number of communists I know there are in the Defense Department. I mean, the way you keep changing the figures on me all the time, it makes me look like some kind of a nut, like an idiot.
I noticed he keeps his ultra-high-waisted pants up with a belt that he fastens to the side. I have never seen anyone do that before. Miss Bishop asks Roger what it was his uncle wanted, and he goes over to kiss her and tell her it was nothing. Then he slips out of the back of his pants those cigars that disappeared earlier and drops the case on the floor, nudging it under her desk. Roger heads outside to leave and sees a man polishing a 1969 Lincoln Continental executive limousine.
Wasting your time, Fergie. It's gonna rain.
Ferguson is played by Eddie Quillen, born 1907 in Pennsylvania. You'll find him in the films Big Money, Girl Crazy, Mutiny on the Bounty, Young Mr. Lincoln, and The Grapes of Wrath. Roger asks Ferguson to look under the hood of his car.
I think I've got a loose plug wire or something.
As Fergie goes to check Roger's car, Roger looks around suspiciously and opens the door to his Uncle David's limo. Could he possibly look more devious? So he switches the cigar box, making all sorts of faces, and about to shut the door, when suddenly he remembers something, while displaying the most pathetic expression imaginable. Reaching into the glove box, he grabs 2 single cigars and makes another goofy face. Do any of you keep gloves in your glove compartment? Come to think of it, I never have. Hey, remember that scene from Police Squad?
You still got that tape that Norberg gave you for Christmas?
Yeah, it's in the glove compartment.
A As Roger shuts the door, he again looks super guilty and up to no good, and then he tries to act natural. Ferguson says there is nothing wrong with his car, and Roger closes the hood as David and Quincy head towards the limo. And now a song begins to play that was originally from Dead Weight's opening credits. David gives Ferguson a cigar as a tip and gets into the car. Quincy puts his hat on and looks over to Roger, who is innocently sitting and observing. Roger watches them drive off in his side mirror, which should be, mirrored, but we are actually looking at it unreversed because it is, once again, our amazing superimposed image over top of another. Then Roger happily lights up one of those stolen cigars with his nice, normal lighter. And now some wild lightning, thunder, and heavy rain in the night with some spiky headlights reminiscent of Ransom for a Dead Man. In the deep darkness, we barely see with the headlights a sign that says Sky Ridge 18 miles. And suddenly in the night, we are outside a club called Narcissus, and some real funky music begins to play. Roger walks in to see Valerie the secretary. He gives her a kiss and she quickly melts. The scene continually switches between Roger and Valerie's date and David and Quincy's drive in the dark, stormy night. Quincy is played by Lawrence Cook, born 1930 in New York. He stars in The Spook Who Sat by the Door, and he is also in over 60 episodes of Days of Our Lives, and was in the film Posse.
What's wrong with it? We don't mess around like a high school chemistry class. Man, anybody can make explosives like this. You go order some plastic and detonators from Marshall Fields.
Quincy reaches into the glove box to find no gloves or cigars, so he hands the rigged cigar box back to David. We watch him peel off the black tape and crack open the box. Flashback to the dark room timer and then a bolt of lightning. Now Roger and Valerie are all huggy-duggy at the club. As Roger glances over, we see a caged go-go dancer wiggling around. No clue who she is, but she made it into Columbo, whether or not she knows it. I'm almost suspicious that Abrams brought his camera along to an actual club one night to get some nightclub footage, because it looks so different from the rest of the footage. And then, for whatever reason, Roger has a look at his watch as if he knows the bomb is waiting to blow. And it does. Big ol' explosion. I think this would be considered the first indirect murder, meaning it was not face-to-face, and the third double homicide, starting with Murder by the Book's Ken Franklin killing Jim Ferris and Lily Lasenka, then Dale Kingston killing his Uncle Rudy and his pretend love interest Tracy. Now here we are with Roger's killing of his Uncle David and chauffeur Quincy. It was about 45 seconds from the time he opened the box to the explosion. Now it looks like Roger's heading home, and as he passes by a house, he looks over and sees a particularly noticeable car. Columbo's dusty old Peugeot 403 convertible. Roger moves on to a different house and parks his 1971 Ferrari 365 GTB4 Daytona in the garage. He has the exact same car as Beth Chadwick from Lady in Waiting, just different paint jobs. Roger heads upstairs to an outdoor entrance, and we soon begin hearing a typewriter. Then he rushes down the stairs with the typewriter in hand and puts it in the back seat of his car and closes the garage. He then runs back upstairs to turn off the light and...
Oh, sir? Who are you?
Why, it's Columbo. About time, wouldn't you say?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Columbo. I'm from the police.
Police? You mean that old heap out there is yours?
Oh, yeah. Needs a coat of paint, doesn't it?
I love it when Columbo talks about his car. Columbo says he was sent over here to get Roger by Mrs. Buckner, which would be Roger's aunt and David's wife.
Why? What's wrong?
Well, nothing that we know about so far, so I suggest that you close your door.
Roger says this is the chauffeur's house, and then Columbo gets all excited because that means this is Quincy's place, so he better take a look inside.
Now, what has happened?
Mr. Buckner, he sort of disappeared.
He may have been attacked somewhere.
Yes, your aunt says there's been some kind of trouble out there at Stanford Chemical.
Well, looky here, a black and white version of David's desktop picture. Is he the only one that is worth a photo in the family?
Well, he has been threatened. But those are from hotheads.
Hotheads? What are they hot about?
He's been negotiating with a conglomerate, dickering to sell.
Dickering. We should bring dickering back to our everyday English.
And did you side with your husband on this?
I was in the process of making up my mind. David is missing. That's the only issue.
Mrs. Buckner mentions that David should have arrived at Pinewild, where they have another home, hours ago, and nobody has heard from him. She wishes he had taken the aerial tram because it's so much safer.
Maybe they got hungry. Maybe they stopped off somewhere for a drink.
Rog, you know that isn't so. He told Benson he'd have supper up there.
There's another mention of Benson. Who is this Benson person? Columbo mentions that Highway Patrol hasn't reported any accidents on the road. Roger says it's time for a drink.
Do you want a drink?
I called the commissioner of police, and he said he'd send over his very best man.
I like this little moment of silence while they both look at Columbo after that statement.
Is that a fact?
Well, my wife, she says I'm second best, but she claims there are 80 fellas tied for first.
Then Columbo mentions that Mr. Buckner left a phone message earlier.
You can tell that he's calling from a car. You can hear it on the recording.
This is a recording device. Would you care to leave a message?
Oh, these modern idiotic devices.
I say the same thing about every day.
Quincy, look in the dash there, will you?
Nope. What's the matter with Benson?
There's Benson's name being thrown under the bus. So this is kind of neat because we are now hearing the moment we saw earlier in the storm.
You sure your cigar case isn't in your coat pocket?
You may start your message now.
Yeah, just give me the box.
Man, if I had to wait this long for the answering machine lady to finish her greeting, I would hang up. It took an entire 30 seconds for her to let you know you can start talking.
Want me to pull over and open that for you?
No, that's all right. I got it.
Now Roger knows the cigar box has been opened and causes him to check his watch. David just kind of slowly rambles on for a whole 65 seconds with a mention that Roger wanted to talk to Doris about something, and then he hangs up.
Bye-bye for now, darling.
Columbo either very clumsily or very tactfully knocks over a drink, and the reaction from Roger is quite annoyed and flustered. Then Aunt Dory says a bit of a dim line to Roger to share in front of Columbo.
Roger, you're just as concerned about him as I am, aren't you? You seem so upset. I'm surprised because you don't like him very much, do you?
Oh, well, actually, I've been growing much fonder of him lately.
Roger tells Columbo to hurry up and go out there and find David, and then kind of rushes Columbo to the door. But before Columbo leaves, he asks Roger if his parents are alive.
Oh, no, they died when I was in college. It was a freak explosion at the plant. Aunt Dory became my guardian, and then she married David.
So I was under the impression that Aunt Dory adopted him as a kid, but it sounds like she adopted him as a college student. Although many of you pointed out that he is supposed to be a prodigy child, so he may have been in his early teens when he entered college, which makes sense. Several of you also speculated that the freak explosion at the plant that killed his parents may have involved young Roger and his bomb-building brain. Columbo then tries getting the family tree straight by asking about aunts and uncles and children.
Well, in case you're wondering, if anything does happen to David, his money goes to her, not me.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about that at all. Oh, no.
No, Columbo. Right before Columbo walks out the door, he asks Roger if his watch is broken.
My watch? Broken? No, why?
Inside, I noticed you kept looking at it.
Well, you know, Lieutenant, people do look at their watches.
That's right, they do. It shouldn't be suspicious for Roger to look at his watch.
Yes, they certainly do. Sorry.
But Columbo decided to make something of it. Now that Columbo left, Aunt Dory asked Roger what David meant when he said Roger wanted to talk to her about something.
See, I had this idea I might like to work in the legal department for a while. David said it was fine. I start there Monday.
Oh, life would be so simple if you two could just get along.
We're going to.
So I wanted to mention that this house is the same house used in Ransom for a Dead Man. This is the room that Leslie made the ransom note, and where the police and Leslie talked about the ransom money. Looks like many of the same books are still here, as well as that old trophy-looking thing. And here's the fireplace where Paul Williams burns his junk mail before getting shot. It looks like they removed the carpet. Here's the hall leading to the door, and so on. Now scene change to the aerial tram traveling up the mountain.
Some view, huh, Lieutenant?
I bet we can maybe guess how Columbo's doing in there, but before we continue the story, let's talk about this tramway. It is located in Palm Springs, California, and is considered a great engineering feat because of its unprecedented use of helicopters in the construction of 4 out of the 5 tram towers. The route is from the floor of Coachella Valley to almost the top of San Jacinto Peak. The tramway was first opened in September 1963, and there's Governor Brown cutting the ribbon. It is a 12.5-minute ride, climbing a total of 5,873 feet, or 1,790 meters from the Sonoran Desert up to the Alpine Forest. Besides Columbo's short fuse, this tram makes an appearance on the first episode of Mannix, an episode of Mission Impossible called The Tram, an I Spy episode, the films The Wrecking Crew and Coach, and the TV movie Skyway to Death. The tram in this episode has been replaced with a rotating aerial tram and currently, in 2022, costs about $30 a ticket to ride. Alright, now back to the show.
All the way to the top, 8,600 feet above sea level.
As the Pine-Wild sergeant admires the tram and all its surroundings, Columbo is doing his best to keep it together. We first learn about Columbo's troubles with heights in Ransom for a Dead Man when he was in the helicopter and when he was on the plane. Since then, he has kept his feet firmly on the ground. But today, we have an enjoyable scene full of wonderful cinematography from the tram and Columbo's stiff composure on the ride. The sergeant is played by Steve Gravers, born 1922 in New York. New York is the home of the majority of the Columbo actors. He was in Al Capone with James Gregory, 40 Pounds of Trouble with Suzanne Pleshette, and several different TV shows throughout the 60s and 70s. During the time of filming, this tram was closed to the public every Tuesday and Wednesday during off-season, which gave the crew just 2 days to film everything they needed with the tram for this episode. Here's Columbo hanging on for dear life and doing his best to act natural while walking very rigid-like. The sergeant walks Columbo to a waiting 1955 Jeep CJ6 to drive him to the site where a car bumper was found. And then we see a body-shaped bundle being lifted by a crane out of the valley, and somehow Columbo guesses who it is.
What is that, Quincy the chauffeur?
Yeah, we spotted Buckner's body further down there.
The sergeant suggests Columbo step out on the ledge for a better view, and I love Columbo's face during this.
Thank you very much. That would be necessary. Thank you.
Okay.
The sergeant mentions that there are bits of car pieces scattered up and down the road all over the place.
Well, maybe the car skidded and smacked that rock and the gas tank blew.
Or maybe something inside the car blew.
Exactly. And since they're just out from L.A., in a way it's sort of your jurisdiction, Lieutenant.
What does that mean, they're just out from L.A.? L.A. and Palm Springs are over 100 miles apart. Palm Springs is way over in Riverside County, nowhere near Columbo's jurisdiction. But I won't argue because the tramway area is a really cool backdrop for a Columbo episode. So we'll pretend Palm Springs is, quote, just out from L.A.
What difference does it make? Dead is dead, isn't it?
Aunt Dory's line makes her sound like she doesn't care how someone dies. Just the fact that they're dead is all that matters.
Did I tell you that David had decided to put Roger in the legal department?
Did he?
Well, there's a familiar face. This is the vice president of the company, Everett Logan, played by William Windom. We already met him in Prescription Murder. From my observations in the comment section of that video, there are a lot of William Windom fans, which is great. He is one of the 3 actors in this episode that appears in Planet of the Apes series. We haven't talked about Aunt Dory yet, have we? She is played by Ida Lupino. Born 1918 in London, England. She was the lead actress in Her First Affair, which was practically Ida's very first acting role. You'll also find her in The Light That Failed, The Sea Wolf, High Sierra, Pillow to Post, The Man I Love, every episode of Mr. Adams and Eve, and many guest appearances on various TV shows and movies. And you're right, I shouldn't forget that she was one of the most prominent female directors of the 50s, with over 40 directing credits.
Don't look like this thing's ever gonna cool off.
Look, I've been thinking things over. I like little Pod here as much as you do, but what Algernon said about him being bad luck?
Oh, that's a lot of malarkey.
Well, maybe it isn't, maybe it isn't.
We will get to see her once more in a future Columbo episode. She picks up the prevalent picture of David and asks Everett if he thinks he was murdered. Everett does his best to comfort Doris, reassuring her that he will handle everything and that she should just relax and not worry about anything. Scene change again to Columbo entering Roger's darkroom to have a look around, sniffing chemicals. Then he notices an unlabeled aerosol can on the floor, looks at it, points the nozzle at his face, and sprays. Why in the wide world of dark rooms and chemicals would anyone ever spray an unknown nozzle into their face? Defenders of Columbo might say, well, maybe he knew what was in it and deliberately sprayed himself to play the fool in order to keep Roger disarmed. But, come on. Columbo didn't know what that was. Practically nobody at all knew what silly string was at the time. And so Roger opens the door to his dark room and begins to laugh and take pictures of Columbo's blunder. Columbo walks out and is just covered with silly string. So he must have been spraying himself for quite a while to get that much on him. Well, I wanted to mention a couple things real quick. Roddy McDowall, playing Roger here, was a photographer of Hollywood stars in real life. I think the constant photo takings in this episode is just a nod to his other occupation. Also, the silky powder blue lounge shirt he's wearing is the exact same shirt he wore in the Night Gallery pilot episode named The Cemetery, which I highly recommend you check out. You'll get to learn a new name that you'll never forget after watching it.
Well, as I breathe and live, if it isn't Osmond Portafoy. Osmond Portafoy.
Columbo compliments Roger's dark room.
And now, Lieutenant, I also work on inventions in there, and you are very lucky you didn't knock over a bottle of acid or some cyanide crystals, nitroglycerin.
Roger, I don't think you should be mentioning your possession of nitroglycerin, since it is a very important ingredient for explosives.
Well, you really know that stuff, don't you? I noticed that medal you wear around your neck.
I had my PhD in chemistry before I was 21. But that's before my MBA.
And here's where we get to learn that Roger is actually quite a smart little fella, if you didn't think he was based on the opening scene preparing that explosive.
You know, I knew you'd be the one that could help me. Would you come?
Watching Roger and Columbo, you can quite easily tell their voices were recorded post-production because their voices and their mouths don't line up very well. In fact, if you are particularly observant, there are multiple scenes dubbed over throughout this episode, and this is because the director, Ed Abrams, knowing all about post-production editing, used this strategy to his advantage in order to keep things moving. He shot several scenes at a great distance, and then the actors recorded their dialogue later. This was one way to reduce the need for extra takes. Actually, I should correct myself, and I think I make this mistake all the time, and it's not called dubbing, it's called ADR, which stands for Automated Dialogue Replacement, and that refers to the process of re-recording audio in a more controlled and quieter setting. Dubbing is used when you are replacing what is being said with something else. So, during this scene, Columbo's talking about how poorly he did in chemistry when he was in high school, so in order to improve his overall grades, he dropped chemistry and took woodshop.
You just build a birdhouse, and if you paint it red, you get an A.
And Roger does his little laugh the whole conversation. Looking at this huge tower, you'd certainly expect Columbo would be scared stiff, but he doesn't seem to mind it here. I forgot to mention earlier that the Stanford chemical plant was filmed at Union Carbide Chemical Corporation in Torrance, California. They make, like, asbestos and stuff. Come to think of it, why are Roger and Columbo even on this tower? They certainly didn't exit Roger's office up there. What are they doing up there? Columbo passively talks about triggered devices that don't use powder, like maybe explosive vials, and so Roger naturally shares his understanding.
Oh, so you think someone put a bomb in his car?
Roger goes on to count how many PhDs and chemists are working at the plant to help muddy the water.
I can't tell you how many executives there are in our ivory tower who would commit felonious assault just for the key to a private washroom.
Roger also mentions how many people are angry about the threat of the company being sold.
Do you remember that recorded telephone message? Well, I've been listening to that over and over again. It's all right in there. And I'll tell you what, this is one area that I do know about.
Columbo goes to visit Miss Bishop about cigars, since she was responsible for getting the cigar box for the drive. She mentions the cleaning lady gave her the pocket cigar case that was found under her desk.
It must have been in Mr. Buckner's overcoat. That's where he always kept it. And you see, Benson put the overcoat on the suitcase. It must have fallen out.
Who is this Benson guy?
On that telephone tape, you could just barely hear cigar case missing.
You thought that someone wanted him to open a box of cigars while he was still in the car.
Miss Bishop is so confused why Columbo's questioning her about cigars.
The lieutenant is from homicide, and obviously he is under the impression that the accident was caused by an exploding cigar.
What?
Then Roger goes and grabs a box and offers a cigar to Columbo.
Never saw cigars quite like this before.
Don't you tell Customs. They're from Cuba.
Wow, so these really are Fidel's finest. Roger suggests that if there was a bomb in the car, it would have had to have been placed somewhere else.
No.
Columbo says nope, because he bumped into Ferguson, who cleaned the car himself, and he said there was nothing in the car but a suitcase, a coat, and a box of cigars.
Then the explosive must have been in the cigar box. Yeah, I'll grant you that, Lieutenant.
Yes, because of course the explosive couldn't have been planted under the car or under the hood. It had to have been the cigar box. There's just no other explanation.
Miss Bishop, will you tell me, how long did DL's suitcase sit there in the middle of this floor with people coming and going?
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to this lighter. This is the lighter David was using earlier. I really like all lighters, but I'm very fascinated by lighters that you have to hold with your entire hand. And noticing the dickering elephant in the room, we accidentally learn that he dresses to the left and can no longer be unseen. Director Abrams was probably unaware of the situation in the middle of the frame, and since the scene was likely done in one take, nobody else had the chance to make an alternative costume suggestion. Anyway, let's move on. Miss Bishop remembers that the Vice President, Mr. Logan, also has a supply stock of cigar boxes in his office, so Columbo pays him a visit next.
I have about 4 boxes left.
I love how much time he spends counting the 3 boxes.
Did you say 4, sir?
Yes, that's very strange.
Mr. Logan calls his secretary, Nancy, into the office.
Did you take some home, Mr. Logan?
No, I did not.
Oh, well, they must be in here someplace.
And then Nancy starts searching the empty shelf for a giant hidden cigar box.
That'll be all, Nancy. Thank you. You can go now.
Yes, sir.
Nancy's played by Rosalind Miles, born 1940 in Texas. She was in the TV movie The Turning Point of Jim Malloy, Friday Foster, and a couple episodes of Here's Lucy. Roger nonchalantly reveals why Columbo's poking about.
He thinks there might have been a bomb in a cigar box.
What?
Mr. Logan assures Columbo he will cooperate with the police, but please don't leak one word about a possible murder to the press or anyone else. Columbo reassures him that there won't be, and he leaves.
Thank you very much. Much obliged.
Then the tune that I think could have, or should have, been the Columbo theme begins to play. Roger pulls up behind Columbo on his Harley and offers to give him a lift to his car. I noticed during this shot that there is like a spotlight shining right in their faces the whole time. The sun must not have been in the right position for this scene, so Abrams solved it with a bright light. Also, it looks like there's some black electrical tape covering up the name Harley Davidson on the front of this cart.
I really don't understand this business stuff. My wife, she always makes out her taxes. Oh, by the way, Benson mentioned that Quincy was one time a cop.
Good thing the elusive Benson is helping out Columbo. Columbo says he can't find the typewriter that a piece of hearsay gossip was typed on that he found in Quincy's trash.
And Benson, he had an idea that Quincy might have had another hideaway someplace.
Man, thank merciful goodness for Benson and his information. Columbo asks Roger if he knows anything about the other hideaway. Roger says during a poker game with Quincy, he saw a piece of paper in his wallet that said Oneal.
Yeah, that's what he said. Harry J. O'Neill. Yeah, but, well, you know, I can check up on that right away. Car's right over here. Oh, thank you very much. Okay.
And Columbo gets into his car and drives away. Roger drives over to his own car to leave, and then Miss Bishop trots out after him. She's all distraught because of how much investigations are going on, and she's concerned about them finding something.
I don't want anyone to find out about us.
How could they?
You took those pictures of me.
Roger claims he has cleaned out his desk and the dark room days ago, and that she has nothing to worry about.
I'm sorry. It's just the past few days
You know, you need a rest. Yep.
Roger tries to get away from her with some gentle rudeness. He arrives at a house in a more inner-city-looking area and sets out the typewriter. Then he unremorsefully pats the top of a picture and we zoom in to find it is Quincy and his girl. The scene fades into a nighttime shot with policemen pulling up and Roger just hanging out inside the place waiting for something to happen. Roger realizes it's authority figures, checks his pocket to make sure he has a particular piece of paper, and then takes a lamp and drops it noisily on the floor.
There shouldn't be anybody in there. Cover the front. I'll get the back.
And then bolts out of the house. The shouldn't be anyone in there guy is played by Jim Newmarker, born 1939 in Nebraska. He has 4 acting roles. When I very first saw this scene, I could not figure out what was going on. I don't think I really figured it out the second time I watched it either. As Roger lazily runs from the cops, clearly not trying that hard to get away, the scene changes to Aunt Doris asking him what on earth he was doing.
Nothing. Well, I do wish you would listen to me, Aunt Dory.
You haven't answered me.
I can't.
Columbo shows up and this policeman tells him what Roger did.
He broke and entered, tore up the place, resisted arrest.
They literally jumped me.
The stern policeman is played by Jason Wingreen, born 1920 in New York. He was in a lot of different TV shows, some of the main ones being The Untouchables, The Long Hot Summer, All in the Family, Archie Bunker's Place, and Matlock. He also played Dr. Brody in the movie Airplane. So basically the reason for the scene of Roger running from the cops, and the whole reason he set up that situation, was to make him appear like a good guy to Aunt Doris. He ransacked the place in order to gather up embarrassing information or hurtful information to protect his Aunt Doris.
Look, if I could just talk to you alone for a few minutes.
Excuse me, please.
Policeman Farrell shows up saying he found quite a bit of stuff at Quincy's hideaway. Dossiers and the like.
What kind of dossiers? Something about Mr. Logan?
Well, what makes you say that?
Doris says she found a report in one of David's coats about Mr. Logan, full of personal and damaging information.
From Quincy?
Yes.
May I see it?
I burned it, Lieutenant. You see, I finally realized that David was using Quincy to keep tabs on the executives.
Well, if you haven't caught on yet, Roger has been busy planting evidence in all sorts of strategic places to make David look like a really bad guy digging up dirt on anyone he can. And then Farrell hands over the dirtiest of dirt that he said Roger was trying to keep from them when they picked him up. I like how Farrell keeps the pictures out and visible as he walks around, like he wants Mrs. Buckner to see them.
Wait a minute, that's evidence, lady.
No, don't let us see them. Aunt Dory, you give them back.
Valerie, Bishop, and David?
We do get a glimpse of the pictures, and it just looks like a guy in a suit and a brunette lady in a dress. And I'm not really sure what's going on in these other two, but they are very similar to each other. I know these pictures are supposed to depict an affair between Miss Bishop and David that Roger edited together, and I find it very interesting that the prop picture was detailed enough to at least have a man and a woman, when it doesn't seem like the audience was even meant to see it at all. Well, Farrell, the guy waving around adulterous photos, is played by Lou Brown, born 1925 in Oklahoma. He had several appearances on the TV show Death Valley Days, The Virginian, The FBI, Gunsmoke, and Days of Our Lives.
Why do you think I went there? I knew Quincy would have something like that. Now you've let her see the very thing I never wanted her to.
Then Aunt Dory lets Columbo know she's had enough for tonight.
Will you please get out of here and leave us alone?
Look, I'm sorry about what's happened here tonight.
Lieutenant, please get out.
So Columbo and the fellas leave, but before Columbo walks out the door, he listens in on Roger and Doris. Roger reveals that he has known about the affair for a couple of years, and Doris concludes that no wonder David didn't like him if he knew about their relationship. And so she hugs Roger, who makes the most triumphant face, looking as though he is sitting real good, now that Aunt Dory is certainly on his side. And now a 1969 Cadillac Fleetwood 75 pulls up, and the driver gets out to open the door.
Thank you, Benson. 5 o'clock, please.
Oh, well, there's Benson. Unfortunately, I can't identify him, but it's good to know he really does exist. And now you and I can talk about Benson and how he drove that car that one time. Roger heads into the office building and bumps into the man from the beginning of the episode.
Oh, hi, Junior. Excuse me, Mr. Stanford.
This man is played by Stuart Nisbet, born 1934 in California. He had such notable roles as laundryman in Bridget Loves Bernie, man opening boxcar in A Man Called Gannon, and who could forget his role in The Shakiest Gun in the West as Man Going Upstairs. As Roger enters the office, he sees Miss Bishop super concerned, looking at a paper from personnel.
That stupid personnel department. You're not fired.
But I don't understand.
Roger goes on to say that his aunt remembers how much Miss Bishop's mother wanted to live in the desert of Arizona, and that she might be happier there too.
Listen now, don't you worry. We'll see each other a lot. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, a lot.
So this is Roger's way of breaking up and getting rid of her. Roger walks into his Uncle David's office that looks like it's about to be remodeled. This man in the blue is played by George Sawaya, born 1923 in California. He was in The Man from U.N.C.L.E., Mannix, and Mission Impossible TV series. He was also a stuntman, some of his stunts being performed in Batman 1966, Bonnie and Clyde, Dirty Harry, Blazing Saddles, The Godfather Part 2, Escape from New York, Blade Runner, and Beneath the Planet of the Apes. So yes, we have another to add to the Planet of the Apes cast in this episode. Roger shoos away the workers and sits at his Uncle David's old desk, which is now Roger's new desk. He does the mandatory chair spin and feet up on the desk, and then he looks over at his Uncle David's favorite picture.
I don't want to be disturbed, Miss Bishop.
It's Mr. Logan and Lieutenant Columbo.
We'll tell them to come in.
Roger quickly makes himself appear busy. Columbo and Mr. Logan come in, and we learn that Mr. Logan has been fired.
Oh, obviously it's a mistake.
Obviously.
Columbo picks up the picture of David.
This must have fallen over.
Lieutenant, you take an inordinate length of time to come to the point.
Columbo says the people from Pine Wild's sheriff's office found something very important at the crash site.
I mean, you are interested in any latest development, aren't you?
Well, of course I am. What was it?
You know, they didn't say.
If this does concern my uncle's death, I suppose in good conscience I should go along.
So Columbo pulls up with Logan and Roger in the car, and the Pine Wild sergeant walks up to them with a bag.
What is it, Lieutenant? I think that we ought to get this information to your aunt in a hurry.
And Columbo kind of rushes the two men toward the aerial tram. Oh, look, sighting number 2 of Mike Lowley as the tram operator. Also, this man getting off the tram is played by George Simmons, born 1925 in Hawaii. He is our first professionally uncredited actor in this episode. He showed up in the background in lots of popular TV shows of the 60s and 70s. He was even in the movie The Cheap Detective starring Peter Falk. I also forgot to mention him during the inquest in Lady in Waiting. He was sitting back there by Katherine Jansen. We'll see George again in a future Columbo episode. Here's another man I can identify. This is Kai J. Wong. He is our second uncredited only actor. He was an extra here and there in a variety of movies and TV shows during the 60s and 70s as well. Nothing too heavy. So Columbo, Roger, and Everett board the aerial tram, and Mr. Lally closes the doors. Columbo sits down and unwraps the item in the bag, and it is... What? Wait a minute.
I told you this would be worth coming out for, didn't I?
Yeah, it sure is.
Then Columbo pulls the tape off the left side of the box, which is getting Roger very concerned.
Must have been the gas tank after all.
Yeah, what a crazy coincidence, huh, Roger? And then we find out why Everett Logan was fired, because Columbo starts letting loose on all the reports that Quincy wrote that were actually written by Roger, of course.
Yeah, I think she fired you for a couple of reasons. Those secret meetings that you had with the competition, that patent that you sold to a friend.
Those are lies.
Really?
While Columbo was talking, we had a glimpse of that cigar box again with that piece of black tape replaced.
You promised Aunt Dory never to say anything about that.
Well, it doesn't make any difference now because of this.
Then Roger gets ants in the pants for a second.
Well, why we can't sit here quietly while we ride to the top of the mountain?
Columbo starts talking to Roger about he actually had a theory that Roger was the one who rigged the cigar box, and what a silly idea it was.
Now, turns out to be just an ordinary cigar box.
Then Columbo again tries to take off the left piece of tape while Roger replaces the right side's piece of tape. Roger suggests Columbo bring the cigar box to a laboratory to be examined, since he had all these fancy theories about it. Sounds like Roger really wouldn't care if an entire laboratory of scientists got blown up.
What on earth for? Theories are all wrong, and that would only prove it. Mr. Logan, would you care for a cigar?
Roger immediately looks at his watch, realizing that he has about 1 minute to decide what to do. I really like the editing here. Columbo is constantly talking to Roger, but we keep seeing scenes flash of when Roger was creating and setting the bomb in the box, giving off the impression that he is not listening to a single word Columbo is saying. Roger glances back down at his watch. 30 seconds have gone by.
Would you do me a favor? Would you please keep quiet?
And that encourages Columbo to talk even more. A minute has gone by, and Roger is unable to hold in his panic.
Will you just shut up?
Roger, what's bothering you? What's the matter?
Shut up! We have got to get rid of that box.
And then Roger flings open the door. Check out the cinematography. Wow. Very impressive and quite dangerous, I would think. Then Roger charges for the box, and the cigars spill all over the floor. Whoa. Roddy the actor almost dove out of the tram. In the next shot, the door is closed again, which is probably best. He then starts frantically checking each cigar while Columbo and Everett watch him. Everett asks Columbo where he got that box, and Columbo says he got it from his secretary.
My secretary. I hope you didn't mind.
During their exchange, it dawns on Roger what just happened. Columbo bends down to take a fistful of cigars, but Everett brings up the fact that they're evidence.
I guess they are. It's a shame, though.
And he tosses them to the floor, where Roger sits like a child with his toys. Roger begins to chuckle, and then he stands up and starts laughing hysterically. removing his Honor Society medal from around his neck and placing it around Columbo's, acknowledging who the true genius is. And the episode very effectively fades with the echoing laughter of Roger. On Wednesday, September 15, 1971, the morning after finishing up filming Short Fuse, Peter Falk made his flight to New York on time. That evening, NBC mystery movie premiered with Murder by the Book, and critics raved about Columbo being the season's greatest new show. Peter Falk was actually kind of annoyed by the success of Columbo at the time because after each of his Broadway performances of Prisoner of Second Avenue, anyone who came backstage, like well-wishers or reporters, showed very little interest in his stage performance and instead continually asked and talked about Columbo. A quote from Peter Falk: "When people came backstage, they don't talk about the play. It's Columbo, Columbo, Columbo. I'm going nuts." Well now, Short Fuse and my opinions. First, I'll mention that the amount of bashing this episode gets from other Columbo fans really surprises me. People say this episode is boring, confusing, and annoying. I'll give them the confusing argument because there are some convoluted storylines, but boring and annoying? I don't think so. People particularly don't like Roger's character because he acts too silly and foolish to be the genius the story suggests he is. And I find that to be a pretty weak argument. Proclaimed geniuses are some of the most socially unaware and awkward human beings on the face of the planet. Another complaint I read was that Columbo and Roger don't have any chemistry with each other. Well, I don't think chemistry should be a requirement for every story. It certainly wouldn't work that way in real life. Besides, there was enough chemistry going on in the factory. And if you look back there, there is a little stamp of proof that this factory was indeed Union Carbide. If Short Fuse is still on your list of worst Columbo episodes, I think, knowing what you know now, you should give it another watch. Give this episode a break. Remember, the majority of the scenes were filmed in one take. I'd say the acting is quite remarkable considering that fact. And even though the plot can get a little confusing at times and could do with some tightening, you still understand the overall story, don't you? I do have some specific critiques to share, and then I will rate the episode. So one of my critiques takes place during my favorite scene, and most people's favorite scene in the episode, the finale. Remember, Roger had already heard the recording of his uncle's call from the car phone, so he knew his uncle had opened the rigged cigar box. When Columbo opens the cigar box on the tram, Roger should have remembered that, and he also should have noticed the trigger mechanism was missing and that Columbo was trying to trap him. So he could have called Columbo's bluff and just played right along with Columbo. But we'll agree with the episode and say he didn't see the trigger mechanism was missing and he really did believe this was the rigged cigar box. Well, then if I were Roger and I really thought this was the bomb, I would have politely asked to hold the cigar box and then open the door of the tram and throw the box out into the mountains. Even if that was odd behavior in front of these two men, that's what I would have done. But we'll say the cigar spilled onto the floor before we had a chance to throw out the box. Now my immediate thought would be to shove all the cigars out the door. Definitely not pick up each one to find the bomb. Time is ticking, as we all well know.
Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
And my final little critique is the fact that Columbo decides at the beginning that it was the cigar box that must have caused the explosion, and he just runs with it. He never figures there is any other possibility. They try to tell us that the big clue was the phone call, where we find out there weren't any cigars in the dash or in the coat. The only option for cigars was the box. Therefore, the box contained the explosives. None of the other clues or information pointed toward the cigar box. It was just Columbo being Columbo. So, after mentioning all that, what do I rate Short Fuse? Well, it certainly doesn't align with the majority, but I give it 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. Yes, 5 of Fidel's finest. Your reaction's probably, what? 5? But I really like this episode. It's got amazing locations and cinematography, and I enjoy Roddy McDowall's acting. I think he's funny.
I'm funny how? I mean funny like I'm a clown, I amuse you?
And I also like everyone else's acting for that matter. The music is fantastic, the editing is extremely effective. Sure, you and I could complain and pick at the episode all day, but if it's so bad, why do I enjoy watching it so much? When I'm watching Short Fuse, I'm having a great time. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a very individual person. Just like you.
You're a very individual person.
Once in a while, I'll get a question in the comments asking me what my favorite episodes are. I don't have a single favorite episode, but if I rate it 5 cigars, it's seriously one of my favorites, and I could watch it for days. Up next is the final episode of Season 1, Blueprint for Murder.
Now, 10 cents off to introduce new Instant Maxwell House.
Just one sniff tells you the news. Here's fresh roasted aroma and flavor no coffee ever captured before.
It's the most happy flavor in the USA.
Save now on new Instant Maxwell House.
Episode 7, Blueprint for Murder, first aired on February 9th, 1972. We have made it to the final episode of Season 1. The story was created by William Kelly, who is also known for writing some episodes of Gunsmoke, Kung Fu, and How the West Was Won. But the teleplay was written by Stephen Bochco, who we've already met for his work on Murder by the Book and Lady in Waiting. And this episode was directed by none other than the great Peter Falk. Yes, he finally gets to direct his Columbo episode that he fought so diligently for. This is the only credited directing Peter Falk ever did, although he will be involved with the directing of another future Columbo episode, but other than that, Peter Falk never tried to direct again. Levinson and Link may have had something to do with that. They had Bochco intentionally write a difficult script for Peter Falk to direct. This is what they called payback for all the trouble he caused during the filming of Dead Weight and Lady in Waiting, when Falk wasn't showing up to work during his standoff against Universal in order to get this directing assignment that was half-heartedly promised to him. Peter Falk was presented the script during the filming of Suitable for Framing. The budget for this episode was almost $500,000, which is the largest budget of any episode in Season 1. And it begins at a street view of Santa Monica Boulevard. I managed to find this location on Google Maps so we can see just how much things have changed in 50 years. We see driving right at us a 1971 Cadillac Fleetwood Eldorado. As the Cadillac makes a U-turn cutting off traffic. Oh, and I managed to find this street view as well on California 2, although it's hard to tell because there is a new giant building in the way, but if you look to the right, you can see it's the same building back there. The car pulls up in front of a building labeled Elliott Markham and Associates Architects. Now we are down at ground level and we see some cowboy boots step out of the car, watching and hearing them walk to the door. Can you think of other movies or TV shows that show characters' boots before meeting their face? Only a couple movies come to mind for me. There is Jack Slater in Last Action Hero, as well as Jack Colt in Loaded Weapon. I know there are many more if I remove the boot requirement, like Spat's Columbo and Some Like It Hot, and Mia Wallace in Pulp Fiction. I wonder who directed that movie. Well, we continue following the boot man through the hallway, giving off an authoritative as well as intimidating vibe.
Mr. Williamson.
Where is he?
Looks like the cowboy boots match the rest of his get-up.
He's not in.
I don't believe you, ma'am.
You can't go in there.
And the man barges into the room, ignoring the secretary's attempts to stop him. He leans on a table with a city model on it labeled Williamson City. Now the secretary, who is so adamant about this man not entering the room, suddenly changes her tone and happily asks,
It's incredible, isn't it? Does it make you feel proud?
Goodness, I don't think he likes it.
I said, where is he?
At the construction site.
This angry man, named Bo Williamson, is played by Forrest Tucker, born 1919 in Indiana. He was in The Westerner, Keeper of the Flame, and Sands of Iwo Jima. He was also in every episode of Crunch and Des, F Troop, and Dusty's Trail.
That ought to take some of the starch out of Stryker. His little boys didn't do so well.
They'd hang him up between a couple of those poles, we'd do a lot better.
So that same car pulls into a construction site, and we see in the background 2 big buildings that helped me identify exactly where this location is today. It is the parking garage for the main building being built here on this site, the Century City Plaza skyscraper, located off of Santa Monica Boulevard at 1801 Century Park in Los Angeles, California. The producers of this episode were the ones who chose this as the filming location. And guess who those producers were? Levinson and Link. This site was one of the reasons why this directing assignment was so difficult, because this was an active construction site. So not only was it extremely loud and dirty, but the scenery would change daily. Peter Falk spent a lot of his free time deciding on shots here at the construction site. A quote from Peter Falk: "I go out there with these guys trailing me to find places to shoot. I finally decide on one site, and a construction worker taps me on the shoulder and says, 'If you're gonna shoot there, buddy, you better be fast. Tomorrow that won't be there.'" Directing was an interesting lesson for Peter Falk, as he was naturally an indecisive person. A major role in directing is telling people what, when, where, and how you want something done. This challenge of the scenery changing daily ended up helping Peter make rapid decisions. If he was unsure about a shot, he had to be snappy about whether or not he wanted to use it, because, as we've learned, it might not be there later. So, as the Cadillac drives into the middle of the construction site, we see a man from above watching him arrive. Looks like Mr. Williamson's got a horse hood ornament that is very big, and revolvers attached to the door handles. I think this guy probably has more money than he knows what to do with. Williamson yells out to the workers,
"Where's Markham?" "He's up there." "Markham up there?"
"I think he's over on the bridge."
This construction worker man is played by Jimmy Joyce, born 1921 in Connecticut. He was in a few Alfred Hitchcock Hours and The Virginian. So Bo gets back in his car to drive up to where this Markham guy is. Looks like somebody swiped his revolver decor, though. This must be a rough part of town.
Boy, that guy's sure in a hurry.
Yes, he is.
You want to talk about the dedication later, Mr. Markham?
No, Carl, I want to talk about it right now.
Carl mentions that the dedication is at 9 o'clock in the morning.
And you got the seats facing east?
Then Carl presents some of my favorite acting in the episode.
East? Oh, is that east? Oh, yeah, that's east.
Bo makes it over to where this Markham fella is.
When'd you get back?
Just in time, it looks like.
What's the matter?
Williamson City, that's what's the matter.
We learn that Bo Williamson has been gone to Europe for the past 6 weeks, and he comes back to find a bunch of letters written between Markham and Bo's wife, which included a load of blueprints.
Oh, it's the most revolutionary concept I ever had. Well, you know, Jennifer and I assumed you'd be delighted.
Delighted?
Bo declares that Markham's joyride with Bo's money is over, but Markham says the machinery has already been set in motion.
Well, then you unsaid it. And I'll tell you something else. Don't ever speak to my wife or me again. She's too young to recognize a con man when she sees one.
Markham tries to reason with Bo, saying that as long as the city stands, his name will be immortal.
Name? I'm gonna tell you something, Jackson boy. My wallet is a lot more important to me than my name.
I wish I knew what he meant by Jackson boy. It definitely seems like it's supposed to be an insult of some kind. And over half the states in America have a city named Jackson. Yes, California is one of them, so I read a little about Jackson, California, and didn't find any particularly interesting antics about it to warrant calling someone Jackson boy. I got loads of commenters trying to help me with this question, which I really appreciate. But almost every theory you guys had was different from the other, so I have nothing concrete to say about Jackson boy.
You really are a Philistine, aren't you?
What?
All you care about is money. You wouldn't recognize art if you fell over it. We have a chance to do something extraordinary here, and you're trying to ruin it.
Bo says that's right, and he had better find somebody else to pay for his ego trip. Before Bo walks away too far, Markham stops him and asks,
"Would you commission me to design your burial vault?"
Wow, we are not hiding our feelings at all now, are we? Bo chuckles and says, "You really would like to see me dead, wouldn't you?" He then makes it clear that when he dies, all his money is going into a trust, and that his wife will get her share each year, but there certainly won't be huge sums of money to build cities with.
Oh, and if you're thinking of any uglies, forget it.
And Bo gives Markham a little condescending backhand slap. Elliot Markham is played by Patrick Oneal, born 1927 in Florida. He was in Chamber of Horrors, The Stuff, For the Boys, Under Siege, as well as Castle Keep, co-starring with Peter Falk. He was also in every episode of Dick and the Duchess. We will see him once more in a future Columbo episode.
There's something about chickens. Always does that to me every time.
Perhaps it's the idea that they're going to their death, as I am.
So Markham storms into his office and orders his secretary to get Bo's wife on the phone. Then he notices somebody smashed his Lego set. He goes out to ask his secretary if Bo did that.
Yes, sir. He just barged right in, and when he saw it...
Never mind. You reached Jennifer.
She says there's no way to get a hold of her while she's at this Golden Dunes Health Farm retreat.
But they said the guests can't make or receive calls during their stay.
Then she's virtually incommunicado.
Markham asks when she will be done there.
Oh, she'll be back in time for the dedication ceremonies.
Thanks, Miss Sherman. I think I love you.
This little exchange made me immediately think of James Bond and Moneypenny's relationship.
Miss Moneypenny, give 007 the password we've agreed with Japanese SIS.
Yes, sir. We tried to think of something that you wouldn't forget.
Yes.
I love you.
Miss Sherman is played by Betty Ackerman, born 1924 in South Carolina. She was pretty regular in the Ben Casey Show and several appearances on the Bracken's World TV show. Now we are out on some land with a horse and a rider running the track, and Bo timing them. Bo whoops and hollers about the horse making great improvements, and he is loudly excited.
Hey, yeah, man. Beautiful!
Well, now that's over. Bo heads to his car and gets in. He leans over, and like a scene from a horror film, Elliot is suddenly behind him. Music begins to play that's like a weird combination of country western and Benny Hill. Bo backs his car up and we hear squealing tires as if the car were on pavement. But clearly this is a dirt drive with grass surroundings.
Hello, Bo.
Elliot points a gun at Bo and tells him to get out. Bo, the seemingly big and tough Texan, decides to take his sheep's wool collar to heart and quietly does exactly what he's told. Markham uneventfully leads Bo at gunpoint to the barn door, and Bo steps inside without a word. Quite a sudden change in character. Now maybe we can imagine he puts up a fight inside, but I don't really like how this big, loud man crumbled at the barrel of a gun. I guess that's all he was, big and loud, but apparently no fight. This is one of the very few episodes where viewers do not see the murder being committed. Suddenly, the scene changes to Bo's car driving with the camera in first person, and playing on the radio is a beautiful classical piece by Johannes Brahms. No, I'm just kidding. This piece is done by Johannes Brahms. You know how many people just drove me into the ditch for not pronouncing Chopin to their liking in my Suitable for Framing review? I couldn't believe these people were Columbo fans. They judged my entire being based on the fact that I mispronounced a name.
Gee, if your kid spills his milk, what do? Slap him in the head?
Anyway, I've let it go. This piece is specifically the second movement of Brahms' Piano Concerto No. 2. There are 4 movements within this 50-minute composition. The car pulls up to an automatic gate labeled Williamson Ranch. What a neat entrance going over this bridge. Looks like night is almost here. And we finally see, if we couldn't have guessed, that Markham is the one driving Bo's car. He slides across the seat and exits the passenger side, the same way Bo did during the intro. Why have car manufacturers removed that convenience in cars? When was the last time you could effortlessly move from the driver's side to the passenger side and exit the car? Markham takes out Bo's keys and is about to unlock the door when a thought crosses his mind and he rings the doorbell instead. Smart thinking there, Markham. Housekeepers or someone could have been inside. He then unlocks the door and turns left, right into the billiards room. Heading upstairs and turning on the light, Markham sees Bo's suitcase is still on the bed with only a couple shirts and ties unpacked. Markham goes and grabs an extra jacket and all of Bo's conveniently displayed documents necessary for overseas traveling. He latches the suitcase, turns off the light, and heads back downstairs and outside to the car. Opening the trunk, we see that it is empty, and Markham throws the suitcase in there. Scene changed to the next morning with an unveiling of a model of a new high-rise Markham has created. And everyone is just smiling and clapping, so impressed and enthusiastic with this building that looks just like the building right next door. So, we have a crowd of people here, therefore we have a collection of uncredited people that I think ought to have a little spotlight. First we have Joe Pine, born 1903 in Portugal. He's also the one who helped unveil this very plain building model. He was an extra in Chinatown, The Godfather Part 2. We will see him 4 more times in Columbo. Next is Arthur Tovey, born 1904 in Arizona. He was a very prolific and ever-present extra with way over 400 uncredited roles. A few mentionables being The Mummy, Some Like It Hot, North by Northwest, Godfather Part 2, Young Frankenstein, Rocky, The Cheap Detective with Peter Falk, and Wilbur in Back to the Future.
Listen, you gotta help me.
I cannot identify Yellow Hard Hat Lady. Next we have Clark Ross. We already met him at the inquest in Lady in Waiting. And next is Esther Ying Lee. You'll find her as a cashier in The In-Laws with Peter Falk. I can't identify the blonde gal next to Esther. We'll mention some more actors as our scene progresses. Markham delivers a cheesy line while thanking his guests for being here.
Well, as usual, I feel like an expectant father. I'm just grateful. I have so many wonderful friends.
And here comes Columbo walking down into the site looking particularly relaxed and getting stopped by the security guard.
Where are you going?
Over there.
You have an invitation?
No, I don't have an invitation.
You have no invitation, so out.
I'm a lieutenant in the police. My name is Columbo.
Lieutenant.
Columbo says he is looking for Mrs. Williamson.
A lot of people here. Why don't you wander around? Maybe you'll bump into her.
I see.
The security guard is played by Nick Dennis, born 1904 in Greece. He was in A Streetcar Named Desire, Kiss Me Deadly, and Spartacus, as well as several episodes of the Ben Casey TV series. This man visiting with Pink Dress Lady is played by Bob Harks, and we've already met him as the fingerprint technician in Lady in Waiting. We still have never seen his entire face, though.
Yes, you see, it's to be 32 stories high. It's revolutionary in concept, really.
32, huh? Well, counting the floors of your model here, it looks more like 26 stories. This model is literally of the building right next door on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was just completed that year in 1971. This photographer is played by Robert Cole, born 1920 in Illinois. He was a background extra in Jailhouse Rock, Some Like It Hot, Robin and the Seven Hoods with Peter Falk, Escape from the Planet of the Apes, Bedknobs and Broomsticks, Young Frankenstein, Pete's Dragon, and 4 future Columbo episodes.
These units will be for sale. You're asking about the price? Well, we haven't quite figured it out. We've been dickering around somewhere between 30 and 35, 36,000.
Excuse me.
Well, Markham took the suggestion I made in Short Fuse, saying we ought to bring dickering back to our everyday English. This lady here is Katherine Jansen, who we first met at the inquest in Lady in Waiting. Columbo nudges his way into the middle of this scene.
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt like this and barge in, but I'm looking for Mrs. Williamson.
I'm Mrs. Williamson.
Mrs. Bo Williamson?
Well, it looks like the construction men were invited to this little ceremony, too. Although shirtless man probably should have considered a shirt. Columbo introduces himself and asks her if she called the police.
Lieutenant, I may not be the brightest lady in the world, but I do know whether I made a phone call or not.
Is that really how you want to introduce yourself, lady? As not being very bright? Okay. I guess that makes your choice of hat more believable.
Well, I'd like to get this thing straightened out. Can anybody tell me where Mr. Williamson is?
I don't know.
You mean he's missing?
Well, to be absent is not necessarily to be missing, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Williamson says Bo is out of town on business and assures Columbo that she didn't call the police. Now Columbo's confused because he was told there was a call from Mrs. Williamson claiming her husband is missing and might even be dead.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Wait a minute. Goldie.
Mrs. Williamson explains that Goldie is Bo's first wife, and she probably called the police because she gets a little tense when the alimony checks are late. I wanted to mention that this entire scene is dubbed over. Well, not dubbed over, but ADR'd. Most likely because it was too loud on location to get a good recording. So Jennifer Williamson is played by Pamela Austin, born 1941 in Nebraska. She is nicknamed the Dodge Girl because of her regular appearances in a series of Dodge ads.
Oh, hi! Is your compact so crowded it feels like standing room only? Well, then you're on the wrong track.
Then Markham asks Jennifer if she wants a drink from this champagne fountain.
Yeah, come on. You want some?
Yes.
Yes.
You want some?
Yes.
Columbo then starts complimenting Markham on his building.
It's just marvelous. Tell me, how did you two meet?
Oh, Mr. Markham designed a summer house for us. It's incredible. Really, it's a work of genius. And when everyone sees your plans for Williamson City, you'll be buried in commissions.
Columbo asks what Williamson City is, and Markham says he is superstitious and doesn't want to really talk about the project until it gets going. Then Markham says he has to go mingle with the guests.
Sorry to bother you.
No bother at all.
Oh, and don't worry about my husband, Lieutenant. Believe me, he's very much alive.
He's dead, I tell you.
I know more about Bo Williamson than that little lady will learn in a lifetime.
We quickly learn this is Bo's first wife, Goldie. She explains that Bo always calls her to let her know when he is leaving town, and this time he didn't.
Yeah, but if he didn't call you, how do you know he left town?
I spoke with the child bride. Say goodbye to the lieutenant.
どうぞよろしく、コロンボさん。あなたは素敵です。私はあなた好きです。ではまた、さよなら。
So believe it or not, I have practiced a little Japanese in my life, and my best ability at translating what Miko said here is, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Columbo. You are good looking. I like you. See you later. Goodbye." I like that Columbo says goodbye in Japanese and yes in Spanish.
Sayonara, see.
Although maybe it's not Spanish. Columbo is Italian, and si is also yes in Italian, so... Miko is played by Diane Arimoto, born 1941 in California. She didn't really do much acting.
Oh, Lieutenant, would you like to turn around? I don't want to corrupt you.
Goldie jiggles off her sheet she was wearing and ties her robe shut with the belt all the way around her waist. Then in the very next shot, the belt is no longer around the whole robe, but tied with like secret loops or something. You'll notice Goldie has a new outfit for every scene she's in. And she is always wearing gold, which is fitting. Columbo starts to get the idea from how Goldie talks that she is closer to Bo than the current Mrs. Williamson.
Lieutenant, we were married for 22 years. We never had any children, so we spent a lot of time getting to know one another. Jennifer gives him youth. For the rest, he comes to me.
Goldie is played by Janice Page. She was mostly a singer in her early career, but later started in the TV series It's Always Jan, and also appeared in many episodes of General Hospital and Santa Barbara. She was also in several movies, some being Silk Stockings and Please Don't Eat the Daisies.
If Harry wasn't so sweet, I could leave him. Why couldn't he be a little mean? Why does he have to be so nice? What kind of an attitude is that for an agent anyway?
I am very happy to say Janice is still with us here in 2022 and 2023, and she just celebrated her 100th birthday on September 16th. Actually, now it's her 101st birthday. She was born in 1922 in the state of Washington. And guess who else had a birthday on September 16th? Peter Falk. Well, then the phone rings.
Yeah? It's for you.
Columbo is sure to let the boys down at the department know exactly where he is at all times. There's often a phone ringing in people's private residences or workplaces, and it's typically always for Columbo.
They found Bo Williamson's car.
You see, what did I tell you?
At the airport. Now, I'm going to go down and check it out, but it really looks like he left town.
This episode is a good example of Columbo not always immediately knowing what's going on, which I appreciate. Scene changes to 5 policemen waiting around by Bo's car and Columbo listening to his country music cassette tapes. This doesn't really seem like a 6-man job. I think Columbo should have let a few of them go and be a little more productive. Then suddenly a thought occurs to Columbo and he checks the radio dial and then glances over at Bo's tape collection. Well, let's have a look at this collection, shall we? This tape here is Stephen Stills' album, just called Stephen Stills. This is not a country western tape or artist. It's more in the 70s rock realm, but he is holding an acoustic guitar, so it's good enough for the show. Then the tape sitting under Stephen Stills is Grand Funk Railroad's 1969 album, and this is as far from country western as you can get. Then we have The Best of Buck Owens, and that adds up. He's an old country singer. And I'm going to need my viewers' help on the last one, though, because I don't recognize this picture, and the only words I can make out are the bottom ones, which read, Songs I Like to Sing. You, my amazing viewers, solved this mystery for me. This is Tennessee Ernie Ford's album, Songs I Like to Sing. I first learned about Ernie Ford from I Love Lucy, and I like his music. Probably his biggest hit was the song 16 Tons. So now Columbo has found something that doesn't add up. He ejects the tape, turns the radio on, and what do we hear but the second movement of Brahms' Piano Concerto No. 2. It's still on. So this statue at Bo's house, I found it online being sold for a couple $100s, but I can't find who made it, when it was made, just the fact that it was made in Spain and it's made of wood. I'm not finding that there are multiple copies or anything like that either. I'm curious if this is the same one in the episode. And guess where else we've seen it? In Jim and Ken's office. Anyway, Columbo is checking out Bo's record collection. He's holding a Jimmy Newman album, which is in fact country. I like this panning shot behind the record collection. Columbo walks over by Bill Anderson and the Po' Boys, which is also very country western music.
Say, I noticed that he likes country and western music.
Does a bear like honey?
Jennifer says she's tried to broaden his music tastes, but he refuses. He only listens to country western music.
Do you ever drive his car?
Me? No, I have my own.
I see in your husband's appointment book, Dr. Morse, 10:45. That's tomorrow.
He'd never leave town if he had an appointment with his heart specialist.
Oh, he had a bad ticker, did he?
He has a pacemaker, and his heart works perfectly.
I don't think Jennifer knows what a pacemaker is used for.
I may not be the brightest lady in the world, but I do know he has a pacemaker, and his heart works perfectly.
Then Columbo glances over to his right.
Hey, look at this, blueprints.
Those are the preliminary plans for Williamson City. It's an entire community. Churches, schools, everything planned from fire plugs to skyscrapers.
Jennifer says that the day Beau came back from Europe, he saw the plans, and Elliot said he just loved them. Now Columbo knows Elliot saw Beau that day. And we're suddenly back at the office, where Miss Sherman is locking up for the night. But then Columbo shows up. He shows his badge, and she lets him in. Columbo says he stopped by to see Mr. Markham.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. He isn't in. If you want him, you'll find him at the university giving a lecture to his students.
Oh, really?
Mr. Markham feels he has a responsibility to share his knowledge. He's a dynamo. A man like that throws off sparks and never slows down.
And Miss Sherman continues to rattle on about how special and ingenious Markham is. And while she's busy distracting herself and watering plants, Columbo quietly wanders into Elliot Markham's office. And we've seen this office before, haven't we? Yes, this is Uncle David's office from Short Fuse. Same cupboards under the window there, same office chair and pen holder. But there is actually quite a bit of remodeling between this episode and the next. Because remember that immediately after this episode was done filming, they jumped right into filming Short Fuse. Anyway, Miss Sherman finally realizes Columbo isn't in the room with her.
Lieutenant.
Is this where he works?
Yes, it is.
Just wonderful.
And now the script has Miss Sherman say, yes, it is, far too many times. I'm guessing it's supposed to be funny, but it's not.
Marvelous office.
Yes, it is.
Spacious.
Yes, it is.
Conference room?
Yes, it is.
Very handy, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And that conference room would be Miss Bishop's office in Short Fuse. Then Miss Sherman tries to tell Columbo that Mr. Markham doesn't permit anyone in his office without him there. But Columbo completely ignores her because he's picking up on all sorts of interesting little clues while in here.
I see he likes music.
Yes.
Classical stuff?
Uh-huh.
My favorite. Just love it.
And Columbo turns on the record player and guess what's playing? The second movement of Brahms' Piano Concerto No. 2. And Columbo just joyfully moves his hand about as people on television like to do when listening to classical music. Miss Sherman is quite bothered by this and makes it very clear that she needs to leave, therefore he needs to leave.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
And as he's about to walk out, he pretends to notice the smashed Lego set for the first time, even though he already had a good look at it earlier.
What happened here?
An accident.
Isn't that something? Williamson City.
I can't believe that Markham hasn't cleaned up this mess yet. Now Columbo cleverly acts naive about the whole Williamson City topic.
You ask me, doesn't deserve it.
Who was that?
Beau Williamson.
You mean Mr. Williamson did this?
Yes, he just barged right in here the other day and smashed it all to smithereens.
Guess he didn't like it, huh?
Miss Sherman goes on to say all Beau cares about is what things cost.
Mr. Markham has a saying. You can't put a price tag on genius.
And Columbo's reaction is about as polite as anyone could be to a saying like that. Now we're at Markham's lecture about the Egyptian pyramids. Columbo quietly enters the room and has a seat while eating a snack. The most important thing to pick up on during this lecture is this.
It's said that some of the engineers who built the pyramids were sealed up in their own creations to protect the integrity of the tomb. Now, those of you with failing grades will be permanently entombed.
Well, that guy's failing.
Didn't know you had an interest in scholarly pursuits, Lieutenant?
Well, actually, I just came by to ask you a few questions.
A small chalkboard inconsistency is this cute little drawing of a pyramid changes between shots. Columbo brings up how interesting it was that the Egyptian engineers were buried in the pyramids they created.
If I ever murdered anybody, that's what I would do. Oh, you wouldn't put them in the pyramids today.
And Columbo pretends he has to think really hard about what the modern equivalent of a pyramid would be.
Gee, I don't know.
You'd have to,
Like the foundation of a building?
You know, now that you mention it, that would be a terrific place.
Markham tells him to go on with his questions because he is hungry.
I can offer you some raisins.
No, thank you.
Columbo says he came by because he's still looking into the Bo Williamson disappearance. Then Columbo admits to stopping by Markham's office and that he noticed the smashed model.
What about it?
Nothing, I just wondering how it got broken.
Markham explains that Bo is angry, and for good reason, because they went ahead with the Williamson City project without his permission.
Oh, you mean you and his wife?
Yes, well, Jennifer's an admirer of my work.
Oh, yeah.
Markham continues to explain that when Bo came back from his trip and saw the plans, he was taken by surprise.
Bo is a volatile Texan, and when he gets angry, well, it shows.
Markham says when he explained the project to Bo, he was delighted.
Delighted? Let me tell you, nobody throws a lasso around my money without my consent, and that includes my wife, and you had better believe it.
Then Columbo brings up the fact that yes, Bo's car was at the airport, but they checked every flight list and none of them had Williamson on it. Markham suggests that because Bo is such a high-powered tycoon, he might fly under a different name.
Yes, that is possible.
I always feel it would be best to just plead ignorance. Just be like, I have no idea why Williamson's name wasn't on any of the flights. But Columbo villains can't say, I don't know. Markham attempts to leave and Columbo continues to make his Columbo moves.
You know what's the funny thing about that car? Car's got a tape machine in it, and the glove compartment is full of cassettes. Every one of them is country and western music. That's all.
Well, go ahead, Columbo.
The radio dial was set at 52. Classical station.
I see.
You want a half a candy bar?
No.
Columbo says he is confused as to why his radio was tuned to classical music and that somebody else had to have been driving his car.
I'm sure you'll find an answer, Lieutenant.
I'm certainly going to try.
And now I can confirm the candy bar that Columbo was enjoying this evening. A Mounds bar. As Markham again tries to leave... Columbo stops him to confirm that Bo really did give him the approval to go ahead with the project.
I already told you, Lieutenant. As soon as he got over his anger, he gave me his full support.
Right.
And Markham attempts to leave again, but Columbo stops him for a third time.
You know, that's some coincidence. You're a great classical music fan yourself, aren't you?
Guilty, Lieutenant. I like classical music.
Me too. I like it myself. Enjoy your meal.
And Columbo finally lets him go when a little tune from Dead Weight begins to play. By the way, I never did mention who composed the music for this episode. It was our good buddy, Gil Millay. Although, we're going to have to say goodbye to him because this is the last of the 4 Columbo episodes he composed. The other 3 are Death Lends a Hand, Dead Weight, and Short Fuse. Now we're back at the construction site where Columbo is questioning one of the workers named Carl.
Yeah, I know him. He's that Texas guy.
He's a very close friend of Mr. Markham's.
Friend, huh? Last time I saw that guy, he looked like he was ready to wrap a 2x4 on Mr. Markham's neck.
Carl is played by John Finnegan, born 1926 in, you guessed it, New York. He was in 3 Peter Falk movies, A Woman Under the Influence, The In-Laws, and Big Trouble. John Finnegan will be a pretty recognizable face in Columbo from now on. We'll see him in 12 more episodes. Columbo asks Carl about the big columns over there.
Not columns. Piles.
Oh, piles. Oh, that's what they call, huh?
We learn from Carl that he has on record every bit of information about the construction of the piles.
The day, the time, how long it took, and how many men I had on the job.
Lieutenant!
Then Markham shows up.
Still obsessed with pyramids?
Well, it must have been that lecture, Mr. Markham. I never really noticed buildings before, but I'm interested in them now.
I never noticed buildings either until that lecture. Then Markham says an odd line.
Are you interested in buildings or builders?
What do you mean?
Now we do know Columbo is very interested in everything about Markham, but Markham doesn't need to let on about that. Actually, yes he does, because he is a Columbo villain, and Columbo villains are very drawn to Columbo.
Perhaps you should spend your time a little more productively. You're supposed to be tracking down Bo Williamson, aren't you? Now, surely you don't think he's here, do you?
Well, no. I don't see how he could be.
Then Columbo asks Markham the time.
10:30. I don't want to be late. I got an appointment at the doctor.
And now we're at the doctor's, which we learn soon he didn't literally have a doctor's appointment, but just wanted to meet with Bo's doctor to ask him some questions.
I never intended to have an exam.
Just a moment.
However, this doctor can't help himself but do doctor things to any human that comes near.
Mr. Williamson hasn't shown up for his appointment. Now, was this just another routine checkup?
When you have a heart condition that needs a pacemaker, no visit is routine.
The doctor explains that Bo does seriously need to get to a heart specialist, if not him, because his pacemaker is due for an update.
This is a pacemaker. It runs on miniature energy cells. These energy cells have to be replaced, or the pacemaker becomes erratic, causing the heart to malfunction.
In other words, you could die.
Put simply, yes.
Well, this very serious about his work doctor is played by John Fiedler, born 1925 in Wisconsin. Some of you may recognize his unique voice because he was the voice of Piglet in Winnie the Pooh. He voiced Piglet for all the movies, television, and video games that included him. John was also in 12 Angry Men, The Odd Couple, True Grit, and for TV, he was in several episodes of The Bob Newhart Show and every episode of Buffalo Bill.
Hey, you know who makes very good sandwiches? Felix. Did you ever taste his cream cheese and pimento on date night bread?
All right, make up your mind. Coke or recipe?
Here, look at... Oh, hey, Oscar! Hey, Oscar, you have beer all over my glass. Are you looking for something?
Do you have a lighter?
You won't find one here, Lieutenant. And let me give you some free medical advice. Stop smoking those things. Remember, I deal in pacemakers.
Columbo heads back to the waiting room and drops his cigar off in an ashtray.
Goldie, what are you doing here?
Same thing you are, checking up on Bo. He didn't show up, did he?
No.
Columbo, the man, is dead.
Columbo says, well, that may be, but there is no proof.
Columbo, what does it take to convince you that I'm right? His body?
And now, suddenly, we are watching Jennifer and Markham play tennis weirdly.
It's just that I don't get my arm back in time.
Ready or not, I'm serving.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Throw me a ball.
We hit them all out.
Oh, I got it.
No, let me.
And then Jennifer screams for Elliot, and he goes running to that song that originally played in Death Lends a Hand when Brimmer is driving his car with Lenore in the trunk. Jennifer runs into his arms, flinging her hair into his mouth.
It's Bo's hat.
Elliot goes to check it out and picks up a bloody cowboy hat with a nervously confused look on his face. The scene changes to Elliot drinking some whiskey, or maybe it's bourbon, and smoking cigarettes.
A battered, blood-stained hat by itself means next to nothing.
A battered, blood-stained... What? What kind of a thing is that to say? He should be acting very concerned, not trying to brush it off as if it were nothing.
We don't even know if he was wearing a hat, if he was killed.
These are things you would say if you were being accused and you're trying to defend yourself. Columbo's having the blood type identified by the lab, and they are waiting on the call to learn the answer.
You want a drink, Lieutenant?
No. What I could really use is a cigar.
I got them.
Good.
He asks Jennifer to go find Bo's dog tags while they wait.
You see, Army dog tags usually have a blood type on them. Yeah, here it is, B positive.
I still think this is an exercise in futility. We don't even know if it's his hat.
I recall a future episode of Columbo that will use a play on words of exercise in futility, which that little phrase basically means this is a waste of time. Jennifer identifies that the hat is definitely Bo's. The phone rings, and it's of course for Columbo.
Hello. Yeah, that's what I figured, thank you. Blood type B positive, it's the same as your husband.
Then something did happen to him. He is dead.
And she throws herself into Markham. I can't really figure out this relationship between Jennifer and Markham. It kind of hints at they're having an affair together, but my assumption would be that if they're having an affair together, Markham's the only one that knows it and Jennifer is clueless. She probably just thinks Markham's a really good friend.
Tell her that blood on a hat doesn't necessarily mean that Bo's dead.
Well, that's true, it doesn't. But I say we have a whole new ball game.
Scene change to a frustrated and upset Elliot Markham and listening to some classical music very loudly. I'll give you a moment to guess what song it is. Yep, second movement of Brahms' Piano Concerto No. 2. It's one of our favorites by now, isn't it? Then he gets up and starts slamming books and architect tools on the desk.
Miss Sherman.
Yes, sir.
Get Mrs. Williamson, please.
Yes, sir.
Markham sits down and now seems to have a little smile on his face.
Mrs. Williamson is on the line. Hello?
Hello, Jennifer. How are you?
I'm not sure how I feel.
Wait, I'm pretty sure the hello used there was Goldie.
Hello?
Yeah, that's not Jennifer's voice.
Hello?
I just keep thinking about that hat.
Elliot asks Jennifer to get a hold of Bo's will for him. Now we see two hats in a closet.
Get out of there!
Oh, that won't help, Goldie. I've already seen him.
Markham points out that there are two of Bo's old hats, and that he is suspicious that there used to be 3 hats in there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, don't you? Well, you planted that hat.
What kind of little outfit is this you have on, Goldie?
Mister, you're farther out than your buildings.
We learn from Beau's will that when he is officially dead, Goldie will inherit 25% of his estate. Goldie says that will doesn't prove a thing.
Suppose we call Lieutenant Columbo.
Listen, I can save yourself the trouble.
The omnipresent constable.
The Omnipresent Constable. That is a great nickname for Columbo.
That stuff about the will, that's good police work.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
I thought you were my friend.
Goldie, I am your friend.
Columbo gently suggests to Goldie that it would do her a lot of good to tell the truth.
You see, I just spoke to that nice Japanese girl, and she told me that she noticed a bandage cut on the back of your leg this morning.
Goldie claims she cut herself shaving. Now let's see here. For this scene, Goldie is dressed in an outfit that could be described as all legs. We see every inch of her legs, and none of those inches have a cut or a band-aid on them, which seems like it should be important for the audience if she was going to be stomping around in an outfit like this. Instead, there's a little band-aid on her upper arm. Well, that was a lot of blood on that hat, so it must have been a pretty good cut. Anyway, next we learn from Columbo that he dug up Goldie and Beau's marriage license and found her blood type is the same as Beau's, B positive.
Obviously, she took one of her husband's old hats, added some blood from a self-inflicted wound, and left it near the tennis court.
It still makes no sense to me for Markham to be so adamant about proving nothing has happened to Beau. If he were truly innocent, he should be just as concerned as both of Beau's wives. Plus, if Goldie wanted people to think Beau was dead all of a sudden so she could get her inheritance, that would just be outright ridiculous because missing people are not presumed dead until 7 years have passed from the initial missing persons report.
The lab tells me that the blood is only 24 hours old.
All right, I did it. I planted the hat. I was just trying to get everybody off the dime.
Get off the dime means to be decisive and show initiative, especially after a delay. Columbo lets it go that Goldie falsified evidence.
There was no harm done. As far as I'm concerned, I think everybody can forget about it.
Then Columbo asks Markham if he can borrow Beau's will for a couple of hours. Back again to the construction site, we watch an old 1966 Ford F-250 pass in front of Columbo and Carl, with lots of very dry dirt flying up into the air. Columbo is asking Carl some questions about those piles, specifically pile D3. Directly behind them is Markham in his 1969 Mercedes-Benz 280 SE convertible. Not only is this car the same make and model as Ken Franklin's car in Murder by the Book, but it is actually literally the same car. They even kept the same plates reading XSM 494, although Markham didn't agree with Ken's bumper sticker. Though you barely see the rear bumper of Markham's car, there is a small glimpse of it at the credit sequence, and there's no Have a Nice Day sticker there. Carl mentions they usually dig the hole for the pile the night before, and then finish the job the next day.
Then you have this big hole sitting there all night.
It's not a safety hazard, Lieutenant. Don't worry about it. The lieutenant was looking for you, Mr. Markham.
I'm sure he was. There it is.
Guess what?
Markham goes and points out pile D3 and suggests Columbo dig it up.
What?
Oh, now, come on, you know you want to.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, it's such a marvelous place to hide a body.
How much would it cost?
You really believe that Beau Williamson met with foul play, don't you? There's no body, no proof, no motive.
Columbo says there is a motive. He mentions stopping by to see his brother-in-law, the attorney, and had him take a look at Beau's will.
There's a very interesting clause in that will, and it says that if Mr. Williamson dies, and the wife, all she gets is the income from the interest.
Columbo says it's a lot of money, but a lot less than it will take to finance Markham's city. Markham says Columbo's proving his point. He has no interest in seeing Beau dead because he wants the city built.
Yeah, but if he's dead and it can't be proved, then legally he's considered alive, which means his wife can spend the money without restrictions. You see, she could go right ahead and bankroll your city.
Quite a lawyer, your brother-in-law.
Yeah, I know. The whole family, we're kind of proud of him.
Markham suggests to Columbo that if he really wants to make a case against someone, it would help if he found a body.
Yeah, I know. I gotta come up with something concrete.
Then the scene changes to the point of a pencil underlining general board information. Then we see it's Columbo, but he's pointing the pencil with the eraser end. Insignificant inconsistency, but I like those. Of course, nobody is sitting at the information desk, of course. So, he moves on. He arrives at the building and safety room, figuring this is where he can get some information, but look at this line. So typical of anything government run. What is kind of interesting about this scene is that I think Columbo could have taken his badge out and used the official police business line, but he doesn't. He gets in line with the rest of the working class men. The scene remains quiet, besides some typewriting and footsteps. Eventually, everyone gets to take a step forward. Now some time has passed, and Columbo's next in line. Noticing all the people in this room, you may have guessed, we're about to talk about some uncredited actors. First, I'm going to get out of the way that I can't identify these two guys, even though their faces are very prominent in this scene. I just can't find anything on them. Alright, now it's Columbo's turn.
I need some information about...
Just a minute, please.
I love how Columbo just stares at the guy in quiet frustration.
And how do I go about getting permission to dig up a pile of a building that's already under construction?
The man gets his rule book out and starts looking it up.
Do you know how much a thing like that would cost?
No, how much?
This clerk is played by Robert Gibbons, born 1918 in Illinois. He was in a few episodes of My Three Sons and the FBI. We will see him once more in Columbo.
You will have to have a departmental approval. You file your permits, your requisition slips. If the mayor's office approves of that, then you're sent. Been to the structural engineering department?
What for?
You have to show the exact foundation to be torn out so we can make our estimates.
Where do I do that?
Room 316.
As Columbo walks away, we see sighting number 3 of Mike Lowley. Behind him is Lynn Felber, born 1915 in Minnesota. I forgot to mention him in Lady in Waiting as the bartender at the boutique. Lynn Felber was in several episodes of Kojak and made a background appearance in the Poseidon Adventure with both Leslie Nielsen and Roddy McDowell, as well as a ton of other uncredited Columbo extras. That movie is like the Columbo Extras cruise. Mr. Felber's final acting role was in the Naked Gun movie with Leslie Nielsen. Not sure on this guy yet. This man here is Ken Dumaine, born 1923 in Texas. You'll find him in the background of Sands of Iwo Jima, Hot Summer Night with Leslie Nielsen, Blazing Saddles, North by Northwest with Jessie Royce Landis, The In-Laws with Peter Falk, several episodes of The Loner, The Man from U.N.C.L.E., Cheers, and 3 future Columbo episodes. And then behind Ken is Dick Sondergaard, born 1926 in Wisconsin. He was a very regular extra in Hill Street Blues, and we'll see him again in 4 more Columbo episodes. And I don't know who either of these two men are either. Columbo arrives at the engineering office to find another long, slow line, and he has such a relatable reaction to the situation. Well, look, it's this man again. How did he beat Columbo here? This guy and Lynn are here too. Weird. And back here is Lars Henson, born 1922 in Pennsylvania. He was in several episodes of Virginian, in the background of course, another uncredited young Frankenstein actor, as well as appearing in Airplane 2 and Twilight Zone the movie. And this smiley man is Eugene Jackson, born 1916 in New York. You'll find him in The Long Hot Summer, North by Northwest, The Apartment, The Addams Family, as well as one more future Columbo episode. So Columbo gets what he needed and is so grateful to see there is no line this time.
Got him. Good. Well?
Lunch hour. Come back at 1 o'clock.
Poor Columbo. You don't see him this annoyed too often. Scene change to the construction site, getting some digging footage. Columbo has permission to remove this pile. And take a look at this guy here holding a long pole with a big blackout square. From the looks of it, he's part of the crew blocking the sun so the camera doesn't get a blast of sun rays into the lens. And then what is happening right here with the policeman and that construction worker? That's strange. Columbo is watching the process from a police cruiser, which is a 1971 Chevrolet Bel Air. Markham is watching the excavation from behind a cigar-smoking workman, played by Bart Green, born 1914 in New York. He shows up in Kojak quite a few times and a few Bonanza episodes. I unintentionally, of course, forgot to mention that he was part of the jury in Ransom for a Dead Man. And we see the back of him at the museum in Dead Weight. We will be seeing Bart again in 6 future Columbo episodes. There's a lot of working guys during this scene that I unfortunately cannot identify. I remember reading that Peter Falk wanted to have a lot of people during this scene, so he'd collect as many as were willing to just appear here, and make it feel very significant that all these guys are here. Markham strolls over to Columbo.
You know, you can still stop it before it's too late.
Well, you know, I went to so much trouble to get the permission that...
I hope you realize how much work you're causing for a great many people.
Well, it's a lot more than I expected, I'll give you that.
This TV camera is so interesting with the metal backpack and such. Very neat technology back then.
They're taking your picture. You're going to be a celebrity on the 6 o'clock news.
All right, come on, fellas. Give me a break, huh?
Markham says he was the one who invited the press to come and film this because he intends to make a statement when it's all over.
You do? Well, maybe I'll have a statement of my own.
Lieutenant, I want you to know I admire you.
Oh, really?
You've got the courage of your conviction. That's an admirable trait.
Then Goldie shows up out of nowhere.
There you are. We could have used you at the Alamo. You've got guts.
Goldie says she stopped by to give Columbo support. Shirtless construction man is still working on his tan and other work-related injuries. That building right back there, that is the one that the model at the unveiling was for. And here comes the pile out of the ground. All these tough jackhammer guys are working away while everybody watches, and eventually they decide to stop because they can't find anything. Not even a button, as somebody says. That man in the green hard hat back there is a second appearance of Lynn Felber, who we first saw waiting in line. Markham puts Jennifer's sunglasses on and looks over at Columbo. Well, a bit of time has passed, and Columbo's looking out at the construction site in disbelief. And people seem to be heading home for the day. Even the Canale food truck is moving on.
Well, Lieutenant Columbo?
I guess I was wrong. Do you have a moment I'd like to talk to you?
Nothing I'd like better.
Mr. Markham, I think I owe you an apology.
Is that all you have to say? Well, you owe me a great deal more than that. There's not a trace of a body, not a bit of clothing, not a ring, nothing. You didn't find Bo Williamson because he isn't here and he never was. Lieutenant, I'm sure you have a lot of explaining to do to your superiors, so if you'll forgive me, I'll be off.
Goldie asks Columbo if they are going to suspend him, and we are led to believe that Columbo might actually be in trouble for this by the look on his face and the tone of his voice.
I don't know.
I'll buy you a drink.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Goldie. You go ahead.
Goldie leaves and we see a sad shot of Columbo all alone on the site putting his raincoat on. And now it is nighttime. Markham drives up to the stable where he led Bo at the beginning of the episode. He walks into the dark and we hear some shuffling. Markham is out of breath as he opens the trunk and we see him lifting a human-shaped bulk into the back. I wonder if this will be the last body this car has to haul. And I bet there is quite an awful stench coming off of dead Bo. He's been dead in a hot California stable for several days by now. It's gotta be sickening. And now Markham is driving and listening to his favorite song of all time, the second movement of Brahms' Piano Concerto No. 2. This song is quite eclectic, so it is easy to pass this piano piece off as many different songs. It's just an interesting observation to me. By the way, I apologize for how many times I use the word song in this episode. I do understand that this piece of music in this episode is not a song, because a song is a piece of music with words and intended to be sung, but this would just be called a piece of music, which is a general term for a musical composition. Markham smiles and seems to believe he is in the clear by now. Suddenly, during this calm drive, there is a loud pop, and we see his tire has blown. Boy, what luck. And it looks like they used a red car for this flat tire driving shot. Uh-oh, what are the odds of a cop showing up at this very moment? Could things get any worse?
License and registration, please.
The cop compliments Markham on how well he handled the tire blowout. Well, now, this is a neat little Easter egg. Here we've got Lieutenant Columbo's identification card. Markham thanks the policeman for stopping to check on him.
Open up. What? Trunk. You might as well get your keys and I'll help you out with a spare.
Oh, no. Looks like things can get worse. So Markham brings out his convincing acting skills while a devilish red light illuminates him.
That's ridiculous.
What?
My spare. No air. It's useless.
Well, why don't I call a tow truck? They'll bring out a pump.
Thanks a lot, Ed.
This kind and trusting police officer is played by Cliff Carnell. Born 1932 in New York. You'll find him in the background of the 10 Commandments. He also had a part in A Woman Under the Influence with Peter Falk. And we will see him in 2 more Columbo episodes. Well, Markham dodged a deadly bullet there and is extremely upset. After Markham gets his spare out of the trunk, he shuts it, but there is no trunk shutting sound effect. He then changes out his tire for the spare and we move on with the story. But before we really move on, I wanted to quickly mention that this scene where the killer gets a flat tire with a dead body in the trunk and the police stopping to help was originally written by Bochco for Murder by the Book, but it was cut. I'm so glad it was added into this episode because that is a great suspenseful moment. And I can just imagine Jack Cassidy acting in that scene. Markham arrives at the construction site and pulls up to the hole that had the pile Columbo got permission to remove. He opens the trunk and starts to pick up dead, rotting Bo when suddenly bright lights shine down on him. Talk about deja vu, huh, Brimmer? Columbo and a group of other law enforcements are standing there waiting for him.
Good evening, Mr. Markham. Bo Williamson?
Well, I kind of had a hunch.
You kept trying to finesse me into digging up that pile, and I had to ask myself why. I mean, you're not a dumb man, Mr. Markham.
You are a genius.
Mr. Markham feels he has a responsibility to share his knowledge. He's a dynamo.
Markham asks Columbo why he dug up the pile if he knew Bo wasn't under it, and Columbo responds that he had to play along with Markham's enticing him to do so.
You see, I figured you had the body somewhere. But what you really wanted was a foolproof hiding place. Now, what's better than a place that's already been searched?
You will admit, it's a clever idea.
Oh, yeah, it was perfect. Who would look in the same place twice?
Should have left it where it was.
Columbo again compliments Markham on his plot to bury Bo under a building.
Yes, brilliant.
It was just that music thing that bothered him. Carnegie Hall and Nashville. They don't mix.
No, they don't.
They might not mix regularly, but it is not unheard of. The first time country music was played at Carnegie Hall was in 1947 when Ernest Tubb and stars from the Grand Ole Opry performed. Patsy Cline performed there in 1961, and Buck Owens and the Buckaroos had a concert there in 1965. Columbo and Markham look at each other for a while, and then Columbo steps away and takes out a cigar, watching the police cruiser back away. As he goes to light his cigar, he hesitates, looks at it, drops the cigar, and crushes it under his foot, as the catchy song that I like to call the Columbo tune begins to play. And now that I think about it, we will never hear this song again, and I'm gonna miss it. He gets in the back of a police car, and they back away, leaving the construction site with, I'm guessing, Bo Williamson still in the trunk of Markham's car. And that's where our episode ends. And the first thing I have to say is, well done, Peter Falk. To prep for directing, Peter consulted with his friends John Cassavetes, who we will meet very, very soon, and Steven Spielberg, who directed Murder by the Book. And you can tell he took a leaf or two out of their books. Let's reminisce on some of Peter Falk's directing choices. First of all, the opening scene following Bo's boots before ever seeing his face. I liked that. There were a lot of point-of-view shots in the cars, lots of high-angle shots and tracking shots, close-ups, the great reveal of Markham in the back seat, long takes, putting a huge variety of extras in the backgrounds, the close detail shots of important objects, several angles in the lecture hall, low angles, great variety of filming locations, lots of great construction site footage, relatable humor during the waiting in line scenes, both daytime and nighttime shots. The list could go on, but you're tired of my list, I can tell. Peter Falk mentions that his constant directing concerns ended up helping him as an actor, because he was so busy, he never had time to get worked up over his acting. Therefore, in general, his acting in the episode tends to be a little more natural and laid back. Well, now, how do I rate Blueprint for Murder? Well, do I have any problems with this episode? I kind of thought the episode dragged a little, particularly at the construction site, although it had a great fast-paced beginning. And Markham constantly denying anything could possibly have happened to Bo didn't make any sense to me. Also, it felt like Bo's bloody hat storyline existed just to have a gripping commercial break, because it amounts to nothing. And as well as any other nitpicking I had sprinkled throughout the review, I believe if I'm going to be totally honest, I'd give this episode 4 Columbo cigars out of 5. I really do think this is a good Columbo episode, but for me, it doesn't make it into my 5 cigar favorites. Although I do think I still like it more than Dead Weight, even though I also gave Dead Weight 4 cigars. It definitely has funny moments and good acting, excluding Jennifer Williamson. She wasn't much.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
You can tell Peter Falk worked extremely hard on this episode. I don't blame him for the slightly lower rating as much as I do Bochco, Levinson, and Link. Falk did the best he could with what he had to deal with. I think it's a shame he never directed another episode. On top of Levinson and Link attempting to sabotage Peter Falk's episode, I imagine it would be very difficult to both direct and star in something. Although I know plenty of directors do it. Jackie Chan, Clint Eastwood, Orson Welles, and Charlie Chaplin are a few that come to mind. But Columbo Season 1 was a superb piece of television that I am so grateful exists. Columbo is such a wonderful time capsule of not only Los Angeles, but of how America used to be. So at this point, Levinson and Link have produced every episode of Season 1, and they intended for Blueprint for Murder to be the last episode of Columbo that they would produce. Therefore, they wanted to leave Columbo in a clean light, which is why they had a doctor written into the episode telling him to quit smoking cigars. They did not want to promote smoking, despite Levinson being a 3-pack-a-day kind of guy. This is also why they had Columbo snuff out his cigar at the end, right before the credits. Falk played along with Levinson and Link's wish to make it appear as though Columbo was intending to quit smoking. But the cigar was just too good a prop for Columbo, so the cigars aren't going to go anywhere. And neither am I.